Hello, PUBG Esports fans. After the closest finish we've ever seen at PNC 2024, it's time to kick off the PUBG Global Series 5 and 6 to keep the action rolling. With PGS points on the line, the stakes will be higher than ever. PGS 5 and 6 will be the final chance to claim your points and secure a spot at PGC 2024. All 10 of our global partner teams will be returning to the PGS stage along with 14 regional series qualifiers. Let's get into our format for PGS 5 and 6. The 10 global partner teams will join 14 regional qualifiers from 5 regions. These 24 teams will be divided into groups and compete over 3 days in the group stage. They will play 18 matches across 4 different maps. For PGS 5 and 6, Rondo will replace Vikendi in the competitive map pool alongside Taego, Miramar, and Erangel. The top 16 teams with the most points will advance to the final stage. They will battle it out through 18 matches in 3 days, where one team will rise above and claim a PGS title, along with their share of the $300,000 prize pool for each PGS. Importantly, this will be the team's last chance to claim PGS points to secure their spot at PGC 2024, with 300 PGS points going to the winners. PUBG Esports will be back in action in Bangkok, Thailand for the PUBG Global Series 5 from October 21st through the 27th, and for PGS 6, the final PGS of the year, from November 4th through the 10th. Make sure to stay tuned to the PUBG Esports website and social media to stay up to date with all things PUBG Esports. It's time to rise above.
Follow my lead!
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
What the?
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
They come from the dark lab, the noisy cannibals. Only they can stop them. The Hunger Busters! They're back and armed to kill. Why take chances?
uncontrollable entities. For the future of humanity.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a Scoopon what's new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root, to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Rules. Smash 'em all!
Information to try and help Luke out, but this is starting to look pretty doomed for Luke 12 and for TSM. Oh, never mind.
Exciting team to watch here throughout. Tanwu for this, I told her this yesterday, the jump, then with the AK, even the seed swap gets him.
Former teammate there, grenade in hand towards Epion. He goes down, nice! Anybody's gonna make the push, opens the door, goes out, finds one, he's got the pump. Can he find another? He gets some damage, but doesn't get the knock from the Bobo. Bobo and Wang Zai combining. They're gonna wipe New Happy out. Near that C-block compound west of Venus, so curious to see what they're doing. Well, they're getting shot. Heaven's got Jeems looking for another season, pre-fires it. Heaven's got 2, looking for the 3rd, Heaven! They can find the flank angle on the Na'Vi, but Hakatori aware of it, keeping him at base. Good peek shot. Really nice stuff from Hakatori.
You're kidding me.
This is a gamble by Raining.
That's gonna not quite pay off, you'd have to imagine. He's out in no man's land, and Na'Vi.
วัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีครับ
I heard the World 12 is the best gun.
My fans told me to loot everything before my teammates see that. So I will do that.
ผมกับทีมเคยเล่นโหมด Survival Left Behind ก็ผ่านง่ายครับ สบาย
Về chế độ đó thì em chơi tầm 4 lần em mới thắng được. Thì em thấy chế độ đó khá là khó.
I think you're gonna be our IGL, okay?
Go.
Oh shit! Come. Help me, boys! I'm gonna die here.
Me too.
He has superpowers or something. Help me, boys! Boys, help me! I'm gonna die! Kill them! Please! No, one more on me! He's punching me to death! Oh my god!
I did to you.
Oh my god! Come to me! I have heal! I'm dead. See you guys in the other side.
Okay. So you fuel first generator, yeah?
Yep. Be careful.
Oh my god.
Kill the big one.
Oh!
We need help. Yep. We're gonna die.
Oh, be careful. More zombies coming.
Oh my god. Battles! Where you guys are? Come here!
We're coming. 1 second, please.
Yep. Please, I don't want to
Okay, come in. Where?
It's over. No, run, Batu.
Guys, we're dying, I think.
No!
We're gonna play until tomorrow.
It was fun to play this game mode.
I think that if we play this game once again, we're gonna win it without any deaths. Easy.
For sure. I just cannot be using an ump all the way to the middle game.
Do you guys want to play again?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, gas can. Okay, behind the box again.
Yeah. Ready?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Boy, I was not being healed because I was staying on this box.
Okay, you guys ready?
Wait! Don't use. I need food. I can't stand up. I need food. Drop me food, everyone. Please. One more. I need food. Food, Batu. Food.
Thank you. You can go now.
I have one gun moment.
Oh, someone is killing me. Help!
Wait, he's still alive! He's not dying! He's not dying!
Move. Guys, I'm sorry. Guys, I use generator.
Go on.
I hope you're ready.
I was not ready at all. The gate is
No,
here.
no. Be careful, be careful. On the ping. Show.
Being healed because I was staying on this.
Oh my god. Hammers, wait for me, man! I have heal. The heal doesn't work! No, not again, man.
Oh, I'm hungry. No.
No!
Yeah, I'm win. Oh my.
Pretend you are dead. You did everything so bad.
Yeah, I killed more than you. You last place, man.
I'm IGL. You know how it works in our team? Like when we play a tournament, like IGL gets double of the kills he made.
Makes sense.
So means I'm first place with a huge gap. Okay, I have a guess for fucking. I think he had to die from starve.
ของสปาร์กิ้งน่าจะตายคนแรกครับ
Của em là để một người đổ chết ở máy phát điện thứ ba.
He never rested me when I was standing right in front of him. He watched me die every single time.
You know Titanic?
Yes.
I was Leonardo DiCaprio.
Okay.
And he was the woman.
All right. I had to use generator when you are not ready.
You did. I remember. It was the third one.
Exactly the third one I had.
Oh. Yeah, I saw it. I got so scared.
Yeah, I think the most difficult was that me and Sparking had complete noobs. So we ruined games a lot.
Yeah. Độ khó thì mấy vòng đầu thì em thấy bình thường. Chỉ khó khúc cuối. Tại khúc cuối mọi người chưa chuẩn bị thì battery mở nên là em chưa chuẩn bị kịp.
I hope you guys have really good circles.
Em nghĩ hai bạn cũng không cố gắng mấy đâu. Vì chiến lược thì cũng thuộc về hai bọn mình chứ không.
No Taego, no win, my friend.
We will help you to kill all the teams and you can just claim the championship, okay?
Good.
Teamwork.
Champions will be Cerberus Esports.
Twisted Minds, your champions, PGS4.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome, my friends. It is time. PGS 5 in Bangkok, Thailand, brought to you by VSPO and Crafton. This is the final day where we find out who lifts the trophy, who gets the $100,000, and who gets the bragging rights. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger, and it is setting up to be quite the race today.
Yeah, it's just super awesome that we have this many teams that on the last day have a chance to take it home, right? It's rare to see, and yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Absolutely. So we got a lot of teams to play, but first we want to talk about the team that has made this event possible. It is our sponsors. A big thank you to OP.GG for being our main partner at PGS 5, the only way to overpower your game. Our official hotel sponsor has been Novotel Bang Na. Thanks for a great place to stay. And the Green Park Studio Bangkok, our official studio partner, where this space, the beautiful set behind me, is. And of course, TT Racing, thank you so much for being part of PGS 5 as our official chair sponsor, making sure all of our players play in comfort. All right, so now that we know all the MVPs, let's talk about the teams that are really going to shine here, because when we showed up yesterday, it seemed a little bit like a one-horse race with Na'Vi, but not so much anymore.
No, they left the door open.
Yes, they did.
And a lot of guys came in and said, well, we want to be the champion too. And, you know, we talked to a lot of the guys throughout here, and a lot of them have said, you know, we're here on the last day of the final stage, and still, you have to be consistent. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to bring it home. At 69 points, Na'Vi had in day one. Cerberus 60. Cerberus had a good day yesterday. Managed to finish with a really good last game, which actually put them up there. Yeah, and now a lot of teams within, 15, 14 points within the championship.
It speaks, I think, to the necessity of true mental tenacity to get through those 18 games. 12 is very different. That third day of play really takes an extra level of focus. Now, we are in that final stage. I said 3 days, 18 matches. Well, we're on the last 6 as you look at that final stage right now. And there'll be a short break, then we're back for PGS 6, but you want to win here. You don't want to leave it for later. Look at the teams that are participating, Martin. Still quite a few of these, even the ones that aren't in the top 5 still in the hunt.
Yeah, honestly, here, there's just so much on the line with PGS points coming in, prize pool coming in. Obviously, every single placement matters for both, so that is extremely important here. And some of the teams have some few surprises here, but some of our veterans and potential repeat winners here in the chase for $300,000.
The $300,000 total prize, $100K goes to first, and then it drops all the way to $40,000 for second. So this is one of those situations where if you're a team in 5, 6, 7, you take all the risks, you pull out all the stops, because the come up in pay is insane, as is the come up in PGC points.
Yeah,
it's PGS points.
PGS points, yeah, exactly. Point system here, 1 point per kill, and we've been talking about it. It's been a big talking point, right? We were talking about this, 65% of the points ish is coming from kills. It's been a very kill-heavy system so far. 300 points for first place here. I would say if you've already got a little bit of points and you win and you don't, are in that top 8 already, then you are going to be going through to PGC through that PGS point system if you don't already have that spot through the regional.
And there is quite a few teams that are kind of playing with this weird sort of regional thing where they're earning extra spots for their region. They're getting their earn here. But here is that road so far. Right now, Sonics, Twisted Minds, Cerberus, and Petrichor looking very comfortable. Do you think anybody's shaking that up, do you think?
E-Arena is going to fall out. FaZe is going to fall out after we are done here with the amount of points that we're going to be giving out here. It's only the 16 teams that are in the final that are getting points, and those 2 teams are not playing in this finals. E-Arena not here at all. FaZe didn't make it to our top 16 here for the PGS 5, so it's going to be a bit of a shake-up. And then once we get to PGS 6, that's where the real strategy really comes in, with potentially denying someone a PGC spot just to take their loot spot.
I think my biggest watch on that list so far is TSM for this event. The fact that they look like they're in a striking position to move up, maybe to that 4, buy some extra spots.
And that would give one more spot to Americas, which first would be Luna Galaxy.
Absolutely. So Luna Galaxy watching, they did not make it to the grand finals. They're watching from home for many different reasons, that being one of them. Let's take a look at Leaderboard right now. This is what we need to talk about. It is about the race at the top. Cerberus Esports took the lead over from Na'Vi, who started the day, I think, at 80. Had a really rough day, Na'Vi
69.
did. 69, nice, okay. But they managed to get to 101, which wasn't quite enough considering the surge from Twisted Minds, who was all the way down in 15th place at one point.
Yeah, getting less than half of the points that you were able to get in the first day here obviously is a difference maker here. Ascend also, they were in 40. They were a team we were talking about potentially could keep on to that 6th spot or something like that. Only 17 points yesterday. Tianba, a team that also had potential. Expendable stepped up, but still not in there. They still need to have a big day to kind of jump into that top 8. And get even bigger share of that prize pool here. The head-to-head, though, this is a huge one.
It's a good one. Cerberus versus Twisted Minds, two teams that I believe everyone's probably got players on their fantasy. Everyone's looking at to potentially win this thing. Both would like to get that repeat. And let's take a look at the path they took to get here. Is it two different styles of play, right?
Yeah, honestly, the way that Na'Vi prefers playing is, slow from the edge to be that last team that comes in and just pushes towards that circle here. A lot of control, especially this game here for Cerberus. They had a split in the center compounds, and then they had a split here with the high ground, Himas and Dogmai taking that control on the eastern side. Na'Vi held on to that northern side for a long time, right? Cerberus, they kind of shut down inside that compound, put a little bit of pressure here and there, and then we saw this huge fight, and also involving Twisted Minds here towards the end. Really interesting way that everything worked out here, and Dogmai having that flank, having that angle, opened up everything and really won them the game here. So Dogmai is, I think, one of the most beautiful nades I've seen in a long time from Dogmai, and also some of the... No, it was Hagisaki that came from this other angle here too, and then Dogmai helping this one here. But yeah, overall, the way that Cerberus was able to close this one out, I loved it.
And I think the thing I took away from Cerberus yesterday is that, this is the last event where the questions get to get answered. Right. Are you as good as you could have been without Tycon on the team? So far, they look like it. They're in first place right now. But the thing I'm liking about the new Cerberus is I feel like everyone's getting involved. Like Dogmai had clutch games. Even Haisaki was having games where he was making an impact, as opposed to the old days where I feel like it was either Tycon, Himas, one of these two goes off in every game.
Right. If you're in a situation where your team is way more balanced and you're feeling that in such a different matter, right? That's what I'm really loving seeing here. The Twisted Minds game here, though, taking control of that southern side, they completely pushed out Cerberus. Cerberus took a play for a center spot because the circle went away. And when you're that team that have that, control where that your backs are free and you can play in towards an area that you have cover from the other teams, you're just going to be able to lock everything down.
Let's get some of the looks at Twisted Minds again. Just like we talked about Cerberus spreading a lot of the work across the team, Twisted Minds has been absolutely wild. And one of the things I've loved most is Batulin is actually, I think, the second highest frag on the team right now based on the whole event. He's been playing out of his mind. If you want to have a little extra fun, you can open up that second monitor, check out our co-streamers who are here helping us out with PGS5, giving their perspectives, their takes, and their looks. So you can see them listed there. There's many more as well. So head on over to Twitch and catch a little bit of a different perspective. There's also team perspectives going on at the same time. There's a map stream, so hopefully you got a second monitor, and if you do, I guarantee we can fill it up for you.
Or if you have 3 monitors and a TV or anything, Chromecast,
turn them all on.
Turn them on, see the different perspectives here. There's so much information that you're able to see and so many more reactions the more that you have that in. And that's obviously what we're here for, the reactions, right? When you win, when you get that prize pool, or when you take a chicken dinner that you weren't expected to be taking.
Now, Fantasy League, you are probably already playing. If you aren't, don't worry. Come back for PGS 6 and play with us, because I tell you what, it does make it way more fun. Introduce you to new players, teams you maybe not normally used to watching and tracking. It's a great chance to get involved. You can go ahead and get that QR code right there, and I'll send you straight to the website. And you win free stuff. We got G coins, we got shares. I was in the hunt. I fell out. I'm at 29 now, so maybe a chair is still on the horizon.
Who's you got on the team? Tell me.
Right now, I got Shrimsy.
Yeah.
I got example captains.
Yeah.
And then I went ahead and picked up Fairest.
Yeah.
And Dogmai as a handcuff, because I assume if you don't have Shrimsy example, you got Himas and Hakatori.
I like that. That's a good way to do it. But yeah, here's the Fantasy League points for the top 16 players overall for PGS5 here. 211 points, for example. If you had him captain, that's even more buckaroo for the money, right? Him as Shrimpsy in there too. It's been a pleasure to watch these guys. But yeah, Batulin, as you said, it's been a pleasurable watch here for him to step up, and he got a lot of kills throughout the group stage. He's feeling a little bit under the weather here for the finals, right? So I'm hoping that he is fine and dandy for today and fresh, because you need to be mentally here to be able to win this thing.
I like seeing Kickstart in 6. I will also say last night he told me I'd be first if people stopped stealing all of my kills.
Right.
So I do think that's pretty interesting. Let's see if he got a little thirsty, I think. We saw it with Sparking yesterday as well, looking to get more flushes.
Yeah, there's some thirsty in there, and I definitely think, the teams and players are aware of, they want to get in there. They want to be that guy. They want to be him.
Yeah. And now, if you want to be him, that guy, you want to have the coolest swag, make sure you're watching during match 3, 4, 5, and 6. We'll have codes on screen for you to redeem for some sprays and some emblems. All right, I got to ask the hard question, Martin. 6 games left.
Right.
We're starting on Miramar.
We are.
Ending on Erangel. When that last Grassy Pastures is finished, who lifts the trophy?
Who do I think, or who do I hope?
Give me a think and a hope. That's fair.
Okay. So I hope TSM.
Oh, yeah.
They haven't won a game yet. They're in that spot. Yesterday, I feel like TSM was they had 2 games that could have been theirs if it wasn't for tiny factors.
Agreed.
That one shift away from them, that one, that one sparking knock and flush where they could have been 4 guys alive. They could have taken that too. There's many situations where they would have been 20 points ahead of first right now if that was the case, because they would have had huge games.
Who do you actually think it's going to be?
I think Twisted Minds is going to be having off such a good yesterday. I think they're going to have such a good day today as well. I think they're going to have a 50-some, maybe plus day, and that could lift it home. But it's an extremely difficult lobby.
Sure is.
And I think a lot of the teams here, they are extremely aware of their surroundings, kill free, tracking everything. And the teams in the lead, they're going to have a huge target on their back. And all the other teams, they're going to be focusing on taking those guys down, both for fame, maybe a little bit of fortune if they win some more prize pool for those different points they're going to be able to get and garner throughout.
That's my fear for Cerberus. In the past, they've buckled when that pressure is really applied to them. Let's see if they can do it again. I think Twisted Minds, you can't count those guys out. They always look like a win is on the way, but I love the TSM look. I'd love to see another PGS winner stepping into this one. Guys, sounds like the game is about to get underway here at PGS 5. It is our final day of play. 6 games left. At the end of this, we know who gets the $100,000 and gets to lift one of the most prestigious trophies in PUBG history. Let's get into game number 1 in just a few minutes.
Haven't seen it. Hot top.
Welcome back. It's time for the PGS 5 group stages from beautiful Bangkok.
제가 생각하기에는 이제 또 그랜드 파이널을 가면은 16팀 다 잘한다고 생각하기 때문에 양상이 달라질 수도 있다고 생각을 하고 우승팀이 언제든지 바뀔 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Bundan daha önce global turnuvalara geldiğimizde hedefimiz her zaman ilk 8 oluyordu ve daha tecrübeli değildik. Şu anda tecrübemiz arttı. Artık hedefimiz daha yüksek.
Buraya zaten şampiyon olmak için geldik. Her zaman şampiyon olma inancıyla geliyoruz. Şampiyon olacağımıza inanmasaydık gelmezdik. Şampiyon olacağımıza inanıyoruz.
사실 뭐 제 개인적인 목표도 있지만 저희 모든 선수들이 똑같을 거예요.
Added with that 2x AK again.
국제 무대에 나와서 좋은 성적을 내는 것, 탑4 안에 드는 것, 그것이 일단 저희 팀의 가장 큰 목표인 것 같습니다. 그리고 그 목표는 얼마 남지 않은 것 같습니다.
ทีม SMB ก็ไม่ได้เก่งแค่ใน APAC นะครับก็ในเวิร์คก็ระวังเจอนะครับแล้วก็ได้ดีมากเลยครับเราที่เราได้ชูถ้วยใน PGS ครับและเราได้ไป PGC ต่อครับ
As far as I can see only Sonics play as good as before, and that's all.
Effective steals that from under his nose for his 11th of the game.
I think the new PGS winner gonna be the same team as before. Should be us.
It's difficult to not rest on our laurels. We've won a lot, and we don't intend on slowing down, but sometimes it's hard to keep that strength and that drive.
It may help Sonics to finish this one off, though. This is looking like a foregone conclusion.
For our team, I don't know what it is, but we're just more motivated than ever, and we always have been that way.
Seeing Sonics lift trophies internationally and regionally, I think makes me believe that me and my team are also capable of.
Việc mà set vô địch BGS 3 thì em nghĩ là sẽ truyền rất nhiều nhiệt và năng lượng cho tất cả các team đang thi đấu hiện tại ở Việt Nam. Em thì cũng rất được tiếp nhiều năng lượng từ set và việc nhìn thấy set nâng cúp em cũng rất muốn là mình là người tiếp theo.
每次看别人夺冠，心里一直会想，如果那是自己该多好。这次天霸来就是来拿冠军的。
What is up, everybody? It is time for the last day of the grand finals here at PGS 5. It has been a hectic, chaotic, and close event all the way up to the last day here. Tons of teams still in contention in one of the closest last days of a grand finals we have ever had at a PUBG Esports event. And I cannot wait to get this kicked off. 6 more games today to find out who will be lifting the trophy here at PGS 5. And man, oh man, there is a lot of tension on that stage today because of how incredibly close it is. I'm Paper Thin. With me today is Saga. And Saga, my man, this is going to be a banger day, almost guaranteed.
It absolutely is. Just about 1 year ago in Bangkok, just on the opposite side of the city, Danawa Esports raised the PGC trophy, and everyone remembers that moment, a huge, huge moment, but there's very few people out there who could confidently tell you which team came second place at that event. History does not remember those who fall short. It's championship title or nothing. There's only one thing on the minds of all the players out there on this stage. There's only 6 games to claim it.
Absolutely. It should be a crazy good day. A crazy good finish yesterday as well. Cerberus barely climbing to the top of the leaderboard in the very last moment of the very last game of the day over Na'Vi, who started out very hot on the first day, cooled down a little bit on the second day, but very, very close. I think 2 points behind Cerberus right now, so they are very much in the conversation.
It's very close. It's very close, and it's treacherous terrain as well because Twisted Minds, after a pretty cheeks day 1, came up. Even with a slow start to day number 2, they are not a team you can ever count out, and they are breathing down the neck of the top 2. With 6 games left to go, you'd be a fool not to believe that they could get it over the line.
Absolutely. Then you look to the Americas regions, TSM and Sonics very much in the hunt as well. 2 teams I am going to be keeping my eyes very keenly focused on as we get ready to jump into the first map. The players are ready. The game is ready. It's Miramar to kick things off for the final day here at PGS 5. In beautiful Bangkok, Thailand, we are ready to rock and roll on the Dusty Dunes.
The Theatre of Dreams, way back in the day when this map was added to the competitive pool. A couple of changes have been made since that point, but it has been a staple of competitive PUBG for 7 years now at this point. Every single one of these teams intricately familiar with every ridge, every crevice, everywhere. There is no place to hide on this map. And with all the new additions that came into competitive PUBG just a year ago, the likes of mortars, emergency parachutes, the strategies have only got that much more insane. And now we get to see those put to the test at the top level when the pressure is the highest.
Absolutely. I mean, that was one of my favorite things about the games on Miramar yesterday was there's a lot of map knowledge shown in a lot of different ways, whether it be the first game that ended near the crater. You know, there was that compound and the teams knew kind of the ditches that were safe and things like that. And then the final game, the way that Cerberus approached that final fight, understanding that they could get up on top of those rocks that Na'Vi were sitting up on top of, just goes to your point, Saga, that these teams really know this map.
Every little detail, every little millimeter that you could get in your favor could end up resulting in miles by the end when all is said and done. Think back to how some of the games went earlier on in the final stages alone. Ascend ran into some, let's call it controversy in the early phases of Miramar, and then came back at the very end to give Cerberus Esports a win that might have just have been enough to keep them in first place. Currently, the butterfly effect is very real in this game, but let's see how things end up, starting off with a circle which is relatively central. Perfectix just on the northern side of Power Grid, dead center of phase number 1.
Yeah, really curious where this circle is going to take us, of course, but also curious how the teams are going to try to attack this circle. You really want to get north of Picado. Like, that is kind of generally where these circles are going to go. Again, doesn't have to, but you know, when you're playing statistics and odds, that's the way this game has to work. That's the way you have to think about it at the professional level. And certainly there's going to be some teams that are on the outside looking in. A lot of teams south of this circle, so some work to do for sure. The Expendables, though, on the eastern side, they've been a bit of a wild card here, Saga, it feels like.
Yeah, very much. Expendables. I actually was asked to do an interview with a Vietnamese journalist before we started this. They asked me about the Expendables. They said, look, this is a team that hasn't been on the global stage for a hot minute, and every time they do, everyone seems to forget just how aggressive the Expendables are. They come out swinging. They are not afraid, scared of nobody, and that catches teams off guard in the group stage. But come to the grand finals, teams are a little bit more prepared on their A game, and this is where they tend to struggle. Still about 50 points away from the top. It's a very, very long shot, but if they start off with a very solid first set of games, there's still potential chances that they can climb that leaderboard and start putting some pressure on teams towards the top.
Absolutely. They're a team that can really frag out. I mean, Clory's had that tremendous, 9-kill game earlier. That was absolutely insane. So we know the firepower is there. See if they can put it together here on the last day and have a really strong finish. TSM, this is one of the teams that I'm really keen on today, that I think has a real shot to potentially win this. 17's in the mix as well. They're right up at the top of that leaderboard. I mean, I think even 8th to 1st probably has a real shot today. I mean, you just have to have a big day, one of those 60 points days, and who knows what happens with the teams like Na'Vi, Cerberus at the top, and you could very well find yourself winning this event.
Woo! There he goes, zooming his way all the way across that big valley. It's another one of those new additions into the game, speeding up the rotations a little bit. Just for KDF, giving them a little bit more of a chance to get some zone control. Gumin's already over here. He's looking to get some high ground presence just under the nose of Luke 12. An early potential engagement between KDF and TSM, two of the teams that are towards the upper echelon in the standings. TSM very much could do without losing players in the early phase of the game.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting maneuver from KDF, trying to get ahead of the curve with some of that high ground spotting and kind of priority. A lot of times you're seeing, back in the old days, you're seeing Batuans drive up there with a motorcycle to get up on spots like that. But these days there's a few other options to get up there. So EF, another team that had one of the best games I've ever seen in a grand finals in PUBG Esports with that 20-kill banger yesterday. They're what's interesting is they're the only team that hasn't won multiple chicken dinners. So we've had 6 teams win chicken dinners. All of them have won at least 2 except EF.
Wow. That is an interesting stat. It proves not only do you have to find your peak performance, but you also have to do it consistently to come out on top at this level of play. And Eternal Fire, yes, they qualified out of EMEA with that massive late game turnaround. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners at the end of PEC Fall to get their spot here at PGS 5. They could very much do it again. They've shown that they're capable of hitting those peaks, but the consistency is what makes the difference. Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, and Cerberus, even alongside TSM, up there currently at the top end of the standings. Very central position, though, for 17 Gaming and Twisted Minds. But a little bit of a push forward from Jun. TDT have not been afraid of getting aggressive whenever they get the opportunity.
No, and these two teams have butted heads a couple times here and there. Some of these edge-playing teams seemingly have similar ideas at times on how they want to kind of approach these circles. TE as well getting involved with Ascend from time to time. But, yeah, just a little bit of a spray down and a retreat for the side of TDT, tactical retreat back to the compound. Just got a little bit of info, understanding, that, okay, we know Ascend's just up the road, and kind of figure out how they want to play from there.
It's TDT. Huang F with the bright red follicles is the birthday boy today, so if he could get a celebration chicken dinner, that would be nice. Would perhaps just end up being something of a consolation prize if it were to just be the one currently on 50 points. Down towards the low end. But it is a first time on the global stage for that entire team. A couple of them have made some international regional appearances a few years ago during the PCS phases. But still, a respectable performance to come out as first-time global stage participants, but certainly not the case for Twisted Minds. They've been around the block for years and years. I think the turnaround from day 1 to day number 2 was crazy. Example you saw in the pre-show as well, hitting some Dragunov shots on gliders, but this time Chewy just about dodging the bullets from the spray. Ooh, not all of them though.
Hey, he's taking about half damage there. Could be a little bit scary for Chewy, but maybe he'll be able to get down. Yumin's going to go for the spray onto Alo. But Alo on that motorcycle, able to dodge underneath. Oh. Wow, Chewy, that is so dangerous right now for him. One more bullet, and he can kiss this particular map goodbye, but does get on the ground. The real question is he going to be allowed to do much else? Banana 1 right above him, surely with the info that Raze was able to pass over. He's trying to find the angle, but it's good cover fire. make sure that Chewy is going to be able to get his heels off.
It's a good thing that he managed to find himself a 3-vest before he went down in all that, and popped a couple of boosts as well. Would have got some ticks of HP during the flight that he took. Landed with 8 hit points remaining. Might just have been enough damage dealt by Twisted Minds earlier on to soften him up for FW Esports to take him out, but not to be the case. He does manage to land safely and continue on with the rest of the game. Gen G making their entrance just towards the southwest by Brickyard. They've been a team that has been a little hesitant to take the direct route every now and then, sometimes taking convoluted, wide wraps, and certainly hasn't worked out to their benefit. So maybe a more straightforward strategy could benefit them here on the final day. Or maybe just somewhat of a reset coming into PGS 6 in a couple weeks' time.
I tend to agree with you. It reminds me that there is still sort of that PO DNA in the way Gen G plays. Like, to be completely honest, like they still fan out, try to take wide swaths of edge, control. But a lot of times it just when you don't have one of those superstar players like PO, who is a brilliant scout on top of being a fragger, to kind of carry that weight for you to open up that space, to make sure everything's, secure, and then finding those picks to kind of even open up more space for you. I haven't seen that Gen G has that kind of player who can make that strategy work. Yes, they have good fraggers. Like Rex has been popping off this event. Barpo back in PWS has been very, very good. Last year was like the top fragger in a couple phases of PWS. So like the firepower is there, but I agree with you, Rich. I don't think it's quite the right formula for them at this event.
Yeah, I mean, you look at them on the minimap sometimes, and you look at a team like Na'Vi, it comes out quite similar, even down to the color that they have on the minimap, sort of various shades of yellow, but they're missing something like a Hakatori, someone who can be that spearhead, open up a defensive push, get that opening knock, and signal the maneuver to go and get aggressive, just as Hakatori is doing exactly now, looking for that opening pick on towards Ascend Club, but he was forced back from his high ground position as the Sandstorm came in. Ascend tried to creep their way up towards him, catching him before he could regroup with the squad, but there is once again good covering fire. This time, actually, it's Jun again. He's still poking and prodding at Ascend, even maybe it might just have helped them out in terms of getting Na'Vi losing a player off the board early on.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of corralling Ascend, making sure that they're not really able to gain any extra territory or some kind of firing angle into TDT's positions while they can harass. We are just going to be dead center, and yeah, absolutely, I like what the observers here are pointing out. In this case, it's Flood and Nomi again. Our boys from the Falcons are helping us out, showing us some of these potential rotation paths, where some conflicts might happen, maybe expecting a fight with Sonics and Gen G. The Twisted Minds have a priority on the power grid, which is starting to look like where this circle is wanting to end.
Absolutely. Eternal Fire in their vehicles, driving towards the center. This is where sometimes they find a lot of success. Sometimes they find one single grenade and their game is over. This time, maybe considering looking to try and play the dips on the south side of power grid, but seeing a 2-2 split from 17 Gaming, not feeling confident enough to pull up on that and lose a potential fight in the early phases of the game. They are still within potential distance of crowning themselves as champions if they play sensibly and safely. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Move a little bit further on to get some dips. Still under the watchful eye of Gumin, who did earlier on force Twisted Mind, or TSM rather, down from that high ground position. And now he's using that to gather some information to Overwatch, but not getting too aggressive. Oh, John. Oh, John. He's been lurking for so long. He's been waiting for his chance to pounce on Ascend Club. And the OPGG first kill of the final day of the final stage of PGS 5 goes to TDT.
Yeah, what patience being shown here by TDT. Really making things ultra difficult for Ascend. It was another team that wants to fan out on the edges to try to see if they can find ways to sneak into the late game and make a go of it from there. TE is going to try to drive up right between KDF and 17 Gaming, seeing if they can find some level of safety here. But as we can see on the map, it's a little bit congested already in this part of the map.
Gonna fight someone.
I guess maybe Twisted? Good luck either way. That's already one down. Mad has Clories. And here you go. A couple more trying to drive through. Tons of damage being done. Where, oh, where does this TE train stop? And they are going to go for the bread building, but it's going to be a knock off the hit on the wall. And that's unfortunate. That should be a point over to, well, actually, he bleeds out. Suju didn't get the point.
Tactical deny, I suppose, that has been somewhat of a feature of the Vietnamese game that we've seen so far throughout PGS 5 is a little bit of team knocking, whether it be through vehicles, grenades, or even sometimes just bullets to the back of the dome. Unfortunately, no one reaps the reward for that knock, but losing not just Clories, one of the top fraggers from the Vietnam series for the past 5 or 6 years running, but also Duck Juice as well. At the very least, they get themselves a position. They force Twisted Minds to regroup elsewhere into Power Grid, so they have claimed control of the southern brick building. And given the zone shift that we have had been central for the first couple, if it continues in that regard, then they may be on the board to get some placement points.
Now, some positions have been revealed, and Gyumin kind of working off his own info here. Salute as well, trying to find ways to punish EF. You know, this is kind of trying to establish the next further line that you need to cross as the Kwangdong Freaks. It's very likely that you're going to need to start moving west at some point, and it's pretty flat, open terrain. So any opportunities you can take where your back is covered to do some damage. That's another knock from Gyumin as well. Salute getting in the mix. He's going to get the flush onto the Mad. And things looking really dire right now for EF. And the Freaks can continue this harassment. They have to move a few players forward, but not a bad spot at all to be in. And Observer's pointing out two of the compounds that are going to be really powerful in this circle. Power Grid, just the one to the north.
I wonder if Eternal Fire expected that maybe there would be more pressure on the teams that are playing on that high ground, and that's why they pulled up where they did, but that's simply not the case. And KDF taking down the Mad not once but twice, forcing Eternal Fire back into their vehicles to make another send through unstable terrain with Twisted Minds there. Example, of course, sees a vehicle going past and no one is going to survive getting past that man himself.
Yeah, no, he is unbelievable. Even put in some style points yesterday with the jumping shot over Genji. Absolutely insane stuff. You know what's so funny about it is he was actually mimicking it after that round. But anyway, Genji now pulling up towards Pero. This looks like a full forces fight for the most part. One Genji player being left back as an anchor, but all four Petrichor Road right here. So Genji's going to have to find a way to open up some space. Damage being done amongst the mollies and the frags. Rex and Adder a little bit low on health. Mill trying to find the flank angle. He cuts a flash-footed, but Rex is able to respond. Good opener, but he's immediately traded by Chewy. Tosi trying to figure out what's what. Adder picks up two in the meantime, though. He's going to go for the flush. Barpo has showed up to the party. Is Genji going to be able to recover?
Back and forth trades throughout the compound as that Bronco that's just sat in the middle of the garage is providing just enough cover, but it won't provide any shelter from the grenades. Ming around the side gets two flushes for one single piece of utility expended, but a sawn-off shotgun close range might just catch him completely off guard as well.
Ooh, Adder with a stun, open the door, point blank with the sawed-off. Very nicely done. Meanwhile, the Sonics been dusting it up with Tianba. You can see Pow Pow, that really powerful fragger for Tianba, already out of the equation. Sonics has a knock. CC's trying to figure this one out, seeing if he could punish it. The Overwatch going to be provided by Tiggleton for Kickstart and Shrimzy. And Shrimzy trying to find the opportunity to get this first aid. Kickstart as well, going for the heals. Looks like they should be able to get those off, but Tianba seemingly still in some level of pursuit. Going to claim the loot off of their fallen comrade.
They got the high ground position as well. They did lose Pow Pow to do so, but it's forced Sonics back to regroup in the shanties to the western side of Power Grid. So Tianba takes the high ground. They were not the only team interested in that engagement. Na'Vi had Faorist way out to the west, looking to see if he could find any third-partying angles, maybe steal away a flush. 1 point that they could steal away would close 50% of the gap onto first place for Na'Vi, so makes absolute sense that they're looking for ways forwards, but they're not finding them. Cerberus finding themselves sandwiched now as TDT starting to make a push in behind them, but big tags onto Jun, just about buys Cerberus enough space to maneuver their way out.
Now with TSM there, though, all eyes are pointed towards this fight with Cerberus. This is a real point of interest. Could be a lot of points that are available to be collected off of this fight potentially, but Himas got the knock. Duckmai looking for that flush, is going to claim the prize. Sees some players leaving, gets a few tags in, but that's going to be about all for this fight right now as TDT has decided to pull out.
I'd say if you're ALO for TSM, you're sitting there, or Luke 12 rather, mortar in hands, you're already lining up a shot on this location, hearing this fight, but then you see that it's Himas in the kill feed getting the knocks, and you're like, oh man, we better get these trained in right. First mortar doesn't quite connect, nor does the second. Goes a little bit too far past the mark. The smoke's in position. to give Cerberus a little bit of space to maneuver. Are still under pressure from TDT as they start to make their move in the vehicles towards the roadside. But TSM just trying to buy themselves some time to get out of there on the emergency parachute, but Cerberus ready to look to spray them down as soon as they do.
Yeah, Cerberus is all eyes in that direction, expecting that they've thwarted TDT's attempts over towards KDF, who is swinging a little bit more north now, trying to find some fighting space, and it's going to be Salute trading one with Brex. Brex had gotten the knock onto Heaven. Twisted Minds as well, doing a good job defending their territory. It's Chris up and over the top. Great timing. Can't find the second before Heather able to back him off, but Heaven has been secured. Grenades are going out. Genji has been eliminated by TDT in the background, but Ascend still holding the line firm, and I can see 17 maybe thinking about getting involved in this as well.
Cerberus are in their vehicles heading in this direction. They will have heard all of these shots. They're going to pull up a ridge or two behind, maybe look to toss some grenades over or go for a peek, but Twisted Minds are still holding their position. They've moved 3 of their players up towards the north side of Power Grid to overwatch the entire area. They've got Lou holding the back line on towards the west, and Chris, again, this man in a solo position is so dangerous, and he's pushing towards Cerberus as well.
He is just a tremendously smart player. And Cerberus has fallen apart, but it's actually Perfectix from Twisted Minds who's going to snag a couple of those kills. Duckmai, oh so weak. Haisaki trying to figure out some way out of this sticky situation. Brex gets the finish onto Gyumin. Xiaowu is going to get Heather. And I believe there's only one player alive for KDF, just Salute, who's trying to find a way to stay alive, salvage some points. In fact, going all the way out into blue to do so.
No pressure on the teams that are looking to third party in towards this. 17 Gaming held down those southern dips just underneath Power Grid for a while. The only person even looking their direction, one of New Happy, but it does mean that KDF are forced forwards, forced into the blue zone to take the fight. Duckmai trying to fall back in the vehicle, won't get the chance to do so. Salute sprays him out, secured by the blue zone as well. But Ascend, they're not going to meet an easier fate when they eventually try to make their move into the zone. Simply no way in.
Yeah. The blue is just on the edge here, but 17 has too good of an angle. They're going to get the flush onto It's Chris. No hope for them here. We can see that, maybe there's a rotation around the backside towards 17, but Sen's going to have a tough time. Twisted Mind has to make a move. They're going to have to fight their way out of the Power Grid. You still have to worry about the expendables in the bread house, so a lot of things to consider with this circle shift. Sonic's sitting pretty in their compound. Tiamba has the high ground. They're going to have a lot of dictation of how this game is going to end up because of that powerful position they have.
Haisaki trying to keep his head down. Example still up on the roof. A couple of shots flying towards him. A little bit of a tag here and there, but it's only just now enough to force him off from this position. Too little, too late for the teams that were caught out towards the northeast, but Eternal Fire considering making that push forwards. Luke 12 going to make them think again, but Ketpa does manage to pick up the pieces. Eternal Fire, they got themselves into a dip position. They had to fight to take it. And with Tiggleton over there in the compound, he was looking for a mortar, but it does not matter. Kickstart gets it done with one grenade. Suddenly that dip is completely free and cleared up, and there's a place for the teams that need a position in this zone. They could make a send, but they got to know it's in grenade range of Sonics.
I'll be curious to see what Twisted Minds wants to do. They've got so many teams that are just kind of contesting this backside of Power Grid, making it quite difficult for them to find a way forward. Tonke and others seeing if they can full-on barricade. You've got all 4 players in close range here. As per usual, you got at least one M249 floating around for FW, and they're just content to try to make a move forward. We're seeing if Twisted Minds was going to make a full send this way, but it doesn't seem like they are going to just yet.
No.
This is the problem.
Tig's still on the mortar in the compound as well. He's trying to line it up on towards TDT. So if you're FW, you see that flying towards the position where you're trying to breach, and suddenly you got to try and come up with a plan B, but there's just no time to do it. Vehicles exploding, running over Six-Sacks. Vangai gets the kill credit for it. Six-Sacks answers back with a grenade. They're trying to push their way forwards, but now Twisted Minds getting involved as well. And Kickstart from absolutely nowhere all the way across the zone. Cleans up the last member of TDT.
Delwyn actually getting taken down by Tiggleton there with the mini, but Patulins is going to get the point. He got the knock on the loop, trying to shoot the feed. He's got the angle. Ming Ming, one more bullet would do it. Can't seem to find it before a minor adjustment from 17 to make sure that they can keep those feet safe. But Patulins has been knocked as well now. Quick seat swap to try to get over to Lou. Perfectix seemingly going to be allowed to do this. There's no danger just yet.
I think if you're one of the other teams, particularly a Cerberus, you would have wished that at least Delwyn managed to get that flush onto Lou before he went down. The grenade got a bit of a martyrdom knock, but Twisted Minds, given the zone that they've had, 8 points on the board already. They've closed that gap between themselves and the top two. Na'Vi still yet to put a kill point on the board. They've been playing a little passive, holding their edge of the zone. It's only two-man Tiamba that's really putting any sort of stop to them getting into the zone. Twisted Minds have a lot more to worry about, but they've already reaped a lot of benefits from the zones they've had up to this point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great position for them to hold, a position they know oh so well in a power grid team for as long as I can remember. Lil Ghost trying to keep track of players, catches Ming Ming with a grenade out, but it's combined fire there. New Happy and Tianba getting involved. Suju stepping up to the plate and finishing the job. Nicely done there by the IGL of 17 Gaming.
Ming Ming almost surviving on just a little bit of HP. Lil Ghost didn't quite connect the spray. He got double peaked, sat down, and it almost turned around back in favor quickly for New Happy. But 17 Gaming also now with 9 points on the board. They're starting to stake a claim, maybe making a push towards the top 4 by the end of this game if they were able to get it over the line. But it's still that three-man hold of Tiamba on the high ground that they pushed Sonics away from. That rock in and of itself is like 30% of this zone. The high ground position is just so oppressive, but Fearist, that's a huge knock for him to find for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and there's a desperate run here for Twisted Minds, but it's right into a couple different teams' firing lines. The crossfire here for FW, rather good. Tong K, great peeking, great timing, but it's actually Shrimzy who's going to come in and finish off Twisted Minds. FW not looking so hot either, and he's going to claim himself another point.
And Sonics, if there were one team that they wanted to wipe out of this position already, it's the team just above them in the standings that has already built 8 kills worth of momentum on the zone shift that they had. Now all they have to do is get this game across the line, take down Na'Vi in the process, and the fight for first place, Clinton, is going to be within just a couple of points.
Absolutely. You can see Na'Vi already getting to load up with a grenade barrage. How close to the mark are they going to be? Not very. Tianba very far back.
But Tiamba knows that this is a possibility that Na'Vi could start to boulder their way up this cliff face. That's kind of how they got their initial push onto Sonics when they did force them back into the compound, which really worked out to be somewhat of a mutually beneficial play. Tiamba perhaps actually unfortunate not to get a single kill point on the board, or maybe just focusing more towards holding their edge rather than third-partying. But either way, they've got a couple of placement points from it, but so too do the Sonics, but they've also got 6 kills. They've got FW lurking as a solo, Banana One, the last man standing, but first they've got to worry about this because Na'Vi have started to make the incline up the side of the hilltop, but CC's ready for it. Hakatori taken out.
Fairest with a good response, able to take CC down. Here comes the grenade barrage from Na'Vi, making sure they can at least claim 1 point out of this fight. But they have a lot of cover right now. They have a lot of ability to reset, whereas Tiamba has to fall back. Lin Shu has been tracking the other teams, but now has to come over to try to bail his other player out. 7-7 with the FAMAS, seeing if he can put that level 3 gun to use, and a good grenade from Lin Shu, continuing to be one of the better fraggers in the business in terms of his throwing abilities. And a lot of damage done to Ferris, but able to get the heal up, kickstart now. Watching this fight as well, hoping that one team or another is going to overcommit, and he's going to be able to feast on some of this.
Massive vested interest for Sonics to see Na'Vi lose this fight, and preferably with them getting 1 or 2 points out of the situation as well. Na'Vi not yet going to be forced to make a move by the zone, and actually Tiamba, it looks like they're just going to disengage mutually from this. They know they've forced Na'Vi down from the high ground, so they maintain control of the rock, which now covers almost 50% of the Phase 7 circle, which is absolutely bonkers. And Sonics are going to get a little bit constricted in their compound, forced into a tight corner. No one still within grenade range to try and punish it, but they know that they're going to have to make a move eventually. They've got to start poking holes in 17 Gaming and Tiamba to try and make that a reality.
I love this position that Lil Ghost has got himself into, right at the base of the hill, able to keep himself pretty well safe, and could be a trap card to play for 17 Gaming as this fight rolls on still between Na'Vi and Tiamba, separating between both sides of this rock. And again, it's pretty tough to cross here right now. Now Lin Shu, some shots into 17. They know he's up there, but he's letting them know that he's still considering them, but they're still trying to figure out a way out of this spot. But for now, it just looks like it's a stalemate.
Yeah, it's a classic Hilltop gameplay, isn't it? To see a man with 630 damage and 0 kills on the board. He's been farming with the DMRs, just not being able to convert any points out of it just yet. Banana 1 caught out in the open. He's not going to be Banana Gone just yet. He does manage to take down Xiaowu DD. And that's a big, big play as well. Not just for himself, but also for the other teams that needed 17 Gaming to start losing players to make a move. And Sonics is doing exactly that.
Yeah, Lin Shu trying to track him down. Sonics getting to a smoke.
900 damage and no kills.
That's crazy, dude. Shrimzy backing him off before he could even get a knock onto anyone on the Sonics. Sonics now very well aware of Banana 1's position, thanks to that fight between him and 17. But the shields are going to go up for the Sonics to try to get their way a little bit forward in this circle. Phase 8 just going to center up. And here we go. Sonics going to make a push down this hill. Going to try to sweep around the edge. See if they can clear this out. I like this play because you need to get into some level of safety, and just cutting across the center of the circle going to be extraordinarily dangerous with Na'Vi and Tianba still up on that mountain.
It's Sonics pushing towards 17, but it's Banana 1 who's ghosted them a little, sneaking his way over that ridge into the center of the zone to keep his head down and allow Sonics to make this push unimpeded. It's just going to be a straight fight against the two-man split of 17 Gaming while Lil Ghost holds the line underneath Tianba. Banana 1's doing a great job of sneaking his way around. Maybe we could see another It's Chris moment from the young Thai man.
I think so. You can see Kickstart's trying to figure out where the heck he went. He's jumping up and down, looking over that ridge, seeing if he can find him. 7-7's going to go stealth mode. See if he can get close enough underneath the noses of Na'Vi. Try to find that kill. Suju, though, immediately set Shrimzy down. Tiggleton trying to answer. Tiggleton just dumpstered by Xiaobei, who gets kickstart as well. What a spray from Xiaobei. And now H-Win, the IGL for the Sonics, trying to figure out a way to get back into this game. Just some phenomenal spraying in an unfavorable position, to be honest. Those are going to be points claimed for 17 as well.
That was a crazy spray from Xiaobei. Quick double headshots over the side, and Sonics' push, even with numbers advantage, does not work out in their favor. That could have massive implications further down the line. But for now, Lin Shu gets yet another knock. He's well over 1,000 damage, and there's still a 0 in the kill column. This game for Tianba is such a bait. But finally, they're going to get another placement point. It's H-Win, who can't find a way into the zone after the failed push from his teammates.
Well, take what points you can get. That's Tianba's name of the game right now. Now it's Na'Vi's turn. Start dusting it up with the teams that are left. Xiaobei trying to finish off Banana 1, who has more than one life seemingly in this game for sure. Finally going to be taken out. Nice job by him, though, to get some salvage points for sure. And now you've got a 2v2v4. Na'Vi 4 players strong. Control of the western side of this hill.
Look at where the dot is. It's right underneath the rocks. If Lil Ghost can creep his way along the side, he's eventually going to run into Na'Vi as they're forced to make a move around the side. Xiaobei will not be able to hold this angle for long. He's just dipping up and down behind the rocks. Diffex trying to land that shot. But for the longer amount of time that he gets to stay here, this game gets awkward for Na'Vi.
I don't think there's anything Xiaobei can do here. Yeah, he's just going to let the blue do its job. Leave it up to Lil Ghost to see what he can get accomplished on his own. But a very tough situation. This reminds me a bit of some of the old Camp Alpha games on Sandhawk, if I'm being honest. But yeah, Lil Ghost, look, he could still do something. Very strong player. Maybe if Tianba can get a couple knocks, they're still sending 7-7 on that secret mission. Not Agent 007, 2 7s in this case. Trying to find that backstab angle.
The 0's in the kill column, and he's going to stay there too. Fairist gets the knock. Lil Ghost underneath, almost got the angle, but 7-7. They get nothing out of the game. They got so much damage, but no kills. That sucks for Tianba, but for Na'Vi, they cannot complain at all. They didn't get too much in terms of kills, but they don't need them. They get the game over the line, and they firmly take hold of first place.
Yeah, really well thought out here from Na'Vi. Making that move to the back of that mountain and never overcommitting to any fights. It was a very balanced step forward all the way throughout. And able to find a very nice chicken dinner for themselves.
Crazy, crazy scenes from Na'Vi. They played their own game, as we hear it so many times in the interviews. They stayed late on the edges. They looked for third-party opportunities, and they found a way to get into the zone, get on top of the rock, and steal map number 1 away under the nose of Tianba.
Na'Vi comes out in game 1 and walks away with a chicken dinner, but for me, it was all about Linshu and the damage that he doth do. Let's take a look at the highlights.
Linshu, I was rooting for him to get like 1,500 damage and 0 kills, but he managed to get 1,100 and something. Yeah, he got a few kills stolen here and there. Example having a little bit of an impact there with the drive from Eternal Fire. They were a little bit too close. I don't think they expected them to be out that close and kind of shut down that northern side here. Difficult circle, I would say.
Yeah.
Having that high ground rock in effect in that kind of late into the game is it's unusual. And yeah, the teams that had a situation where, you know, Sonics had to push out of this compound. They had to make this play. Xiaobai has a huge clutch on them. And
what a clutch.
Completely shuts down Sonics. Double headshot, I believe it was.
Yeah, no, you say shut down. I think dumpster is the word. I mean, they literally... There's no way they should have lost that.
No,
double peak.
It wasn't Xiaobai, it's Xiaobai.
Xiaobai Sonics. That said, though, you're taking a look at the teams as they get eliminated, but it was actually the perfect writing. If we could have not have written it better for a game 1. Na'Vi holds on, they get some points, but it's not a high kill count. Twisted Mind pulls the circle, then has to adjust. So really,
17 gaming, huge kill.
Huge game.
The first 2 games for 17 gaming the last 2 days, and then they stop this. Are we gonna see?
They're good starters.
Repeat one.
If
next
they
game?
can learn to close the day, imagine how crazy they'd be.
That'd be nuts.
They start strong, but can they close? As we get to the close of this match with 16s left, you see that peak from FW, who was a real thorn in the side. And this is what Twisted Minds came out of Power Grid, and FW, and I think TDT was there as well. Just kind of like moving and I would say pacing that didn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, honestly, here, you know, the teams, when they were getting pushed, 17 gaming, they had 3 knocks at one point, right? There was a kind of a window of opportunity for the other teams to take out 17, but there's no one close to them. And, you know, they got the resist off, they managed to get strong, and they managed to get even more kills. And Na'Vi, they closed it out. Only 5 kills, but still the win. It's a 15-point game. Yeah, and they played this game like they really want to play this game, you know. Control one side of an edge, get into this control, stay 4 guys alive, and then clinically move further towards the circle and just pump out damage continuously.
That circle is right up their alley. So the circle pops, and of the 5 teams in the top, 4 of them are in the center of the circle. Na'Vi is just north of it, which is their vibe, right? Because they want to sort of wait to see where everybody goes, come in behind, do that edge, that backfill, and it works out. Honestly, every team in the top 5, I think, got a circle that they were happy with to start this game, and then obviously the wheels come off as you end up on this weird little high ground finish. But great game, number 1.
A little bit unfortunate for TSM. They got a good pick up, and then they landed in a spot where Eternal Fire had their number. They could put out a lot of damage. We saw some nades coming in and out as well from the Sonics guys. But overall, yeah, this game here, perfect start to the day. Like, everyone still has an opportunity. Some of the teams that needed to have a big start of the day 17, they've managed to do so. They make it interesting and kind of still stay in the race here. Na'Vi still putting themselves in a little bit of a lead with this.
A little bit.
It's enough to make it interesting.
Yes, and that's what we want. I would like it to come down to that last game, right? So if we can keep
last kill.
I know, right? Oh, can you imagine? I like when it's a tie and it's just that tiebreaker. But so far, we're setting up for that. It was an incredible game, number 1, with only 5 games left to play. It's shocking to me how many teams are actually still in this, because 17 having such a massive game, 6-horse race, gotta be.
Yeah, it's just so close now. Of course, Na'Vi with a little bit of a lead still, but big game from TSM, they're in there. Big game from 17, they're up there. You know, there's still so many opportunities, and still huge difference from, you know, first, second down to 6 in terms of prize pool, PGS points, everything. So huge impact still to be happening.
I can't wait to go over some of those stats, because I do need to see what went on with Tiamba later on. Team 4, these are the top 4. 12 kills. So 17 walks away with the first place level of points, because Na'Vi only had that 5. But that was a huge active game from a team that needed to have it. Sonics and Twisted Minds off 8 and 7 will close that gap that Na'Vi and Cerberus sort of started the day with. And Cerberus really kind of started okay. They took some fights. They're doing Cerberus things, but I don't know if that's enough to hold on.
3 winners here for PGS. Is that last? Na'Vi, is that the next winner? Is that the next one for PGS?
That's the thing about Na'Vi. It's felt that way. This year they have been so consistent. Whether or not they win, they're always sitting in that top 5 to 7. You know what I mean?
It's a smell in there. There's a little bit of taste.
It absolutely, they can taste it. And I think that you've seen that, because the players have been like, as a group, I think that they are evolving. The players that we didn't talk about as often are consistently showing up, having an impact, right? We got Ferris actually walks away as the kill leader in this game.
Yeah, I like it. 500 damage almost from him, just 1 point shy of that, but still got some knockouts, had some impact. A lot of damage taken, but look at Hackatari, the tank of the team. 1 kill, but 641 damage taken. You have 100 HP in the game, by the way. If level 2 Vest, they take away 40% damage. That's an insane amount of damage tanked. Also a few nades here and there, obviously.
I want to know who his assigned medic is. Somebody clearly is following him around, just dropping packs as they go. But your man of the match will go to Ferris, the glider specialist, as he goes ahead and made some really nice plays. That holding of Linshu as he tried to get them from the high ground there.
Flyerist.
Yeah, I think it really opened the door.
Yeah, for sure.
Flyerist, nice.
You'd like to see, the guys coming into a situation here where they're like, this start for them mentally, it's like, okay, we can do it. If you're having problems with like your mental and positive mindset going into if you're struggling on that last day, this is just the difference maker.
Because yesterday was tough, like they did not get what they wanted.
Right.
They sort of saw that lead slowly slip away. So this is a good one for them. 17 picks up 18 in total, and it goes on down from there. FW, good job for you guys. They're kind of not in the hunt at the moment, but it's nice to still put those leaders on the board.
Banana 1, man.
The higher you go, the more cash you get. And Banana 1, the spoiler right in the middle, slowed down a lot for Sonics, I think.
I really like what I've seen from him this tournament so far. Honestly, been a standout player on FW, but 116 points. We are going to be ending up on here with 50 placement points for Na'Vi. Extremely consistent in that top 8.
Very, very consistent. They're going to have 116. Cerberus does slide just a little bit down to 104. Twisted Sonics and 17, as well as TSM, all right within that striking point. A little more than 10 points to second and double that to first. So with 5 games left to play, still wide open for those teams at the top. The question is the mid-pack still hunting here?
No, but they are just so aware now that, okay, Na'Vi is in a bit of a lead here. If we are going to win this, we need to stop Na'Vi. So that's why Na'Vi is also so comfortable playing this edge game here, because they need to be secret. They need to hide. They need to make sure they don't get a knock in a spot where multiple teams can pull up and actually or drive by them or something crazy.
My worry for that though is because they play this sort of backfill isolated positioning. If someone does find out it's them, you can push them. You can take them and not have to worry about a third party. It's always a 4v4 if you happen to find Na'Vi. So the search for Na'Vi is on. I don't know if they're wearing their striped shirts or not, but it's a Where's Na'Vi game for the rest of this event probably.
Yeah, it's not red and white striped. It's going to be yellow and
but it's like the evil Waldo.
That's why we've for some time we have now had everyone's wearing the same outfits in the game. It's mandatory and it's been told.
Well, it's been told that it's time for game number 2. Let's go back to our last Dusty Dunes adventure of the day with your casters, Saga and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, boys, as we get ready to send off Miramar here at PGS 5. And absolutely Na'Vi in the driver's seat, in firm control of this one. As we take a look at where will our plane path take us as we try to figure out, suss out exactly what this next game is going to look like to start. And yeah, I mean, just a really interesting ending there, Saga. I mean, you don't see circles in a position like that late game very often, so kind of fun to see how those teams are handling it.
Yeah, that amount of high ground that was in so much control. Earlier in the game, Sonics forced off from that position. They were able to hold on to a different position that was somewhat more lucrative. When all said and done, they died a little bit earlier than Tiamba, but they got some additional points out of it. They got the kill points from all the teams that were eventually forced to make the move out through the open space to the western side of Power Grid. An unfortunate game, it really is. I know you don't like the word unfortunate. You mentioned it. But is there any other way to describe Linshu's game?
No.
Like this is 2,000 damage and a donut in the kill column.
I'll allow it this time. I'll allow it. That one is just. I thought Tiamba was going to rake in a few more kills than that from that spot, but
surely
they just couldn't quite, really convert off of tremendous shooting. We're going northwards this time. Still, that Power Grid is touching, just kissing the southwest side of the circle, but we're likely to be going much further north, maybe towards water treatment again for this one.
Yeah, a little bit of a smooch on the plane path, which did go from Tierra Bronca over down towards Brickyard to the southwest, but the zone, once again, centered to the western side of water treatment. Ascend get to play a very central style game, and they've got 2 game plans. It's either they play heavy towards the edge or they play towards the center. This time TDT is nowhere close to them to prank them in the first 3 minutes of this Northern Shift game, so they will manage to get themselves a hold onto a hilltop territory. But again, we're looking at Na'Vi, the only team ahead of them in the northern side of the zone is the Expendables. Expendables at some point are likely to go towards the center. That'll give Na'Vi a lot of space up and around Oasis. You've got a lot of a chance as well to get over to PUBG Esports because Cerberus and Twisted Minds are now chasing. They were both right up there alongside Na'Vi, but they've got a 10-point plus differential to try and close that gap to first place. Why not head over, listen to their comms, and see how they want them to plan to get it done.
Yeah, and it's really cool to be able to see the first person's perspective, like how the teams are thinking about the game, how they're approaching, what they're looking at, what positions they opt to try to fight from, try to fight for, all those good things as well. Definitely really nice to see. This time around, Sonics are going to be a bit on the outside looking in. You still have Petrichor Road over to their west to maybe consider FW as well, up in El Pozo. Teams that are kind of in that general vicinity. New Happy going to claim the Impala drop spot this time around as Na'Vi went up towards Campo Militar. So really the big question is how aggressive are you going to be early in this game to try to get those compounds? Because let's be honest, we kind of have a rough idea of how these circles like to work. They tend to go north of San Martin, kind of into that sort of dead man's land. But we have an interview with Perfectix. Let's get his thoughts first.
I think game just give us a few opportunities and we take them. It's something like our experience. It's not the first day when we get low points or something went wrong, and we're just trying to hype up each other.
Yeah, they've been there a few times.
Definitely, they absolutely have. You had Bella's interview with Example yesterday. She asked what was the change that was when they were able to turn it on. He said, no change. We just started playing the game. Unfortunately, Cerberus not looking like they're going to get much of a chance to play the game this time as they've run very early on into TSM, who, despite the fact they were in 6th place coming into this game, are still the top fraggers in the lobby. No strangers to fighting early. Luke 12 is not going to make it to phase number 2, but nor is the entirety of Cerberus. That is a big squad wipe to happen early on our final Miramar PGS 5.
Oh, and this is going back to the point I was trying to make before the interview with Perfectix. These circles tend to like to kind of funnel towards this part of the map, and if you could take control of one of these compounds early and just maintain it throughout most of the game, you are likely to find yourself at the very worst, like top 4, and getting some kills along the way. So yeah, I understand what Cerberus is doing here. This is a extremely powerful compound, potentially in the late game. It's worth maybe sending it, taking a risk.
It's definitely worth. I would also say it's worth trading perhaps one player's life to wipe out a team that's currently holding on to 2nd place, even though it does mean that if you, the next time that TSM gets pulled up on in that compound, and they likely will at some point, it does leave them with a 1-player disadvantage, but hopefully they'll have enough utility to try and even the odds when that time eventually comes. Twisted Minds have started to regroup a little bit on the opposite side, to the west of where TSM just won the battle against Cerberus, and Na'Vi starting to creep their way up towards the high ground as well, to the north side of Power Grid. They've claimed the Hilltop compound. They're going to use that to try and scout forwards for their next steps.
I think TE is making a very early emergency pickup rotation with 1 or 2 of their players. I think just one, trying to get a little bit better idea of what's going on in the middle of this zone. But right now, if you're looking at the map, it's very congested to the north of San Martin as everybody's trying to get control of those priority compounds as quickly as they can. And this is very important in this particular circle. You never know, we might get lucky, get some hard shifts to the north or something, but everybody kind of has a general idea of what the statistical likely odds are, where this is going to go.
We had the game in the group stages, of course, where New Happy sent their way into a shack and then won the game up there. If this is why he just E-pick-upped, then come on, seriously. Just to get on top of the shack to grab the airdrop crate. He gets the P90. Hopefully he got the bullets too. And gets out of there in just about one piece. There was also an option, potentially, that he might have scouted out that the compound up to the north side of the valley, northwest of Ascend's current position that you can see on the map feed. There is nobody currently on that high ground area. That would be a nice position for the Expendables to take control of, but it's also not too bad to put Clories in possession of a P90.
Oh, for sure. That's like the most pub game thing I've ever seen. Like just chasing the crates with your emergency pickup. I love it. I absolutely love it.
They're just like us. They're just like us, folks. All right, Tianba, very much on the outside looking in. Probably going to be the last team to make it into the circle. I can basically guarantee that, taking a look. But that's okay. There's, again, a ton of room to maneuver on the edges. It's just, if you're going to take edge in this circle, you have to be prepared to really find those opportunistic moments to take those third-party fights. Put yourself up on high ground so you understand what's going on around you and where you can make your moves.
As Petrichor Road has kind of the same idea, but ahead of them in the zone is Sonics, and even ahead of them, FW Esports. They were the first team to make the move out of El Pozo up towards the west, and similarly to what we saw from Banana One and them in the previous game, he's up on top of the rocks gathering the information, scouting, and unfortunately it seems as though some scouting could have been required earlier on in this engagement, which saw Cerberus completely wiped out of the server immediately. Himas did not look pleased.
No, I'm sure they're not. Obviously, you want to make a play for one of those compounds early, and you gambled, and gamble didn't go great. I'm sure there's something in that team fight they felt like they could have cleaned up as well. Chewy just going to smack into a rock a little bit. No big deal. Just have an energy drink, and it's K. No problems. Up over towards FW as they sit along a crater edge, kind of tooling around with the Sonics a little bit, but mostly, this looked like an information gathering mission here for Banana One. Yeah.
He's been on top of that mountains, almost doing Batulin's things, just overwatching the entire way. He's IGL'd Rays forwards into that empty compound that the Expendables potentially could have found had they not had their eyes glued to the P90 on the hill. And now they've got their eyes glued on towards Sosed, who started to flex himself out a little bit from Navi's compound. Fairist having gone the opposite direction, getting information towards the south. So Sosed is here as a solo, but he's keeping a close eye on the Expendables, not leaving himself exposed to any over-aggressive pushes. Nobody, as of yet, making a wrap towards the northeastern side of the zone, but in about 40 seconds' time, we'll see whether or not that becomes a necessity, depending on where Phase 2 opts to go.
Absolutely. Sonics are trying to get themselves into a 2-2 split to get ready for this next rotation, and you never know. Again, these can hard shift to the north. Very, very possible, not likely, but possible. So for the Sonics, just also gaining a little bit of info about what's going on around them. Not sure if that's, I would assume it's Petrichor Road. Taking those shots is there's not too much to speak of in terms of action. Everybody just kind of jockeying for position, especially those teams that are stuck on the outside of kind of those central compounds, north of San Martin, west of Water. See what it looks like for Phase 2. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Wow. Get back to that high ground, Sonics. Kickstart, there is no need to be down there. This is unfortunate timing for Banana One to have left that hilltop, which has been circled by our drawing partners, duo of Flood and Nomi of Team Falcons. That's an important rock. A whole lot of information there to be gathered if you can get up there. Sucks for Banana One that he just got down prior to this shift, feeling a little bit of pressure as Sonics popped his tires, and there we go. We knew there would eventually be another team breaching this compound, but TSM, thankfully for them, have already got in their vehicles and been on their way by the time KDF makes the breach.
I'm really curious about New Happy. They just loaded up into an emergency pickup, and they might be the ones who could take control of that high ground that you and the observers were pointing out. Right. Saga, I think there's a real good opportunity for them to do some damage in this game. Speaking of damage, Ketpa's got Lil Ghost down and out. Again, Lil Ghost often asked to do the heavy lifting in terms of being that solo player for 17. In this game, he's going to pay the price. Tanvu as well, going down for the Expendables. TSM had made their move. Now they find themselves just underneath Petrichor Road. Again, only 3 strong for TSM in this part of the game. That P90 just backsliding into the compound here. Fancy driving from TE.
Oh my. The stunt driving, going in, doing it. The admin, he's doing it backwards. Duck Juice almost taken out though, but P90 putting pressure on towards Tiamba just long enough to keep the rest of the Expendables safe while they make their entrance onto the eastern side of La Cobreria in style, of course. New Happy also making their appearance. They're actually heading a little bit towards the south. The compound's just on the southeastern tip. You can see them just floating through the minimap. Some bullets flying in their direction. Expendables were tempted to take a peek, but Linshu forces them off the angle with some Dragunov pressure.
Ooh. Able to get down with all 4 still intact for New Happy, but some scrapes and bruises along the way. Shouldn't be too big of a deal, though. At least for now. Petrichor Road doesn't seem to have any intentions of making a push just yet. Content with this split that they have across the road. It gives them a lot of flexibility if this circle continues to go north, to go either west or east, depending on which way the circle's going to shift. Gen.G making a long wrap. And the good news here for Gen.G, taking a look at the map, there's a lot of space open there.
Quite literally, Sonics is the most southwestern team until we get maybe all the way to the south side of the zone where 17 Gaming are starting to make a move in. The entirety of Craterfield has nobody beyond that initial ridge, so lots of space to work into, but it also goes to show that the teams have got their knowledge. They know that eventually those rocks will be shifted away from, but not just yet. Killy up in a fight up against KDF. They weren't able to find their early game fight as TSM had already left, but KDF, they're going to go hunting for another.
Well, KDF was caught in a split here, and Ascend is trying to punish it as best as they can. Drove up into the facility. The grenade from It's Chris is going to finish off Yumin. Salute trying to hold the angle. Some grenades to lead the way for him. Heaven bounding over the barrels, cutting through the vehicle as well as Salute. They are trying to figure out where the rest of Ascend is right now. We're going to see one out in the open. The spray just not quite there. It is going to be Heather taken down by Kilyakai, but he's caught reloading. Heaven has him down. Going to see if he can find any more. You've got another Ascend player lurking behind. Salute finding some damage. Sparking as well getting involved, so it's just Pains left for Ascend Club.
Oh my god.
This is a gorgeous circle. Can we just talk about how beautiful it is?
Well, we're not making it easy for anyone. Na'Vi, least of all, as well. They've got the whole of La Cabrera to make a wrap around, following in the footsteps of Gen.G, but Ascend are not going to get their chance to go anywhere this game, eliminated in 15th place.
This is so good. But this crater area is so tricky because there's so much high ground, so many angles you have to be worried about around the rim. It makes it very dangerous to make some moves at times. Sometimes people are in places you don't expect. You're getting shot at from all over the place. I mean, the center of the crater is still very much open. Right. Nobody's made their way in there. That's likely going to be where somebody ends up, but nobody wants to be there. You prefer to fight around the rim. Maybe you can so help it. Mill is going to go down for Petrichor Road. And Sonics' kickstart up close and personal. Trying to do some damage. Chewy going to press the issue. Some grenades out in front of him, and he's got Kickstart flat-footed. Even though Kick got the knock out of Summer, it's going to be a quick flush.
The rest of Sonic's not there to get the trade. They're up on the high ground. They just don't have the angles to assist. It looked as though Shrimsy was heading over to try and offer some assistance, but it's Batulins who has managed to get himself up on top of the rock that was highlighted earlier on. Thought maybe New Happy would aim for it with their emergency parachute, but it is home territory for Batulins to be up on top of those mountains. He puts some bullets into Shrimsy. Twisted Mind's not too eager to get over there and commit to taking the fight, flushing Sonics out just yet, but just warning shots to say, look, you get to control a little bit of space on the north, but do not come encroaching on our territory.
Well, another potential fight brewing. I'm seeing TDT as well, getting danger close to Na'Vi. Na'Vi's got to, I think, pull back because Tiamba not too far away. Don't want to overcommit here. Safarist driving around, trying to figure out exactly how deep TDT wants to go. Instead, they're going to stop at the warehouse on top of the hill. Na'Vi's going to use this opportunity to create some flank angles. Maybe that Van isn't really ready for here. Hakatori sees a couple more cars driving in. Na'Vi, other than Fairest, really committing to this fight. In fact, Pow Pow takes June down as he goes out on an exploration mission and is going to pay the price.
Yeah, he's been doing that a lot, hasn't he, Jun? He's going out on solo adventures, looking for angles, looking to try and put pressure and just poke, aggravate some of the teams. It worked out earlier on map number 1. Got the kill onto Killy early on, but this time it's going to be Tiamba who finally get their first and second kill points on the day on the board after getting so much damage on game number 1. This time they're getting some rewards. And unfortunately for Twisted Minds, even with the presence, the UAV up on top of the hilltop, they failed to spot out that Code Marco of Eternal Fire was creeping up. Can't quite secure the flush onto Lou just yet, but falling back into a position where Twisted Minds might just struggle to flush them out from.
Yeah, right now, tough to get to him, especially when a grenade blows him up. Lou down and out, but the circle going to center right on top of Twisted Minds' position.
Wow.
Losing a player for it. Some mortars now taking flight. It's going to be FW taking down Purdy Curdy off screen. Batulin's taking damage, just even trying to peek up over hill. There's that classic Batulin's motorcycle. Love to see it.
Some things never change.
It's just amazing to me that that was left open for as long as it was, and it's just Twisted Minds who somehow gets there. I am a little bit shocked that somebody wouldn't try there was quite a bit of time where that spot was open. Nobody really contested it. until now.
Yeah, it's simultaneously shocking, but also the most expected thing in the entire game. TDT trying to make a send, but there's a whole lot of teams who are trying to put a stop to it, but Tiamba's one of them. But first, before they can land the shots that they need, Fairest again around the side. They just cannot seem to get the better of Na'Vi today, but they get a little bit of assistance from None from range. Does land the mini headshot, and Fairest flushed out as well.
There's about 4 teams looking at Na'Vi right now. I don't know how they get out of this. Maybe one player is able to sneak through, but right now, Genji has some angles, New Happy had some angles, TDT maybe even getting involved, Tiamba for sure in the mix. Genji though, let's see how they want to play this. Barpo trying to push down the hill, a desperate drive, and it's shut right down by Tiamba. 2 players gone, and only one left standing here for Na'Vi. Out in the blue, damage done to Genji. So they're trying to figure out how they can make their way forward now.
The second that Fairest gets that knock on towards Tiamba, everyone in the region knows that Na'Vi is struggling for position way out on the low ground. Furthest team away from the blue zone, and they are priority targets #1. Whole lot of damage done towards them. Hakatori is still alive, so we won't completely count him out just yet, but it's unlikely that he's going to be able to get much done. He can't even get into Crater Fields and disappear because there's already 3 teams with presence there, and an exchange of utility as Salute puts pressure on towards Sonics.
Yeah, this was an emergency pickup for the Kwangdong Freaks. That's how they were able to get over here, and they dropped right in. Sonics had fallen back into the safety of the compounds, but it wasn't so safe. Salute's going to confirm that kill with the blue zone grenade. AZ as well, starting to get some points for New Happy. A lot of teams using those high ground advantages that they have. 17's dusting it up with TE over on the southwest side. Pow Pow trying to push his way forward to put some pressure on New Happy, but TDT just got wiped by Perfectix. Hello?
Oh, with the DMR as well. Just trying to make a push up the hilltop in whatever capacity they could, and elsewhere on the opposite side of the map, AZ does quite the same thing to Tiamba. Teams that were not already in positions up the side of this hill of just consistently struggled to get in, and now TE as well. They were trying to make a push up on foot underneath 17. They got forced to the east, and Eternal Fire there to receive. Another team eliminated.
Circle's going to shift to the southwest towards 17, leaving the northeast edge for Twisted Minds. Good spray from Ming. That's 2. Can he find more here? AZ loading up with a grenade, trying to use the safety of the smokes. Chewy trying to take that away from him, trying to cut his feet out from underneath him. Instead, he's just going to walk right into the smoke, and they're just going to start spraying into it. They do get the confirm on the kill. They're just surrounding, waiting like vultures for him to come out, and it's going to be Summer who's going to claim the last point. Petrichor Road claiming New Happy's lives.
The zone has gone hard towards the south, so for Petrichor Road and New Happy, this is just a fight to the death because there ain't going to be much chance left to get more on the board. FW Esports already starting to move their way forwards as well, looking for an opportunity to maybe third party into this fight, or perhaps even where TSM are they're just struggling to make a move forwards under the watchful eye of Perfectix. Still with that DMR up on high, he's already got a whole lot of damage done. A knock onto Sparking, but it's stolen away from Heather on the low ground.
Yeah, nice stuff here from the Freaks. At least salvaging whatever points they can out of this game. As the circle has been unkind. Yeah, look at these angles, folks. This is what I'm talking about. This is why you don't want to go down into this compound.
It's like
a shooting gallery.
It's like being a peasant in ancient Greece, being smited from Olympus from all angles. It's just Hades throwing thunderbolts and Zeus, everything. It's horrible to be down here. Trees will offer minimal respite, but Barpo just about enough to get out of the line of sight and keep himself alive for a few more seconds.
Oh, Tonke and Rays just kicking Petrichor Road back down this hill. Trying to find the angle is Ming. That's a tough one, though. Nothing he can do. FW is going to wipe out Petrichor Road. Heather, in the meantime, wiping out Gen G. Korea violence there. Suju trying to continue to find ways to punish those teams that are down there, but, you know, so far, there isn't a ton they can do. You are going to have to make a smoke. That's not a spot you want to stop in. You're going to have to prone potentially in that smoke. Sometimes it's kind of easy to see through them from up above.
Yeah.
But it looks like the Freaks might be able to get into safety. Yes, just barely.
Ooh. Little jump punch as well, just to make it a little bit more awkward to land that headshot. 17 has so much control now on the south side of the zone. Any team that was looking to make a creep up underneath into their territory from the south has been dealt with. And they've even got Xiaowu DD down on the low ground to ensure that no one else makes an approach. And given the state of the standings, if 17 Gaming has a very solid game, they put themselves up in contention. They could even overtake Cerberus right now, who are currently still in second place, but perhaps not for long, as Twisted Minds, still with 3 alive, still up on the high ground with a lot of angles, but they've got to take this fight against FW Esports, who are trying to get some utility down from the low ground, but I'm not sure their arms are strong enough to get the nades up there. They are, though. Banana One proves me wrong. He might be a skinny boy in real life, but man, he's got an arm on him.
Yeah, these are really nice nades to break this open for FW. I was kind of wondering if they were going to have the firepower to get this done. The Rez attempting to be stuck onto Example. Meanwhile, KDF and the Sonics still fighting it out. I did see at one point there was some Panzers floating around for the Sonics. Yeah, H1 had one in the back pocket. Shrimzy tries to go out for a flank angle, but the Freaks opting to go for a bit of a pause, trying to get themselves healed back up. Example still attempting to be rezzed. FW trying to find some way up this hill. I'm not entirely sure from this angle you can climb this. It's a very sheer cliff, so instead, throw whatever utility you can at them to allow you to make a move. The problem is you've got EF could potentially thwart this maneuver.
Right. Both of these teams are going to struggle now. They're going to have to get down. Eternal Fire's heard all the exchange of gunfire, utility, bombardment, whatever it is, and they know that this is where the pressure is going to be coming from next. They've managed to find a way to set themselves up a defensive line without line of sight to 17 Gaming. That is huge. Banana One taken out. Salute still pushing forward. He spotted H-Win with the Panzerfaust in hand. The call's going to come through for his teammates, but the Panzer does not connect.
Oh, but the knock did. However, Heather was quick to trade it. 8 kills now for the Guangdong Freaks, trying to get one of their better fraggers up. Salute has been stellar throughout this year. Example's going to find a point. FW now looking like they can't get out of this spot as easily as they wanted. So instead, oh my God, don't run him over. Tonke's just dead. Perfectix has a great angle. And that's going to be another point going over to Twisted Minds, I think. Some good shooting there is going to at least buy a little bit of time. And it's actually going to be Heather again.
This guy's a steel machine.
Oh my goodness.
Nothing gets away from him. Oh, Batulin's trying to put the shots in to clean up the last remaining FW Esports player, and he's now experiencing the push of the blue zone and the bullets of 17 Gaming. Down the side, twisting, tumbling, goes Example. He sticks the landing. He gets to keep going for now, but will he just go straight to his demise? He gets a little bit of cover, but it's not enough. 6 sacks, takes out Twisted Minds, and they will overtake Cerberus, but not catch up to Na'Vi.
Yeah, FW was quick to follow there. EF still hanging on. ADF trying to maneuver their way forward. They're splitting into a 2-1. Try to find some kind of angles into this next circle. We're only in phase 6, and there is not a lot of players left. 10 players left in this lobby. So quite a bit of time, quite a bit of room to maneuver now. The real question is how much of this high ground is going to get cut out for 17? Because as long as they're up here, it's going to be very difficult for the other teams to really do much about it necessarily.
Imagine we end this game with 6 teams on triple-digit points above the 100 cutoff point, but TSM not being one of them. That is painful. They were very, very close before, but the way that these games have gone, just not really in their favor, despite their early victories against some of their title race rivals in Cerberus Esports. It's 17. It's Twisted Minds who managed to keep the high ground and hold it, but their job is not done yet, particularly for KDF as Eternal Fire. They're putting grenades perfectly where they need to be.
That was a beautifully thrown grenade. The P90, so good in these kind of scenarios. Now you can let loose with the grenades. You know you lit Salute up. He's going to try to reposition back behind the car, but Rurin's just waiting for him to get up. Heaven flush now by Xiaobei. Code Marco Rurin on the hunt for Heather, who's been spotted by 17. It's just miserable for the Guangdong Freaks right now. Ketpa trying to keep 17 pinned down as best as he can from that angle. A ton of smokes having to be used here to make sure that he can get back in towards this next zone. Has quite a few left, though, so there is a lot of smokes left in the bag to make some moves. Speaking of making moves, Heather loading up in the cart, trying to get closer to the center circle, trying to see if there's some way he can snake out this game, but that's not the best spot for it. One more bullet and he would have gone down.
Suju as well getting hold of an airdrop crate. just to make it that little bit more difficult for anyone other than 17 Gaming to get control of this zone. Eternal Fire is doing the best that they can. They've got themselves over the road and onto the side of the ridge that provides them just a little bit of cover. But while Xiaobei still exists all the way up in this high ground, they're limited in terms of options, but he's limited on ammo. If they can survive just a little bit longer, 50 more shots from Xiaobei, and he's got nothing left in the tank. He's going to have to come down and start putting some bullets in with the AR in the close range, and that's if he hasn't already dropped it.
Well, that's going to be really interesting now as we go into towards the late game. You know, Heather trying to snuggle up with the rock there to allow 17 to kind of give him some cover fire as well. Essentially, certainly they know he's there, and they don't want him to be a thorn in their side. So they are very cognizant of his position, seeing if he's going to push out. I have suspicions that Heather is going to chill until he absolutely has to make a move. The man now trying to gain a little bit more space, going to take this rock to get as close to 17 territory as he can.
And they're anticipating that the zone is going to come back towards them on the Phase 8 shift, where land ratio comes into play again, giving them just that little bit more wiggle room to work with. They do get a slightly more central position, and Xiaobei will be forced out of the zone in just a few seconds when Phase 8 starts to constrict and take away that space. But Heather, too, will be forced to make a move as well. And if Xiaobei takes the unsafe route, tries to wrap around to the north, he will be caught out extremely quickly. But he heard the vehicle before from Heather. He's not going to make that mistake. He's going to keep himself alive, and 17 Gaming in the play.
I like what Xiaobei did there. Threw a smoke up top, trying to give an extra angle that EF might have to consider, that somebody's going to stay up towards that top angle, try to maintain that high ground pressure. But as we know, Xiaobei is eventually going to have to leave it. And EF just going to split up into 2-2, 2 front, 2 back, trying to hold off this inevitable push from 17 Gaming. A lot of downhill sledding, but a couple players already in position for 17. That's step one accomplished. Code Marco spotted out by Xiaobei. A little bit of damage done, but at the end of the day, that's just going to matter mostly for the condition of the armor coming into this. You can see Xiaobei's helmet, only one tick left in that before it's going to fly off, and then things get a little bit dicey. Heather trying to make a move as well.
His med situation ain't looking great either. He's got one bandage left to work with. He's been getting slapped up on that top of the hill for such a long time. Hasn't had the support. But Xiaowu DD gets that rapid fire tap with the MK12. Ruin caught out, and he's got the P90. So too does Code Marco. But he wants to get up close and personal. But the Mads position, they did not account for it. Caught off guard from the side. And Xiaowu DD, that's a big knock to concede.
Oh, that's a huge misstep there for 17. So much of this late game power that they were going to be able to bring to bear with that P90, with that level 3 gear, was just ripped away from them. And now Suju continuing to just make sure that Heather doesn't crest this hill. Now, I'm curious if Heather can make a full wraparound from the north over towards the back of EF, especially if this fight kind of goes into a prolonged situation. If EF suffers a couple of knocks and 17 is kind of fighting tooth and nail for this, Heather might have an opportunity where he can do something in this game. However, that's 2 P90s in the hands of EF, and that's scary as hell.
Yeah, they just handed another one straight over to them. That is really rough. 17 Gaming, they've got some utility to burn, though, because they haven't really had anyone up in close range. If Xiaobei can land one around the opposite side of the rock, the Eternal Fire's line of scrimmage is pretty close together. They're holding a pretty tight line. They're focusing all their attention towards 17, anticipating that Heather isn't going to make an aggressive move. So they are leaving that door open. They're taking a risk to do it. Ketpa turning his head every now and then, but now contact has been made. The Mad goes to line up a nade on where he just took shots at Xiaobei, knows where the presence is, and the nade gets lots of damage, but not quite enough. The follow-up from Ruin, though, finishes the job.
That was one thing I was noticing. EF still had a ton of frags in their bags. Ketpa going on a mission. Heather in the smoke, just vibing right now. And look at this, Eternal Fire seems to have a pretty good idea that somebody's in there. That grenade is right at Heather's feet, and he is down and out. EF on the hunt, and they're going to finish the game. They're going to take the second chicken dinner of the day here at PGS 5.
Just like you said, the teams that have winner-winner chicken dinners here in the final stage always get more than one. And Eternal Fire, make true on your statement.
Yeah, there you go. Now everybody's got at least 2.
Yep.
That's pretty amazing. 17 there. A good power position. Another solid finish on Miramar, but not able to close the door the Freaks a better performance than what we saw in game number 1, but still, they have a lot of work to do if they're going to catch up. But EF has to be feeling good after that one as we move away from Miramar and over towards the other maps.
Up until this point, it felt like Eternal Fire was on simmer, but they light it up and come out with a good chicken dinner right when they needed to do it.
Yeah, and in such a peculiar area where it's a land ratio is in effect, and it's a hard area to play, but there's two teams in these two high grounds where they're shooting each other, and in the end, of course, it comes towards 17 getting here, but Eternal Fire manages to play around in such a good space here, stay 4 alive, have P90s galore, and then, of course, take this one home here. Really well played by Matt, having this angle, and 17 game just didn't expect it at all.
There's really not a better feeling than getting to ambush someone and then have them go like, oh, that guy had a P90. This is great news for me.
Another one?
Right? 2? How lucky are we? I mean, Chloe's literally trying to chase one with an E-pickup. They love those things so much. All right, so let's take a look at the teams as they get eliminated. So that's a little reaction shot after each team gets knocked out. So that's going to be very unhappy with the end of that game. But you know what? Everyone has one. Na'Vi, I guess the good news to go along with that is that they were unable to really get a lot of points out of this.
Yeah, for the good sake of everyone in the hunt.
Yes, for the people in the hunt, that's correct.
That's obviously fantastic for them, but it's a little bit rough. Of course, where you're a team that's coming in super late here. They're fighting. It's a little bit of a rough fight with some of the teams on that northwestern side there. Tianba as well in the angles that they had, and them being the team on the inside of the circle, and then also Genji poking at them. It's making it hard overall for Na'Vi, and they can have a bad game or two here as long as the other ones are, above mediocre. Then they're going to be fine.
And it's one of those things too where it's, to be completely honest, this is their start year. Even if they finish every event in the top 5, I know there's a frustration to that, obviously, but it is a phenomenal year for this team, no matter how you slice it. Now let's look at the back end of this match. Yeah, right?
I love that.
But you got so much out of it. 17 really has turned up here today. But first 2 matches, that is the way that 17 doth do it. So it seems when it comes to the first 2 matches of the day. Eternal Fire does walk away with a big win. And, Cerberus looks excited.
Another huge game of them. Of course, with 21 points.
Yeah.
With the win and 11 kills. They had yesterday the
30-point
win and the 30-point game, right? So from 2 games, more than half of their points are coming, right? So it's very heavy, relied on having those big games. They need a little bit more consistency. They need a few more of those games where they are salvaging, maximizing points, because those 1-2 points in the games that they're not winning is a huge factor when you're playing a best of 18.
I mean, I guess the good news, though, is if you're them, that means that the adjustment doesn't have to be extravagant, right? You just have to figure out how to make something out of those games that are just average, because you know how to get your points at least once a day. Unhappy there.
He knows.
Yep.
He knows this was the opportunity for them to push in there. And
they need this, right?
Exactly. And if this knock here that they got, that was kind of opening up, it would be a difference maker if they could get that control and take this rock away from them. But here, the top 4 teams, Eternal Fire, of course, as we said, 11 kills with the win. It's going to be 21 points. Good amount of damage coming out their way too. FW again here in a little bit of a top situation for them, but still Banana One is an impact player. But
yes, he is.
It's a little bit too late, I feel like.
Right. I mean, Banana One, I think, is probably the big showcase coming out of FW Esports, and we'll see what his career. We'll be watching his career for sure based on what we saw here. But I think they're also causing a bit of a monkey wrench for a lot of our teams because they're getting into this late game continuously and then doing things that people aren't expecting, and that's been pretty interesting to watch. KDF also coming out there in the number 2 position. Let's take a look at the team stats from the big win. Code Marco up on top with 4 kills.
Yeah, and 528 damage coming his way. Yeah, they had an impact here, and you saw when that P90 was flushed, and they were like, oh, let's check. Oh my God, P90, I'm taking that.
Got it.
And he managed to grab that really quickly.
I like that Matt was like, do you want to come grab this, Marco?
There's a P90. There's a P90 over here.
P90 over here.
You want it?
Absolutely. He did not make that hand motion when he got it. He is the man of the match. Code Marco comes away 4 kills, 2 knockouts. But again, this is their style. It's kind of play at that eternal simmer until the moment comes to seek the win, and they do walk away with massive points. My question is, will that ever result in a championship instead of a top 5? Does that make sense?
One more big game for them here. They're actually in that. They're in that situation where they could be, you know, take the win home or at least end in top 3 here. And of course, that's a huge impact for some of the teams. They are already qualified to PGC, so they'd be potentially getting enough PGS points to garner one more spot for EMEA. So obviously some of the teams watching at home, that could be massive for them.
You bring up those points. 17 is a team that needs to qualify, right? They need to put up a good number and a good performance here. So them getting 12 points out the back of a good one in the first game might open the door for them to get those PGS points here as we wrap up in only 4 more matches. Let's look at the overall leaderboard because the race is getting tight. Na'Vi does hold the leads at 117, but Twisted Minds at 107, Cerberus 105, 17 at 1. I mean, it is so ridiculously close down that left side.
It's just, we have such a gap between 8th and 9th. 30 points difference, right? We're talking top pack and bottom pack right now. It is crazy how close it is. Freaks, even with a big game here, they could quite easily jump. You know, only 12 points difference up to second place from 8th. So it is extremely tight here. And all these teams, they are fully aware. Na'Vi, you see them, you gotta third party them. You gotta put pressure on them. Otherwise, they are going to be running away with it because they are capable of fragging and they are capable of getting themselves into these top 8 situations where they are getting these placement points.
Absolutely, but that placement points has been sort of their crutch, their lean as they've moved through this thing with 117. The last game wasn't great for them. Opened the door for 17 to make a big climb. But, I mean, looking at that board, I would say 9 through 16 are already checking in for their flights, but they're stuck here waiting for the next event. They're going to have to remember this performance and hopefully come back and try again at PGS 6. That left side, though, different ballgame.
If you're in 9th to 16 right now, your comfort is, well, there's 8 teams at home playing, well, not playing, and we're playing here, so that's the
staying sharp, learning a little bit more for next time because
best practice possible.
It will absolutely, especially with those the other 8 teams, because those 8 teams are playing some of the best PUBG that I've seen them play in a very, very long time. Twisted Mind seems insanely turned on right now. Sonics did catch that circle. I thought I'd get a little more out of them in that game.
Yeah, but so we can go into that a little bit here with the circle. So land ratio.
Yeah.
We're not going to go talk about that. That's a longer talk, so let's maybe take a short break.
So tune in later on socials when Avenger explains just how the land ratio works. But on Miramar. For now, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be time for Taego.
Information to try and help Luke out, but this is starting to look pretty doomed for Luke 12 and for TSM. Oh, never mind.
Exciting team to watch here throughout. Tanwu for this, I told this yesterday, the jump, then with the AK, even the seed swap gets him.
Former teammate there, grenade in hand towards Beyond. He goes down, and nice. If anybody's going to make the push, opens the door, goes out, finds one. He's got the pump. Can he find another? He gets some damage, but doesn't get the knock from the Bobo. Bobo and Wang Zai combining. They're going to wipe New Happy out. Near that C-block compound west of Minas, so curious to see what they're doing. Well, they're getting shot. Heaven's got Jeems looking for another season. Pre-fires it. Heaven's got 2, looking for the 3rd. Heaven. They can find the flank angle on the Na'Vi, but Hakatori aware of it, keeping him at base. Good peek shot. Really nice stuff from Hakatori.
You're kidding me.
This is a gamble by Raining.
That's going to not quite pay off, you'd have to imagine. He's out in no man's land, and Na'Vi.
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
They come from the dark lab, the noisy cannibals. Only they can stop them. The Hunger Busters! They're back and armed to kill. Why take chances?
You didn't mean to kill that policeman. Well, of course not. It's against everything I've ever stood for.
Welcome back, everybody, to PGS 5, the grand finals, the final day. 4 more maps to go as we switch over to Taego and Rondo for these next 2. And the leaderboard is outrageously close, Saga.
Yeah, we've got a real A pack and a real B pack, it seems to be the case. 30 points gap separating the top 8 and the bottom 8. That is nuts. It's so often that we normally say, like, oh, the middle is where it gets congested. It's like a bell curve. All the teams gathering points towards the middle, but no, this time we have an absolute valley. The oceans have been split. And we've got one team that's chasing the title and the other team that's just here for practice for the PGS 6.
Yeah, what team is going to be able to walk through those split oceans to find the promised land here at PGS 5 is the big question. Na'Vi in the driver's seat. They've been playing steady. They have a great balance between placement points and fragging. Some of the other teams starting to catch up. EF very much still in this conversation with their second win of the grand finals. TSM chasing a win, but man, oh man, they have been fragging out of their minds, and they are still in a position where if they could catch fire, they can definitely claim the trophy.
Or if they could just catch his own shift, that would probably help him out as well. But no, in terms of fragging, cannot complain, but the placement points there to be gained as we head in to map number 3 of the day. We're going over to Taego.
All right, our last look at Taego for this event. So we take a look at the shipyard there, and we'll find out what our players are going to have to deal with in terms of the flight path. From what I can see, it's looking a little tricky. And we'll get a better look at it here in just a moment, but definitely a little southern shifted here, all of it south of the main river. So this is going to be a little tricky for some of the teams that want to go north.
There's been some shenanigans over by some of the bridges, particularly over by the west. The Expendables and Na'Vi got tangled into it in matches earlier on in the final stages. This time around, it's KDF taking that route to try and get a vehicle and head over to Godok on the northern island, which this time around, a flight path like this seems unlikely that we're getting the zone to go up to that northern island, but heck, given what we've just seen on that previous Miramar match,
anything is possible.
I wouldn't pray to have the opportunity to guess where the circle's going to go. It's probably going to just go onto Rondo, this map, and we're going to have to figure that out.
Well, we've been blessed with some fun circles on Miramar, so let's see if it continues as a trend here on Taego. There are 2 teams so far that have won on Taego. It's the Sonics and Na'Vi. So those are the teams that I'm keeping my eye on.
Good teams to keep an eye on as well, given the state of the standings. Northwestern Island is off the menu for today, but we are going up towards the northeast. We've seen a couple of zones so far throughout PGS 5 involving that dried up riverbed, and every single player on the stage rolls their eyes and groans because that means proning in dips should the zone decide that that's where we're heading. Twisted Minds, though, they're going to be more than happy to be dead center of phase number 1 for not the first time today. Let's hope for their sake that they can make a slightly better bit of use out of it than what they've been able to do so far.
For sure, and it's really interesting for Twisted Minds. You know, there's a lot of compounds that are dead center of the circle you could kind of take control of. There's sort of the ones that are along the road that give you some view down into the creek bed. There's also that like plateau that's just to their north that I think I saw 17 in a previous game go up on top of there, a really wide, flat sort of park kind of thing that is just to the east of Yongcheon. Pretty interesting area, but sometimes coming down off of that hill can be pretty tricky, and we'll just have to see exactly what this all shapes up to look like. As NH, they have kind of a Yongcheon split there. Most of their forces are across the river already, and just one player towards Yongcheon proper, and we'll just have to see what they want to do. It's been quiet grand finals mostly for New Happy, sitting at 57 points, so still they could leap into the top a little bit, but let's take a listen in with Fairest and see what he had to say about those previous matches.
Hello everyone, I'm joined by Navi's Fairest and Coach Al Rain to talk about that wonderful Miramar. How good are you and your team feeling today? You guys got the first chicken dinner of the day.
Ми почуваємо себе дуже впевнено сьогодні, тому що перший раз наконець-то ми боремося за перше місце.
We feel pretty confident because it's probably the first time we fight for the first place for the trophy, so it's fun, yeah.
It's fun. And you guys snatched it. You guys were number 1 again with a single match. So are you feeling any kind of pressure on, maintaining your top spot on the leaderboard?
Чесно кажучи, ніяких немає переживань, тому що все рівно все буде рішатися у останній грі, скоріше всього. І тому ми почуваємо себе дуже добре.
We don't feel any pressure because everything's gonna be decided in the last game probably. Yeah, so we'll see by the last game. You can ask us once more.
Oh, okay. We're going to expect another interview at the end then. All right. That was Navi's Fairest and Coach Al Rain, and we'll be back to Taego.
Well. Confidence from the young IGL of Na'Vi, a man who has had a lot of pressure on his shoulders given the changes that were made. Na'Vi gone through a massive evolution in their roster. They've gone from the Na'Vi Navy to the Na'Vi Air Force. Every game, put Fairest in a glider, and great things will happen. And who knows, maybe it might be enough to get that winner's interview at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the teams that has definitely made the best use of those gliders, for sure. And as Avenger called him, Flyerist, gets up in the air and gets all that info for his team. Love to see the IGLs getting proactive like that. Don't know for sure. It looks like for now what I see, they're driving as a 4-man. EF just chilling as well, trying to find as much space towards the center of the circle as they can get. It's kind of the name of the game right now with so much of that river still in the northwestern part of the circle. You want to get towards like the center-ish of this current one because you know it's going to likely start drifting in that direction. Ascend has found themselves right next to Non. He's currently all alone. There's a little bit of covering fire, but this is potentially going to be tricky here for Non.
Well, as soon as they spot out this vehicle, this buggy that's been left behind, it's going to definitely raise the alarm for Ascend, and the shots that have already come in from the hilltop above from AZ gives them perhaps some indication that somebody knows that they're here. Somebody gave that call, and they are going to look to clear it diligently with the grenades. They're not going to be in time to get the OPGG first kill. That goes over to Ruin, who caught out Ada. But now Ming Ming has pulled up into the compound, backing up his boy of Nan, and a good initial spray. And he's going to look into bank shot the grenade to get that knock onto Pains.
Yeah, it just goes far, but that's okay because Pains was already very, very weak. Ascend out, trying to stabilize. Here comes some more reinforcements. Xiaozi making his way in. Ming Ming. We know how good of a rifler he can be. That's one down. Nan trying to catch another through the blue zone. Not going to happen. Ming Ming just swinging the quarter, murdering Ascend. What a play there from New Happy, thwarting any hope that Ascend had of breaching that compound.
And Nan holding the line. Called in the cavalry. Ming Ming delivers quickly. He had the premium grab delivery, surely, because the support came in swiftly. And Ascend sent back to lobby. Now, Genji looking to answer back for the death of Ada in the early phases. They've got one, they get a second as well as the Mad tries to mount up and get out of dodge, but he can't get there in time.
Yeah, this is so brutal for EF. One more shot there, and Ruin is down and out. Shrimzy trying to get it done with the mini, but cannot quite find it. See a little bit of a slight look of disappointment there from old Shrimzy, as he wanted to get that extra kill, get that extra point. I mean, keep the team that's right behind you in the standings. It's okay. It's fine. Didn't need that Porter anyway.
I hope they don't.
You could probably just push it off there with the other car. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, the worst case, I mean, they get into that pony coupe and it's 2 bullets away from getting exploded, just like KDF is. 2 bullets is all it takes for Pow Pow to take Salute out, riding close to enemies on a bike. Never a great idea, but of course this is KDF, and this is Phase 1 KDF, so yes, they are going to pull up and take this fight. Thanks for asking.
Oh, but the grenades from CC are perfect. Salute's going to be out, Gyuming down, and the rest of KDF says, no way, Jose, we're done with this. This did not go as we anticipated. What a trap set up there by Tianba, putting themselves in grenade range, keeping themselves completely obscured from KDF, and out of the frying pan, into the fire. Heather down, and this is disastrous for the Freaks' hopes of winning this event.
It's getting worse as well. Now, with TSM on the opposite side, they read the kill feed. They know KDF is one man standing, and they should have heard the vehicle as well. TSM might just look to put additional pressure on towards this, but Tiamba is forcing the issue as well. They've cleared themselves the opportunity to cross over the bridge. They can pull up on the opposite side of the hill and look for angles to try and clean up Heaven, or maybe third party onto TSM.
Oh, Alo just drove right into Tiamba. Wasn't expecting them to have gotten as close as they did. And that's going to cost TSM dearly. They lose another player early. It's fine. It's just a bush. There's no players here. Just a bush, bro.
It's 2 bushes next to each other, and Sparking picked the 50-50 on the wrong one. If he'd gone slightly to the left, KDF going to get splattered out of the lobby, but he survives for now. But Tianba doing enough to get the points onto KDF and taking Alo out of the equation as well.
Yeah, this is a nice start for Tianba. If they're going to have any hope of breaching the top 8, like you were talking about, there's quite a big separation there from 8th to 9th. It has to start now. You know, they've got to find these points.
And big separation is the name of the game. Na'Vi check. Feyrist is currently 1.5 kilometers away from the rest of the squad. He's cruising his way along the river in that glider, getting info on the entirety of the northwestern coast of the mainland. And that's a lot of space for Na'Vi to try and push into. And potentially even Feyrist, if he continues on this route, might get some angles in towards Tianba and TSM. Maybe get some pressure on towards it. There he is, up in the high ground, and here's the timing. So incredibly close for Nan to have pulled up here just before Ascend and hold the line well for Ming Ming to get in here with the support, and one mag of a barrel is enough to take out 3 Ascend players and secure the bag.
That's just how good Ming Ming is, and here you can see that they were trying to pick up their fallen comrade to get it out, but the grenades were just too good. The early spray here, the motorcycle, not ideal in that situation. Easy pickings. Oh, wow. Okay, so the crazy circles are continuing, it looks like. I'm very, very happy about this as we go north, away from where a lot of the teams had settled up. A few were making moves, trying to find positions. Yeah, Ferris got out of that. He's got 1 knock already. Cars come crashing in, but he is going to go crashing down. The rest of Na'Vi on their horses, trying to gallop their way back to help their IGL, but there's just no hope right now. But Divix still getting very close.
Timing just not quite perfect enough for Na'Vi to make it work. Feyrist hopped out of the glider, using it as almost a quasi-emergency pickup. Parachuted his way down into the buildings, but the full breach from 17 was too much for him to hold the line against. He got 1, almost got a second, but 4 players of 17 Gaming. And now knowing that it's Na'Vi in this situation, wounded as well, losing that IGL. Look at the amount of teams that are currently visible on the minimap, encroaching on this position. Cerberus as well being one of them. They will more than anyone would love to see Na'Vi fall at their hands.
Cerberus flirting with disaster potentially again there. This time thinking the better of it, as they're going to move back towards the terminal and just regroup for now. A lot of emergency pickups being thrown up in the air right now. You can see a couple of them. I believe that's EF's Ruin who's on one. I think the other one's set up by New Happy. But for now, Na'Vi at least able to get into this compound. They lose their IGL for this maneuver, but they've given themselves a little bit of breathing room. And FW sitting below TSM. I think Heaven's still alive. Yep, there he is. Still kicking in that bush.
No need to move just yet. Not until the zone forces him to. It's kind of a bit of a continuation of the end of Miramar for KDF, just to be lurking as a solo for as long as they can. They managed to get into a top 3 situation last time, but that's a long way away from happening here on Taego. Cerberus still looking to flex out, put a little more presence where they can. They've got to start getting some points on the board. Himas will be the first to try and take a peek in towards Petrichor Road, and still knowing that Na'Vi is over in that area, no wonder that he's focusing so much on that area to see if he can get any third-partying shots.
We just kind of check in with Na'Vi, but still not much movement from either side. Sonics coming in from the south. They are way down by Kongnung. That is way outside of this current circle, so they are going to have some work to do, some edge to play, and it's TE who's going to be the nearest threat potentially. They left a player way out there. Delwyn is going mountain climbing. A mortar looking like loading up the vehicle. Yeah.
Anyone else think that was in the airdrop for a second?
No.
I did not.
I kind of did for a second. And I'm like, wait a minute. Like, mortars don't come out of airdrops.
No, but they come out of Jun's truck and hopefully find a target. It was TDT that was kind of the reason that Sonics was late into the zone, holding them down all the way to the southwest on the previous zone shift. And Sonics is now playing with just a sliver of zone capacity on the eastern edge of the circle by that dried up riverbed. That shift is so disgustingly ugly. What on earth is happening? Na'Vi is going to end up center of the next zone one way or another, but there's so much water. Young Chon is still in this zone, and that is crazy. The final day circles are unhinged.
This is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Love to see it, at least from a spectator's perspective. But still, only 6 teams have won chicken dinners here in the grand finals. Maybe this crazy circle will open up the door for someone else. But yeah, Navi's got to be thanking their lucky stars. That's a really nice position to be in right now. 17 as well, still very much in the hunt in 4th place. Absolutely going to be thrilled to be in a position to fight into the late game potentially. Gen.G crossing over from the shipyard vicinity and heading into this next circle. They're going to try to wrap around to the north. Still, Heaven has not moved, and I don't suspect he's going to until he absolutely has to, because TSM must know he's around there somewhere, and you know, the second he gives away his position, he's probably just done.
Yeah, for Heaven, it's a case of I'm staying here until either I kill Yakai my way into the top 3 or somebody runs me over or I die to the zone. There's not really much else in terms of options for way of KDF after losing the vast majority of their squad, making that bridge crossing earlier on. Is the breach as Fairist landed down onto the hilltop. He came so close to getting a second knock as well, but Xiaobei giving that supporting fire. And they know that that's a big kill for them to have picked up. If Fairist was able to hold that line a little bit longer to delay the inevitable, just long enough for Na'Vi to regroup and have a little more presence in that compound, that could have been an explosive fight, but in the end, it's just a 1-for-0 trade in favor of 17.
That was a beautiful spray from Xiaobei. Absolutely incredible stuff. That is not an easy angle in a moving vehicle to hit. That is crazy good. Twisted Minds, southeast side, outside of the terminal. Just looking around, looking to play a little bit of edge. There's the high ground ahead of them. Again, that kind of flat top hill looms to their north. There is already a few players from EF on top. There's a few doodads here and there up there. AWM for Lou as well, as the Sonics are rolling in pretty late. Phase 3 blue. Oh boy. A lot to be considered here for Twisted Minds. Lou is sticking around, but his car probably giving away a little bit of presence. The scouting as well from HWin. I think this is the Sonics trying to divert around this and seeing if they can find as safe an angle as possible into this circle.
Not full HP. They're all within 1 tap range from the AWM if Lou opts to go for it and hits a shot. Seems that's not going to be the case, as they do manage to divert their way through a little bit of line of sight breaking terrain. The zone will pop down towards the southeastern side. The Expendables still in the zone on this new shift, taking a fight up against New Happy on the high ground is in their immediate future. Sonics, though, are going to have to turn their attention back because Twisted Minds are starting to regroup. And Twisted Minds, once they creep into grenade range, you know Sonics are in a world of hurt.
Yeah, exactly. That's the real concern here. Sonics are super bunched up as well, having to settle for this dip. And you can see Twisted Minds is trying to figure out how they can work their position. Plenty of frags in the bags. Stiggleton watching some mortars go up and over. Cerberus as well, taking some shots into the side angles of Twisted Minds there. So just trying to keep yourself blocked off with those smokes from Cerberus's angle. Cerberus are the ones with the mortars.
It's a bit sketchy to see Himas on a mortar with a tree somewhere on the screen. He had a bit of a whoopsie moment in the APEC qualifiers. Blew himself up with that one, but this time the shots land. They soften up Sonics enough that all it takes is 1 bullet from the Mini from Himas himself. Just range finding, checking for himself to see how accurate he is. He knows that they were pretty accurate as well, and now he's trying to find the flush.
Well, meanwhile, it's Hakatori who came in and struck Cerberus from long range, took one of their players out. Another good one from Himas is going to catch Shrimzy. HWin flushed. Tiggleton out as well. Now it is just Kickstart with an M249 and a dream as Twisted Minds begins to make their advance. Cerberus softened up the Sonics here. The Twisted Minds players are going to try to finish what they started.
And they're in the vehicles as well, making a move out to the side. Lil Ghost as well, putting mortars in. A big cheer from him in the compound as Shrimzy stolen away on the flush. And now Cerberus making their send forwards. They know they've done tons of damage onto Sonics, but Kickstart still putting up a fight.
Huge stuff here from Kick, trying to get some points, but shut right down on the drive-by by Duckmai. He's immediately taken down by Kick's grenade that had come out of his hand before he died. The revenge from the grave there for Kickstart. Cerberus and Sonics mutually assured destruction there. Meanwhile, Lin Shu has Gen.G on the ropes. Down in the smoke, a few of their players. That's a great angle for the molly. Did that explosion just cut that molly short?
It did, but it also got the knock. So
amazing.
Oh man, that was almost disastrous. Tosi is in a world of trouble as well. 7-7, 1 bullet left in the chamber, but that's 1 bullet too many, more than he needs. And Gen.G cannot find a way out of that spot of bother.
Yeah, this is tough now. Petrichor Road trying to find some kind of safety on the coast. And there is Tianba, 3 of them with 7-7 on Overwatch. He's getting peppered a bit from his southwest. I think it's 17 who's getting a little bit of damage, but that's okay. He just needs to provide a little bit of cover, a little bit of info gathering here. Smokes have come down for Petrichor Road. Next circle, yeah, just going to remove a little bit more water. Head in for phase 5. Now you have a fight brewing here on the edge. Petrichor Road even trying to regroup, regather as Tianba has backed them out, forced them to retreat. And Heaven, yes, still has a role to play in this. I love that our observers caught this. Heaven is still chilling, and Sparking waiting around for quite a while.
That big, wide, empty area towards that center of the new Phase 5 shift. That separates the zone into essentially 2 areas of engagement. There's FW, New Happy, and TSM that can fight on the east. Everyone else, with the exception of Heaven, on to the west. That includes Na'Vi, 17, Twisted Minds. All teams that are in the top level of contention have to fight their way through one another to make it up this hill, and Na'Vi makes the first move. Hakatori and Diffix getting up to the dirt road so they can set up a defensive line, and it's Twisted Minds below them who have to try and breach through it.
It feels like Na'Vi is going to need some backup. I'm not sure if they're just getting caught up with 17 before they can get the other 2 members here. Diffix and Hakatori certainly going to put as much damage as they can into Twisted Minds before they come up the hill. Grenades are out, trying to find a flush, but no damage being done. Just a knock, I should say, not a flush. Hakatori, Diffix still manning these rocks. No push just yet. Here we go, more mortars for Lil Ghost. Trying to do some range finding with it. Oh, it's so close. Just over Diffix's head, hits the road. Above him, but the second one's good. Nice angling there for Lil Ghost. Does he have another mortar in the chamber to go for the flush?
Does he need one even? Twisted Minds, they've got the grenades, they're pushing forwards. For Twisted Minds, they've seen exactly where that mortar landed at the time that the knock came through, and Na'Vi, now they're getting pushed on by both sides. Sauced tried to move over and alleviate some pressure onto his teammates, but 17 have taken that moment of weakness to commit to their push, and Sauced is in danger himself.
I mean, Twisted Minds is just watching everybody get mortared around him. A good grenade from Xiao Bei. Takes down Sauced. Xiao Wu trying to find the flank on the Twisted Minds. Hakatori keeping him busy up on the ridge. Looking to try to go for a res, but Lil Ghost looming in the background is going to make that tricky for sure. Example, Famas, good spray, quick and easy. On to Suju. Blue on his back now. Going to have to start repositioning, but that knock might have bought him just enough space to get in.
Lil Ghost pushed a little bit far ahead of the rest of his squad mates, trying to capitalize, trying to make sure that Hakatori and Diffix up on the high ground cannot secure that revive, but now the rest of them have ran into trouble at the hands of Twisted Minds, who have grenades in their hands, and that is a terrifying sight to behold.
That's truly scary, no doubt about it. Hakatori trying to do what he can. Now you've got another team. It's the Expendables who've shown up to the party uninvited, but they're going to crash anyway. Clory's shutting Hakatori down quickly. Going to immediately go for the flush. They are suffering a knock, but Tulin's got duck juice there. Example, so effective with this FAMAS. Another big knock. Flush onto duck juice to boot. And now Twisted Minds, yeah, Lou is on the ground, but they are fighting so effectively against so many different teams. Oh, but that Panzer gets Batulins and it's flushed by New Happy?
That's from out from behind. Ketpa just came from literally nowhere. Twisted Minds, the one place they were not looking, was out in the blue zone behind them. Ketpa does not have much of a chance to heal. An example staring him down with the FAMAS, but every second that he spends looking behind him is an opportunity for 17 Gaming to make a move, and they're not going to let that slip.
Lil Ghost watching Example, gets the little bit of damage in. The trade is just as good. Down to 1 HP is Example. What can he do from here? Perfectix trying to maneuver to back him up. 17 swarming. Things getting so difficult. He didn't see him. Oh, Example going absolutely huge right now. Some big kills. Can he find another? The repeat just not quite there. 17 hangs on by a thread.
Oh, Example just blending in with the burning UAZ. 17 Gaming almost fumbled the bag, but now they are the sole team left standing in the top 8. That 30-point gap between them and everyone who's left alive in this game, but that does not mean that they get this game for free. Petrichor Road has wrapped around the western side, and now they're putting pressure on 17. They're not going to let them go down without a fight.
Absolute madness down there, and 17 is going to be the victors with 3 still alive. New Happy, though, firm control over the top of this hill. FW over to the north. Petrichor Road still 3 strong as well, so a lot could happen here. Again, it's kind of flat up on top of this hill, so teams are kind of forced out to the edges where there's some slopes to work with. See what they can do off the back of this. Looks like things are going to slow down maybe just a little. Just depends on how much of an angle 17 has to give up to get into this next circle.
Well, we have a moment to breathe. We should give some credit over to the likes of Tianba, to the likes of Petrichor Road. They clearly won some pretty important gunfights on the north and the western side of the zone, but we didn't get to see them. There was too much going on. We knew that it was going to be a lot of separated engagements, but Twisted Minds with 7 kills. Example almost pulling off some heroics, but 17 held together long enough to get 3 members back up and standing. Now they've got a little bit of an area of control. They've pushed their way forwards. The zone's still squeezing, but now FW Esports wrapping up the hill towards the east, and New Happy has to turn their attention towards this new threat.
Well, they're getting completely corralled between those two teams. There's a lot of frags still for FW, by the way. 9 still available, so they could try to blow open this position of New Happy if they can really identify where the spots they've taken are. It's just going to center up, nothing too interesting. Ooh, that's a nice 3x hog spray. Xiao Z going to get Xiao Wu. Now the fight continues. AZ, New Happy fighting on multiple fronts. The grenades are softening them up, but still no one's been able to break their lines. Trying to go for the flush here. They just are able to carry Xiao Wu to safety. Ming Ming gets banana 1 after he had gotten 1. Tong K trying to step into the mix, but Ming Ming having none of it. New Happy continuing to fight very efficiently.
It's just trades back and forth between FW and New Happy. Mill is taking the opportunity to wrap around while the rest of his team keeps the pressure on 17, forces them to go south, and that's into the line of sight of Xiao Z, the man who's been on the sub bench for New Happy for over a year, finally gets his opportunity, and that is a huge spray for him to find.
Oh, they are crazy good right now. 9 kills for New Happy. These 3x sprays have been beautiful. Xiao Z find another. AZ as well. It is headshots galore for New Happy. No one can find opportunities. AZ again hunting for 6 sacks right underneath the hill. Spots him out and takes him down. This is magnificent fighting from New Happy.
When the utility gods from MEA are not involved, it's all about the gun skill, and China has that in abundance. And they are proving, even though they're down on the lower side of the scoreboards right now, they are not lacking in the mechanical skill. Xiao Z cleans up Xiao Bei as Summer gets his knock stolen away from under his nose. 13 kills, and New Happy looking to bridge that gap between the bottom 8 and the top.
And now it shot him up to 9th place. Crazy stuff here for New Happy. Summer tracking Xiao Wu, but Xiao Wu there, the blue is going to do the hard work for Pero. Xiao Z on the hunt. A bunch of New Happy trying to isolate and identify where the 3 remaining players are. A 2-1-4 in terms of player numbers left. But New Happy has such a nice angle on this hill. They don't want to give it up. They've been fighting every team that's been left here in the last couple phases and doing it to near perfection.
They've got their backs right up against the blue zone, but it seems that's where they want to be. They want to be backed into the corner. They want to take on all comers at the same time. Raze is not interested in taking any sort of participation in this fight. He's just going to try to bide his time. Xiao Zi's down to no ammo in the backup capacity. He's been spraying with that AUG, and he's still continuing to go. Trying to find a couple more bullets in those airdrop crates, but he finds a line of sight onto Petrichor Road. Instead, has to fall back and wait for the support to come in for the teammates.
Ooh.
Oh, but that is a big, big swing in favor of Ming.
That's a nice pickup. That may be a difference maker. Able to get that P90 in hand. Level 3 armor as well. Huge for Petrichor Road, potentially. Raze trying to stay alive, but every time he peeks his head up, somebody's putting damage down. Stun comes through. He did find a knock, and Ming's going to spring to action. He's got Xiao Z down. That's 2 players on the floor here. It's going to be a flush as well, and that may very well be Petrichor Road able to find an angle to take a victory here in this game. Summer just shut right down by Nan. Did not expect him on top of that rock, and it's down to Ming in a 1v2.
Didn't get the audio cue. The sounds of explosions and smokes just cut his audio range just a little bit too much. Ming lands a headshot. He gets another one as well. Nan ripped off the rock. It's down to a 1 versus 1.
Absolutely insane stuff here for Ming. A little bit worse of the wear going against his counterpart Ming Ming. Trying to get up and over. Heard him, spotted him, and it's going to be Ming Ming who takes it. New Happy just barely able to take what looked like it was going to be an extremely impressive chicken dinner. Kind of got a little bit scrappy, but they're able to find the win in the end.
2 Mings is better than 1 at the end of the game. It seems that the P90 was going to get the job done. Oh man, he was hitting headshot after headshot with that, but not enough health left to secure the win. New Happy getting a ton of points on the board. A much, much needed win for them over tough competition.
Yeah, that was a stellar game from New Happy. So fun to watch the way that they fended off so many different teams throughout that. An explosive Taego. And the circles have been hard shifting as we look to go over to Rondo next.
New Happy says, I'll see your Ming and raise you too, as they come out with a chicken dinner and a beautiful P90 double headshot to make it possible.
Yeah, that was insane. Ming Ming, of course, there in the end. Like, you have that the man advantage, but still, that clutch, that impact, and also that P90 is a swing to go their way. But yeah, Ming Ming, he manages to keep New Happy alive and keep them in for the win here, and also the amount of kills they got, but still, it's a little too late. We talked about it before, right? The gap from 8 to 9, there's 30 points difference here, and we don't have enough games left to make a difference here. They're not going to be able to take home the trophy.
3 games left, and it's really coming down to it. You can see Na'Vi desperately trying to garner points and recover hold as long as they can. They're literally on a knife, perhaps on an edge even finer than that US was parked.
What about
this mortar, man?
The mortar show.
They set the mortar up. You see Duck My load into the car. The idea is to follow these 2 mortars in because Sonics is getting absolutely lambasted. But then Twisted Minds just happened to be in the next dip, and I think that even threw Cerberus into a bit of a tizzy as they tried to make this.
I was a little bit surprised that him has actually onto Sonics.
Yeah.
And not having Dogma with him before, because like you would need to hit a seed swap onto Kickstart before that even makes sense, right? Lil Ghost also chiming in on this little bit of action here and manages to steal 1. He stole the Shrimpshin knock and also got the knock on this one here. So yeah, Lil Ghost is a demon with the mortar.
A poltergeist. They have been playing incredibly well. 17, we asked, can they keep that momentum going after game number 2? And so far, the answer is yes. TSM, on the other hand, off the gas just a little bit, but Twisted Minds, no matter what, if they're winning or not winning, they're getting points.
This example clutch here takes Xiaobei down, then takes Lil Ghost down. Xiaobei gets flushed. He actually spots him here, but then he slides a little bit off. He's on the top of the rock. He slides a little bit off, which I think it looked like it on ADS him, which is going to like throw that off, and you're not going to be able to clutch that down. Otherwise, that would have been a 3 knock for it. But yeah, kind of holding 17 back a little bit was important here, because otherwise they would have a huge game. If they were 4 guys strong towards the end there, they would actually have been first place now.
It kind of worked out that Twisted Minds and 17 sort of slowed each other down. So now these 3 are really mixing it up at the top. Very, very close. Little shot at Sparking. Remember, coming in today, I think it was Sparking and Luke 12 were number 2 and number 3 in overall kills for this event. So TSM has looked very, very good. Checking in with the Sonics, who I don't think it was a bad spot. It's just Mortar Golf did them dirty.
I think the delay for them, obviously there's a team that are extremely aware, extremely, they know the map extremely well, terrain and everything. Having those circles and the delay, I think it was TTT in the beginning, right? Having a delay and having to rotate and then having insane circles. That third pop on the water is like, okay, there's just not much to play here. And everything on that southeastern side of that circle was already occupied, because that was the center of the previous circle, right? So they're having an extremely difficult time. They managed to get into a pretty decent spot in terms of where in the circle it was, but still so much pressure from everyone. Lil Ghost, Mortar, Cerberus, Mortar, Twisted Minds also put pressure on them. Yeah, but top 4 teams here, 16 kills and a win for New Happy Esports. That's impressive. 2,500 damage.
Right, and then Petrichor comes out with 11. And again, you told this story. It's that too little, too late. We play 18 games. You can't wait till the last day to turn up. But at least that's a salvage, right? Because it's not over here. There's a week break. You come back for PGS 6. We wipe the slate clean and you try again. So coming out, having these big days to sort of end the grand finals, whether or not you end in the top 8, is going to give you a big boost going forward. Just like those 7 kills are going to give Bing Ming a big boost going forward.
Yeah, huge clutch for him in the end there against Ming with that P90 there. You would have think he had a little bit of an advantage, but still, Ming was on a tear. He actually managed to completely destroy him. So huge for them. The 16 kills here again is going to be a little bit of a difference for them, but still, there is that gap in between 8th and 9th that they still have to reach through, and they're going to have huge games towards the end if they're going to have to move through that top 8.
Officially man of the match. Give it to Ming Ming as he walks away with that award for 7 kills. I will also, you saw the damage taken stat on the bottom of that thing. In the past, we're like, oh, look, that guy's got 400. He was the tank. All of them were tanks because they had to go in there and sort of face stop a bunch of those bullets. And that was, I think, a symptom of a very difficult circle there on Taego. That shift to the water was brutal.
It was insane. 2 teams only on double digits here, 26 points. Of course, for New Happy, as we said, on Patrico Road, 17.
Yep.
They had a hard tournament so far in the grand finals. They have a lot of PGS points, so if they can make a little bit of difference, they could keep themselves inside that PGS. That would be huge. Still, 17 Gaming 9, Twisted Minds 9. Those are the teams that we're looking for. And Navi having 7 less than those, that means that they are going to be catching up.
Navi has been just slowly sliding their way down. Now at 119 points, Twisted Minds is only back by 3. Then another 3 down, and we're looking at 17 Gaming. Cerberus, Sonics, all still very close to closing that gap. It's just 1 game away. But the problem is, there's only 3 games left to play.
You have 2 more 26-point games for New Happy. They have a chance.
That's true.
So then they would make it a 7-horse race.
7-horse race. I mean, honestly, but you also have TSM, KDF, Eternal Fire. I mean, Eternal Fire pulled a 30 yesterday. There's a bunch of teams that if they're going to do it, we're heading to Rondo. And that is a map, though, where that can happen, right?
That wildcard map, again, statistically, we've seen a little bit more widely spread kills because the teams are fighting a little bit each other, but still, you can still have that big game. You can still have that double-digit kill with the win coming along with that. And if any of these teams in the very top do it, they could put themselves so far ahead that going into a wrangle that they know that they probably should be a little bit more confident on and a little bit more steady towards getting those points a little bit more.
And that's a map, too, where you can play a little more defensively. You can manage area territory a little bit better. So I think that if you are one of those top 3 teams, really having a big Rondo would be a huge boon to you.
To upgrade your condo.
Exactly. To upgrade you. You want to upgrade that condo. You want to get yourself a little penthouse, maybe, because then you can look down on the rest of Erangel without stressing out. Let's take a look at the teams real quick. We're almost ready for our next match. New Happy, going to be very, very happy with how that's gone so far. Looking at it, 3 games left to play. What are you thinking?
Navi needs to not run into these situations where they're forced to fight in the early game. If they can delay it enough to them that they are actually going to be having these late game fights where they are thriving, that could be the difference maker for them.
Because they're getting the late game, but they're not in a thrive position. They're in a survive position. That's what we need. Navi needs to thrive, not survive, and the rest of the team's got to close that gap. It's time for us to head to the beautiful expanse of Rondo with your casters, Paper Thin and Saga.
We are indeed ready for Rondo as we roll into this game. See exactly how the players are going to try to continue here with just 3 games left at PGS 5 to get those points. The test track at the Neox Factory, a very pivotal piece of the map, as we've seen here in some of these games.
We've seen it in a lot of the games, actually, throughout its introduction to the competitive esports space. Test track has been hotly contested all the way throughout. And if it were to be the fact that there were a hot drop here, or at least a quasi-hot drop that has existed in EMEA and here at PGS 5 as well between Twisted Minds and Na'Vi, who knows? Maybe this will finally be the day that they fully come to blows. That's really in their own hands, though. Na'Vi does not seem to be the team that's going to go chasing for it, but Twisted Minds, maybe.
Well, I think what I suspect might happen is Twisted Minds goes for a potential like rotation camp or something like that, depending on the first circle. If they're just kind of dead center, then who knows? But you know, when Twisted Minds used to have to fight for power grid, they'll get out around your flanks. They'll try to surround you when they had to contest for that spot at times. So we'll see. Kind of curious to see how it all plays out. Of course, just keeping our eyes on the map, seeing if anything jumps out. I mean, Gen G, FW, and Ascend all in that bottom left-hand corner. Oh, boy. We get a south circle. Let's go.
All right. Well, we've seen this a couple of times as well. There will be priority positions available for TDT, for Cerberus, and New Happy. Everyone else is going to be struggling a little bit, especially Banana One. He's currently being chased over a bridge with Gen G mounted up behind, multiple members with guns looking to run him down, and Banana One is going away from the rest of the squad.
This is a little tough with the iron sights for Adder.
Oh,
that ace though. Oh no, the tree. Oh no. Oh, he had a gun. He had an MP5. Hello, Rex, you're down 2. There's Barpo with the JS9. Come in and finish the job. But that was a lot more dangerous than anticipated. Meanwhile, Tiamba has suffered a knock. Pow Pow all but down and out here with a Tommy gun. Salute out hunting. And that's going to just be the confirmed point for Salute. And a big smile across the young kid's face as he goes to load up in the Pico.
That's kind of part of the issue. That's why the likes of Test Track, Neox Factory are so hotly contested, because the area underneath those wide open fields where there is not a single vehicle hard spawn across the entire thing is massive. It's basically the equivalent of truck stock on Miramar all the way over to like Chumacera. It's a massive, massive area where there's not a single vehicle hard spawn. So to see those fights in the early phases over vehicles and the follow-up as well, just getting in whatever gun you can get and chasing down whoever's closest, doesn't surprise me at all in the slightest.
Absolutely. The vehicle spawns are mostly congregated in the cities on this map. So important to get those early. Claim your territory uncontested as the event rolls on. TSM rolling just around the compounds, doing a little bit of looting. They're outside of the circle, north of the test track, and just kind of vibing. And I want to hear what Purdy Curdy has to say coming in here to Rondo.
To be honest, I think we just need to keep playing how we're playing right now. I think we're playing very well. We're finding points where there are none really. And if we keep that up and get a couple circles our way, I think we're going to take the whole thing. I don't know if we found our rhythm completely. I mean, there's always areas to improve on, but I think we're about to strike pretty hot right now.
Didn't quite find the circles so far, it seems, as they started off the day in 4th place and are currently about 10 points away from that margin. A couple of teams sneaking their way past them in the standings, but it's really been about the longevity in the game for Twisted Minds. No one's questioned their fragging. They've been absolute monsters in that department, but it's the staying alive that makes the difference. And perhaps, as they said on the desk, Na'Vi needs to thrive and not just survive. For Twisted Minds, it might be a little bit of the alternative.
Absolutely. And looks like the Sonics are going to load up into this emergency pickup. Try to find their way through. I think Petrichor Road or somebody else also managed to snag one.
Yep.
And they are on their way in. Na'Vi, no real battle between them and Twisted that we got any glimpse of. So they are good to go, and they are way out of Twisted. Twisted looking to play more of a later game. Opted to stop and do a little bit more looting before they made their way into the first circle.
Yeah.
EF pretty deep already, though. Very close to the center.
The indication was there that Na'Vi was not interested in taking any kind of coin flippy fight for first place against Twisted Minds when on the initial hot drop spot, Fayorist went along the road out to the east side of Neox Factories to secure vehicles. That was their escape plan. Salute, though, having ran down a player earlier on with the Tommy gun. They wrap a little bit too close in towards TSM. He's taken out. Oh, this was so close. If Banana One was able to find the target with the gun, there was an undefended Rex. Not a weapon there to be used. Unfortunately for him, it was not the unarmed man that was the last one standing. That would have been 3 huge points for FW and an embarrassing moment for Gen G, but they managed to get it over the line. Banana One taken out.
Absolutely. And KDF there, losing Salute early is extremely painful for their hopes of getting further up in the leaderboard. I mean, it's going to take some big games for them to contest, but it looks like maybe they might be running out of steam here. Still in 8th place. It's so close there. From that 8th place all the way up to like 5th even
Even further than that. I mean,
yeah.
23 points. I mean, it's a lot. It's a long shot. It's rare to see, but Eternal Fire got 30 in one game. So it's not at all impossible. Even maybe for New Happy, it would take a couple of back-to-back games, but if they can keep that momentum that they picked up on Taego rolling, then they could be in with a shot.
And the Freaks are in literal Narnia right now. They are just...
Yep, they're going the wrong way.
Yeah, that's not the way the circle goes. I don't know what's going on over there. Sonics are once again on Rondo, going to opt for some of these high ground positions. They can set up and lay down some hurt from above onto the teams. We saw that previously on Rondo. 17 crossing the bridge over by Jadena City. Pretty easy sailing. Not much going on over on this part of the map for them until you get to TE a little bit further in. But get the gas. You can use the gas stations to load up and put some stuff in the trunk potentially as well. Get those tanks full. Love to see it. Love to see our players using the gas stations as they are intended, not just blowing them up out of spite.
That is quite fun, though, to be fair.
It is.
I've also seen, back in EMEA, Jeems using a gas station to fill up a glider, which I didn't even know was possible.
That's genius.
Yeah, it's crazy. But, you know, we get our first little glimpse of Jadena City on the esports scene, and then we quickly wave goodbye as it is outside of the Phase 1 zone. It's close. It's there in the background, but we're still not getting the zone. It's going to end there, but 17 rotating into an EMP zone. Going to have to adjust that trajectory.
Yep. And I do love there that we see that Lil Ghost, you know, opting to have the Panzerfaust in his initial kit in case they run into a fight. So we can have that for the opener. Probably has a DMR in the trunk. Ready and raring to go. Raze not going anywhere this one. He is down and out. The Rez looking to be stuck on a code Marco. Quite a few frags here for 6X. Trying to find if there's any other players close to him. Rez should be happening indeed. First aid is out as well. So EF back up on their feet, up and running at full strength. FW just stuck here in Tin Long trying to figure out what the heck's going on around him.
It is a beautiful, serene piece of scenery to meet your violent demise at the hands of Eternal Fire, but that may just be the case for Pero as well. They weren't ready for Barpo around the side, but the Iron Sight's Org Spray gets a big chunk of damage onto Mill, catches him on the reposition on the second attempt, and the Rainbow Nade over the top does not quite land, but he's still got more to work with. The support coming in from Adder as well, but he's just not ready. It was no way that he expected Ming to have crept that close, get the peek, and he falls back before the attempted trade can come through.
Yeah, Ming really feeling it right now. For Petrichor Road, that grenade is close. Only gets about half damage. Adder able to back off Ming. The real question for me is, are we going to be able to get the res onto Barpo? So far, Petrichor Road not able to find the res onto Mill. Still a bit spread out, and Ming throwing some parting gifts, trying to scooch over, see if he can get in there, take some damage along the way, and just going to have to abandon ship.
Would have been nice if he could have picked up Mill, put him in the passenger seat, but no time at all. Genji fully committed to making that push, making that play, and it's their second kill of the game on just running people down, essentially, is how they've worked out so far. Nothing left to lose for Genji. Now they're tied in a three-way tie for last place, which Petrichor Road, let's give them their flowers. They started off about 20 points behind the rest, so it has been a pretty solid showing from them today. It will be too little too late in terms of claiming the title, but it's at least some momentum and some confidence that they can build coming into PGS 6.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's obviously a big part of the story here that you don't have Aches left, but, you know, strong finish for these players. Really encouraging. Not much doing with that spray from Chewy, but for now, Petrichor Road has some semblance of safety, I suppose, but they're really spread out. Chewy is very much on his own here. Not sure if he's potentially sitting on an emergency pickup somewhere that he can drop and just regroup with the rest of the squad or something. Ascend. Ah, yes. It wouldn't be Ascend without Brex and a glider.
Yep, not the only one either. There's been a couple of teams that have made their way out towards the edges, towards those hard spawns. We thought TSM making that emergency parachute, maybe this is going to be the answer for them to find those placement points that have been lacking so heavily, but not when this is the case. Dropping directly on top of Na'Vi, 2 immediate knocks traded over as Diffvex takes down Purdy.
Sparking trying to find the off angle there, can't find the connection, and they are just done and dusted. Lou is actually going to be the one to find Sparking. A great hold from Na'Vi, but disaster striking for TSM.
They had to find something. Their emergency parachute play was kind of the Hail Mary send, but Na'Vi uncontested in this area. What a hold from them, landing some 6 shots out of the air. The grenades utility, it was an absolute bombardment, but it was beautifully placed. And then one little tag in the back from Lou, and that's it for TSM. Their placement points, they're still not up to 100. They've been on the precipice, knocking on the door all day, but they just cannot get across the line.
Yeah, just not sure exactly what happened there. That compound pretty open from that angle to give Na'Vi a lot of good sight lines. K finds Summer. Quick death. Didn't last long, and Ming is just trying to find somewhere to hide and stay safe, but he's got a bunch of players around him. 17, FW, Tianba's right out there. Speaking of, Tianba's 7-7, gunned down. Xiaowu looking for more targets. Tianba left scrambling here on the outside of the city.
It's just a horrible, horrible circle, horrible zone for the teams that are coming in towards the south side. Suju holding the back line for 17 Gaming, directing the orchestra of violence in front of him, pushing Xiaobei forwards. And now, Tianba, they've been forced back from their position. They've got straight in towards Code Marco. CC taken out as well. They can't find any respite. Lin Shu's just out of there in the vehicles, and he's going past Ascend, and now even TDT to look for something. And elsewhere, I mean, it's a peaceful day for Chewy, but the rest of his team are going through an absolute war zone. Ming, though, finally gets the ability to get into that building, get the sneaky kill on Lil Ghost, and that alerts both FW and the rest of 17 to his presence.
There's just so much high-low terrain around this area. It's in Tinlong Garden. It's so hard to know exactly where everyone is, where they could be. There's so many spots you can hide. There's a lot of foliage as well that obscures some of those kind of differentiations in the terrain. So tough spot for a lot of those teams to be in, and you can see why they're losing players kind of here and there, hemorrhaging along the way. No hemorrhaging yet for Twisted Minds. 1 kill to speak of to their names, and quite a bit of room to work on that northern side. Cerberus is over there in the general vicinity, but they're all kind of caught up in an EMP zone. Circle's going to center towards New Happy. Who knows? Maybe back-to-back wins.
Any PUBG GeoGuessr fans out here want to give us an indication of where KDF is right now? Over by Chowtin. They've still got a long way to go to get into this zone. Wow, they truly are in Narnia. Ascend trying to climb their way up the hilltop. They don't have the glider to work with, but Chris is getting some high ground vision while he can. Sonics was in a massive 2-2 split. They had Kick over alongside, I'm going to say Shrimsy, down towards the southeast, just making sure that none of the teams that are fighting on the south looked to wrap into the eastern side of the zone. Now the zone going to the northern side of Tinlong Garden. They're going to regroup, allowing Eternal Fire to make a play in towards the northern side of that POI themselves as well. This sort of dirt road ridge, it's a good defensive position for Eternal Fire to take hold of.
Xiaowu is going to try to drift in quietly, get a little info, kicks the engine back on, driving away. Xiaobei saying, Barpo, this is our space, get the heck out. Barpo's like, yeah, I get it, I'm out. You guys go ahead, keep making your rotations, but I mean, you're going to have to make a wide wrap here from what we can see. I mean, obviously it's hard for 17 to know that. They probably don't have the best of information on what's going on with Ascend. They've been so busy scrapping in Tinlong Garden. Have to see exactly what they want to think about coming into that next circle. Twisted still trying to find those angles onto Cerberus for when they have to make a move out. Hisaki's already out ahead. Lou's trying to make his way forward. Here we go. 17's just going to make a go of it. Barpo already done. Xiaowu gone. Easy hold so far. Suju does get Brex, but yeah, not much left that 17 can do in that scenario.
Almost lost line of sight with the hip fire taking out Brex. Quick trade though, but they're not done yet. Payne's still up on the high ground, almost with another grenade lined up. Tries to just dangle it over the edge. He just needs a little tickle of damage onto Ada, but the grenade gets stuck on the ridgeline. Needs to call in the support, but the push up around the side is ill-fated from Ada, and Chris holding it with the DMR will help out his teammate.
He's trying to get over, and Payne's is covering it. This is some great shooting and moving here from Ascend. Nice headshot from Payne's. Good stuff. That is a really nice formation they had set up there. Oh, trouble now in Paradise. Couple players getting exchanged here between Cerberus and Twisted Minds. Tuan's trying to find him out in the smoke, but Example and Lou already down. Tuan's chunking. He's the only one left now as Perfectix gets knocked by Hisaki. He's got that MG3, and I don't know that there's much else that Twisted Minds is going to be able to accomplish unless Batulins can just hide and wait this one out and try to play for that solo snaking.
Cerberus were being extremely patient. I'm not sure whether they had the information that it was Twisted Minds being the team alongside them on the northern side of the zone, but literally nobody else there to put any third-party shots in, so they set themselves up with a bit of a camp. Na'Vi, dead center of the new zone. They've called in an emergency parachute to deny other teams from having the ability to do so, and they have one of two positions that seems like they get a chance of winning this game. Cerberus is going to make their move over, scout out the other just to the northern side of Na'Vi, spot that it's empty, and lay claim to that. But this could be the game that Na'Vi needs to thrive.
Hey, here are the freaks.
Yeah.
And they wrapped all the way to Tinlong Garden, all the way around the south end, and they have to fight their way through FW and probably, if they get through that, EF. So good luck.
I want them to be top 4 just purely so we can see the distance traveled stat at the end. So thanks to Jun for speeding up the process as he tags down Bing for 130 damage, getting a couple extra bullets in around the side. TDT might be a little confused now. They might think, okay, there should be another one somewhere in this compound. That guy wasn't an instant, but nope, Chewy is still absolutely miles away. And Gumin, oh man, that is not the welcome party that KDF were hoping for. Rocking up into the Tinlong Gardens, and FW Esports' Tonke immediately catches him out.
Yeah, this is tricky, to say the least, trying to fight your way out of a city like this, especially when there's still a couple of teams who are hanging on to the edge of the circle in it. Ascend on the move, going to make a very wide wrap around to the north. I like this a lot from Ascend, knowing that the northern side is going to be a little more sparsely populated. Linshu has gone down, Tiamba out in 13th. Let's see exactly what the landing point is going to be. Cerberus has already moved into one of those spots that our observers were highlighting for us on the northern side of that field. And a little bit of frustration from Tiamba's side. I think that's Lin Shu, and Kepa sees KDF, grenade out. Oh, that's so good. That's so perfectly timed. He takes a lot of damage in response, but just one KDF player left. Yeah, not much they can do.
They've been to Narnia and back, and the house was burned down. Someone left the oven on before they left, surely, because that was not the ideal play. I was glancing over at the map feed, looking at the fact there was 12 teams alive and thinking, where is everyone? There's only seeming to be like 4 or 5 teams playing the game at the moment, and that's the teams who are on the northern side of the road with compounds to defend. Everyone else is trying to squeeze into tiny little bits of space, and that's forcing the engagements. KDF could not find a way through Eternal Fire. There was no way through for FW Esports either. And now, every single one of the remaining teams, maybe with the exception of Petric or Rhodes Chewy, they've got the presence in terms of numbers, but the playability of their zone, oh man, that really depends on this next shift, because there is a big dead zone to the northern side of the road where it's just pretty empty, and there's teams all the way around it. And it will go over towards the west. Na'Vi and Cerberus both going to have their holds shifted away from. They've got to find something. New happy, though. They're very, very happy. They're looking for a back-to-back.
Absolutely. This is going to be tricky for the Sonics. EF knows they're over there, and they're going to load up to a little bit of loot exchange. And then it looks like seemingly trying to get some information using Rurin as that scout to look over to the west and figure out where they can slide in. Sonics had to be extremely careful in that spot. Here's a replay of this attempted crash by 17 that was just beautifully set up for by Ascend. I mean, that is nearly flawless in defense. And as well, the Freaks, when they finally got into the circle, there were just tons of teams waiting there. Not much they could do. Oh, Code Marco opens up onto Tiggleton. Nice spray up and over the top. Gonna let loose with the frag, and the rest of the Sonics are backing off. They know they can't save him.
It's drawn the attention of the Expendables as well, who are trying to encroach on the ridges towards the east. Duck Juice and Delwyn already on the southern side of the road. They get some angles towards it as well, but it's Tanvu from the north, a little bit further angle back. Gets the vision up the side of the hill to take out Shrimsy. That's a revive that's going to have to come through at the hands of H-Win, leaving Kickstart to hold the line. Duck Juice, maybe his position's known. Maybe that's why the smoke is up there already, and Kickstart's head on a swivel with defensive duties to hold on to.
This is a very tricky fight for the Sonics, no matter how you cut it. Cerberus going to have to make a move of their own. And you can see, like you were talking about, Rick, not a lot to play with in front of them. They're trying to find some angle to get into this next circle. Batulin's just scraping by with whatever meds he can find on the ground, trying to wrap his way into this next circle. Could get through there, thinks about going for a kill onto Ascend, but not really able to find the angle he would like. And is just going to wait this out.
Achilles actually almost pushed back to the northern side of that ridge. If he'd committed to that play, then maybe Batulins could have caught him out from behind, but it's not going to happen. Xiaozi from up above in the compound gets an angle over the road towards Ruin. And Chewy actually springs the trap from behind, finally making his way out of the compound, out of the blue zone. Takes down Jun, but he's quickly traded. TDT will get the revive, but that buys a little bit of time for the rest of the teams to fight on the opposite side of the zone. And it's looking like the Expendables have the Sonics' number. Behind that tree is all the cover they have, and Fairist picking them off from their compound to the north as well. This is not a good position for the Sonics to be in.
Cerberus opted to try to crash Na'Vi, but Na'Vi having absolutely none of it. Duck my down. Payne's actually going to claim one of those points, so the good news for everyone else in this lobby, Na'Vi denied a few points there potentially. As Ascend looking really sharp right now, having great reads on this circle, maneuvering so nicely. New Happy, unsurprisingly, going to be thrilled to see themselves dead center again. Na'Vi maybe having to make a sweep there through TE. TE's been doing a good job of knocking the teams out around him. Sonic's down. EF not out, but they're going to have a little bit of work to do. They have that southern side of the circle to themselves. Might have to fight Ascend. We'll see. Navi's going to kick things off.
Face was confident earlier on in his interview that we would interview him again as the winners of PGS 5. To make that a reality, they've got a chance to build a gap now. But it's the Expendables who have to hold the line against the defending first-place team right now. They've conceded the opening knock, but the blue zone is pushing into the back of Na'Vi. It's forcing the issue. Their smokes are limited, but their grenades are still in play. Tanfu will be revived, though, and the Expendables may just learn to live another day. Clory's with a quick two-tap, sits down Diffix, though, as Na'Vi, leaving Fairest behind, tried to make a move to leapfrog ahead, but straight into the line of sight of New Happy.
Oh, great shooting there. This is going to be Duck2 who actually gets the knock onto the player. And EF and everybody's just kind of circling each other, taking players down left and right. Fairest still alive, but very broken, very battered. Trying to get through. Going to let loose with a grenade. Tanvu could be on the receiving end. Delwyn is trying to spray through the smoke. So there's going to be the flush there for Fairest. Gets Clory's at the very least for his effort. So Na'Vi still finding ways to collect points with that bounce underneath the vehicle. Great throw from Fairest. Can he get that molly to land where it needs? Going to try to throw the emergency covers. See if he can give himself a little bit more breathing room. The smokes are starting to run out. New Happy. And it's going to be Delwyn actually who gets the kill.
Yeah, I needed that cover to drop just a little bit faster. Delwyn was trained on that position. He was not going to let him get past. He's not going to be able to get over and get the revive, actually, though, because Duck Juice has been caught out. New Happy getting an angle from their compound. Seems Delwyn, maybe he goes for the revive on towards Duck Juice first and then tries to get over the road, but New Happy's Ming Ming, already grenades in hand, starting to creep his way forwards and look for the flush.
That grenade, if it's on, it's good. It's almost perfect. Delwyn has to pull off of the res. Duck Juice just saying, well, I'll go out and see what's what, but I don't know how Delwyn gets out of that situation. The answer is he doesn't.
Fairest got an extra point, though.
Yeah, there you go.
That's something.
That's puts it to 10 points between them and Twisted Minds. It's Na'Vi. Nothing to wag a finger at for sure.
Look at this, Clinton. We said there was a 30-point separation between the top 8 and the bottom 8. Well, New Happy have just moved from 9th up to 8th. The previous 2 games, the wild card maps of Rondo and Taego, so damn good for them that they may just break that 100-point mark and put themselves right in the conversation coming into Erangel.
Imagine that. 2 wins on the final day, and all of a sudden, your PGC 2021 winners are back in the conversation.
Right.
They need to hold on here, though.
That's it. They've got the 1 win. They've got to get 2. They've got to follow the rules like everybody else.
Exactly. You can't have just 1 chicken dinner here at PGS 5.
Let's see if Ascend can be rule breakers coming into this one. The naughty boys in the classroom of Rondo A lot of work to do, though. They're at a numbers disadvantage, but they've got 13 kills already. Chris is one of them, and he's already got 6. We know that he's a man capable of absolutely obscene things in the server, but New Happy with 1 apiece. The numbers advantage and the control of the zone have to try and deny, but Kilyakai says no. AZ caught in the open. It's a quick spray and Ascend. Bring it back to a 3 versus 3.
This flank, I was keeping my eyes completely peeled on that part of the map because this is the most important part of the equation for Ascend. Brex being hunted down by Xiaozi, but Xiaozi still not quite understanding the angle. Brex does get some damage. He's at a real disadvantage here, but still hitting his shots. Trying to peek up and over, and it's going to be Xiaozi who's going to get the best of him. Now he's going to fall back to the safety of the compound, and Ascend trying to find ways to break this fight open. Yes, you claim 1, but you've still got 3 more to go.
I love that read from Xiaozi as well. He's a young player. First time on the international stage, but he knows that once Brexco gets him low, he's going to try and switch over to the grenade and flush him out. So the confidence to take the repeak, even while low HP. 1 more bullet would have taken him out, but it's turns of the tables that gets the advantage back in favor of New Happy.
A turn for It's Chris, trying to keep his position as difficult to identify as possible. Might be able to sneak past Xiaozi's eyes. Xiaozi's taking this moment to go for the energy drink and other things. It's Chris trying to get as good of an angle as he can. It's going to be tricky no matter what. Yes, Kilyakai's got some high ground, but New Happy has the safety of a compound.
And no utility either for the entirety of Ascend. They've got a Molotov to work with, not a single smoke left after they've been scrapping on that south edge all game. Chris did try and get his way across the road, had the information that Xiaozi was up on the roof, but after Brexco missed his opportunity to take down that point guard or the backline defense against New Happy, that might have just been the turning point that made this a bridge too far for Ascend and put the ball in New Happy's court for their back-to-back.
No helmet there for Nan, so he could be a quick knock if things go well for Ascend. And that could break things open where they're able to even the score in terms of the number of players left. Xiaozi's just going to sit on that roof. He doesn't really have to go too far for a long time. It's just how the heck is Kilyakai going to do much? Like you said, no smokes available for Ascend, so getting into this is going to require outrageously good shooting over these ridge lines. Like when New Happy is peaking, you've got to hit some crazy good headshots. Oh, well, okay, hold on.
All right.
What did you find? Observers, please. Oh.
A little bit of anything, a little bit of nothing. It seems as though that New Happy is well aware that they're up against 2 of the sneakiest men in the game right now. Killy pulled off some absolute super spy activities on Rondo earlier on, and Chris is just Chris. Killy gets across the road, though, and the line of sight on towards Ming, that quick little spray, forces him down off the angle, holding onto the car. Chris still yet to activate. They might have a vague idea that he's playing somewhere around that shack, but until he's forced to make a move, he's happy to hold the angle for now.
Sort of in this rock, paper, scissors here as New Happy. Do you make sure you don't overstep, make sure you get the win? Yeah, that's very important, but you want to get these points too. You're very aware of the leaderboard situation as New Happy. You know that you have a chance to do something that very few teams do in PUBG Esports, climb like they have, and have a shot at taking a title. So every point, so important, but you really don't want to give Ascend the opportunity to deny either. So you have to be very careful with how you position yourself, and they've done a stellar job of it so far. Nobody is overcommitted to anything. The only thing that concerns me, some of these helmet situations, Ming had to scoop up a level 1 helmet. So if there is a fair-ish fight, who knows? That could be the difference maker.
It could be, but the zone has decreed that it will not be a fair-ish fight. Right up on the dot, essentially, is Nan. And with that lack of utility, if Kilyakai was maybe able to get some smokes off the bodies, then maybe they had an opportunity. Chris is looking for a way to get a cheeky angle. He gets up on the roof, will go undetected for now. And this could be a way to find an opening. He does get a little bit of information, but still not peeking quite far enough. And it seems Ming, eyes trained on that shack, saw him hop up onto the roof.
Yeah, Ming with that dragon off.
Swapped over to a nade too.
Yeah, they know. Him off. Can they get the angle? It's Chris, though. It's a good angle down on top of it. Ming playing with fire a bit there. Able to get back in time. Should be able to get healed up. Nan reaching out for a bit of a flank angle. Again, you want to scoop up these points. Every point, oh, so crucial right now for New Happy. Here comes that grenade right on top of Chris, but explodes a little too early. Only a smidge of damage done. Kilyakai trying to keep the rooftop position pinned. I mean, Ascend's hitting good shots, but Nan, he snuck behind him, but position revealed, couldn't find the knock. Ming Ming on the other side, finds one for himself. Kilyakai stuck behind this shack, out in the open, and he's down and he's dusted. Back-to-back wins for New Happy Esports.
It's New Happy on Taego, it's New Happy on Rondo, it's no happy for Ascend as they cannot get it done. That flank play from Brex could have been the crucial piece to unlock the New Happy defense, but it's the rookie man himself, Xiaozi on the server, turning it around with that confident peak on low HP and then holding the line against all of the sneaky plays that Ascend tried to pull out of the bag to get any sort of opportunity. New Happy having none of it.
Incredible stuff from them, shooting up the leaderboards, and things are so interesting coming into our last two maps.
New Happy takes the bull by the horns as they win when they needed to. Martin, you said, hey, even New Happy, if they get another game just like that last one, could be back in it. And then
they did it.
They do it.
We can't believe it, but yeah, they go back to back here. New Happy after a little bit of a slump the first 2 days. And yeah, as I said, like two big games, then it could be their chance.
Yep.
They still need to have one more pretty big game on Erangel.
Right. And they've hit their 2-win quota, you know, as our casters pointed out. When you get one, you get two here in the grand finals. So they do manage to get that second one back-to-back on the wildcard maps is a good way to do it.
Whoa.
Love card dodges, a good card dodge. 17 on the chase. And that's something, another team that had big climbs. Now we got to KDF. I think you pointed out they've gotten how many points today?
KDF?
Yeah.
I think it's 1 point in the last 2 games they had.
Last 2 games, 1 point.
They were on 96 for this one, right? I was like, oh, wait, it was a 65 to 95 cutoff. KDF had 95, and now they have 96 after these two. So yeah, it's a rough one for KDF. They need to step it off a little bit if they want to, maintain that top 8. They also have a little bit of opportunity to get some more prize pool and some more PGS points. Not that it matters, but still, Navi, another decent game for them here. They managed to get some kills, managed to put themselves into some situations here with Ferris leading that charge, but still, when you have other teams that are doing big double-digit games, they need to do it now.
The good news for them, though, is that it was New Happy that's done it twice, right? Like this idea that a team that wasn't really in the hunt and has now made themselves get into the hunt. If there is a team that's going to thrive when Navi's a little bit slower, it's a team that was all the way on the right side of the leaderboard. So we'll see what happens as the leaderboards come up in just a little bit. Ascend did get deep in this one as well. They managed to climb up to 10th place, but again, maybe a little too late, but a glimmer of hope because that's a team that needs to really come through at the next PGS.
Yeah, really exciting stuff here for our wildcard games. It was a little bit of a wildcard though. This circle, it's a little bit of a hot one with Tinglong Gardens being in there. It's often going to shift on the northern side there. And yeah, New Happy, they locked down that compound. Navi also had compound further to the east, but New Happy just had that absolute middle banger compound there. They're able to clutch it up from there. But Ascend still managed to get a good amount of points here through kills. Not many kills was available to New Happy, but yeah, they managed to get a little bit here.
Yep, Navi does go out in 5th place. You can see it on the screen. Their reaction, they weren't super happy with that. Ascend, I think they're just having a good time, finding their pace, and getting the most out of this event as they can.
Maximizing points, but still, we need to see them in the top 6 in one of these events here for PGS 5 or 6. And then the second one needs to be a 2nd place or better for them to be at PGC. So yeah, they're fighting here. 14 kills going their way in a 2nd place. That's 20 total. New Happy won, but they only got 7 kills. That means they're going to be in 17. Still a big game for the guys in... a color. What type of purple is that? Is it just purple, or is it any purple? Is it a special kind of purple?
Purple-esque.
Purple-esque. And they ascend purple, but yeah, 46,000 meters travel is 50,000 yards for you.
That's a lot of yards. I mean, that's I think Ascend has had some hustle here today.
Right.
I will say that they've had it the entire time. As far as teams that salvage in this event, Ascend has been the kings of it. But 2 chicken dinners in a row. Let's take a look at those stats. And again, it is a bit of a team effort. They took a lot of damage, but this is manage your position, get the kills, or just get the chicken.
We got the compound, now let's try to fight everyone else off from it and keep them away while getting a few kills. Try to maximize a little bit. As you said, here's 7 kills. Still Ming Ming is going to be able to take those on back-to-back.
Back-to-back man of the match with a devilish amount of damage. 3 kills, 2 knocks, and really I think it comes down to just a massive confidence booster. I mean, you heard Paperthin pointed out, this is a PGC defense. They were a champion squad that's been so quiet lately, and to see them come out here and finally turn it on in the last day of the group stages.
Yeah, this year, especially from what we saw at Shanghai and everything, it's been a little bit of a quiet time for the teams coming out of China. But yeah, I'm happy to see New Happy step it up here, 17 points. Wow. They needed this, and we said, yeah, if they could do, we were like, okay, 26 kills, that's nice. They need to do it again, and then they need to have one more big game to actually become champions in the last 2.
Let's talk overall leaderboard, because this is what it comes down to. 2 games left to play. Where do the cards fall? Na'Vi in the lead at 128 points. That's only a 10-point lead over the Assault of Twisted Minds, who has been steadily trying to gain on them and doing a pretty good job of it. 17 back in the mix with 3 can easily close that gap. Cerberus has been sliding. I don't know. They'd have to have one heck of a game, I think, to get back up and running.
Yeah.
And New Happy, like you said, if they come out here and they manage to have one more of those games, which they just did 2 in a row, they could be fighting for first.
Then in the last game, they could be fighting first. So they actually need to do it in this next game here.
Have to.
Because there's no chance we're going to see, there are top 4, top 5 teams have 0 points. So they need to have 2 massive games or 2.
So you're saying basically, if you are not the top 4, you've got to have a good game.
You've got to.
Right now.
You've got to.
Okay, you've got to do it. Now, Na'Vi, on the other hand, I think they've got to play I don't want to say play defensively, because it never works.
Right.
But that lead, honestly, over 3rd, 4th, and 5th is pretty significant.
A 5th with some kills, that's fine.
Acceptable.
If they can continue to do that, and Twisted Minds or Cerberus and in 17, they don't have that big game, then it's still enough. Like, they need to just salvage, because at one point, maybe in the next 2 games, they're going to have that game that's coming towards them, where there's okay, there's skills available here. We could see ourselves in a placement position, and that's just that's the difference maker for them here. Na'Vi is still, this 10 points different here going into the last 2 games.
It's big.
That's big. It's an advantage to talk about.
It is, and I honestly, in a way, we cheered against them at the start of the day, if only because we didn't want them to get so far ahead that it wasn't a 3-horse, 5-horse race. At this point, though, I do love this idea, the story of this young gun team put together. A lot of I don't say hate, but distrust thrown at them from the fans, who's come out and just had an incredible year. I think it'd be really nice to see them pick up a PGS win.
Yeah, honestly, for first year, full year of the roster for them, that would be insane for now.
Yeah.
We saw them do extremely well, of course, at the other PGSs. We know that they're capable of doing so, but can they close it out? Can they hold that together? Because once you've won a PGS, then it's a different talk, right? Then you could also potentially win a PGC. You could put yourself into these situations, and to be honest, I'm just excited if they're able to do so.
Yep, I can't wait to see what happens next. When we come back, it's time for the final 2 maps of PGS 5, so don't go anywhere.
Information to try and help Luke out, but this is starting to look pretty doomed for Luke 12 and for TSM. Oh, never mind.
Exciting team to watch here throughout. Tanwu for this, I told this yesterday, the jump, then with the AK, even the seed swap gets him.
Former teammate there, grenade in hand towards Epion. He goes down, nice. If anybody's gonna make the push, opens the door, goes out, finds one. He's got the pump. Can he find another? He gets some damage, but doesn't get the knock. From the Bobo and Wang Zai combining. They're gonna wipe New Happy out. Near that C-block compound west of Venus, so curious to see what they're doing. Well, they're getting shot. Heaven's got Jeems looking for another season, pre-fires it. Heaven's got 2, looking for the 3rd. Heaven! They can find the flank angle on the Na'Vi, but Hakatori aware of it, keeping him at base. Good peek shot. Really nice stuff from Hakatori.
You're kidding me.
This is a gamble by Raining.
That's gonna not quite pay off, you'd have to imagine. He's out in no man's land, and Na'Vi.
we're creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
They come from the dark lab, the noisy cannibals. Only they can stop them. The Hunger Busters! They're back and armed to kill. Why take chances?
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
I didn't mean to kill that policeman. Why, of course not. It's against everything I've ever stood for.
Welcome back to PGS5, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO. And as we get ready for the penultimate match of the day, we do want to give a special thank you to all the teams that make it possible, the 16 behind us, but also our partners. So thank you to OP.GG for being the main partner of PGS5. Overpower your game. Novotel Bang Na, the official hotel partner for PGS this season. Green Park Studio Bangkok, thank you for providing this incredible space and being our studio partner for PGS5. And finally, TT Racing for being part of the team and the gaming chair sponsor. Martin, this is that moment. We're headed to the grassy pastures. Everything is on the line. Set me up for this. What do I need to know as I go into these last two games?
Can you have it go back to back to back? Or are Na'Vi going to solidify that lead that they already have and close this one out? Or are we going to see a repeat winner in 17 Gaming, Twisted Minds, or Cerberus? That's really the question.
That really is what it's going to come down to for those of you at home. This is the time where the race really tightens. Na'Vi is holding on for dear life. Cerberus trying to catch back up. Twisted Minds just inches away from getting themselves a repeat here at PGS as the teams get focused and in. They just had a break. They met with their coaches. The strategies are locked in, and there's not much you can do left to change it, as we are just seconds away from this one.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. Honestly, for this to go onto a wrangle, positive mindset. Yes. I talked to some of the guys as they were walking through. Sonic, also a potential repeat winner here. Positive mindset. You didn't have Shrimpsy as your captain. Shrimpsy got sad. Now they potentially...
I should have told him that. He said, who's your captain?
Should have lied.
I should have lied. Oh, I dropped the ball. But hopefully our teams won't, as it's time to get into our penultimate match on the grassy pastures. Let's head over to the duo for perfect pontification. It's Saga and the Paper Thin.
And pontificate we will. 2 more games to go in one of the most intense, incredible finals we've had in PUBG Esports history here at PGS5. Just what a show these teams have been putting on for us. And now, all of a sudden, out of bloody nowhere, NH Esports has found themselves in the conversation.
Crazy, isn't it? Came into the day looking in dire straits, along with so many others. Shambolic scenes, but wow, they've made such a turnaround. But to go back to back to back to back to win a championship, that is something completely unheard of. But they've at least given themselves an opportunity. They've opened the door for themselves. A line drawn in the sand. Na'Vi holds the stick. If they extend it any further, it gets extremely difficult. But so far, that one win that Na'Vi picked up at the start of the day is the differential between them and the other teams looking to chase the title. But there is pressure in the hands of the young Na'Vi players. It may not be enough. They've still got more work to do in these final 2 games.
Absolutely. I mean, what an incredible story it would be for Na'Vi, for such a storied org in PUBG Esports. Obviously PGC champions, but now a complete rebuild coming into this year. And who would have thought they'd be at this point in the lead, in the pole position for a PGS title. And looking darn good along the way. Northern-ish circle, sitting towards the shooting range area. This is where the sender begins. However, circles today have been very, very unkind to where you suspect they might end.
Yeah, this one's, I don't know, somehow we're ending up this one like on top of Everest on a phase one like this. We'll find a way to make it weird one way or another and make it very difficult for a team like Na'Vi who likes to sit late, play the edge, and it's a difficult zone for them to do just that. A team like Twisted Minds, they've got themselves a position towards the classic school zone, and you can get in hearing their communications as they head into these final 2 games with a 10-point gap to try and close up against Na'Vi to deny their regional partners of Na'Vi their place at the top. Twisted Minds, it took them a long time. It took them years of trying and grinding and getting so close and failing at the final hurdle to get their first global championship on the line. If Na'Vi could do it less than a year after this roster formed, that is an insulting blow to Batulins and the boys of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a little painful to think about that there's a world here where Twisted Minds ends up second again after winning the previous PGS. It's been a little bit tough for them, but we want to hear from New Happy's Esports' Xiao Z, see what they have to say about those last couple games.
Hello everyone, I'm joined by New Happy's Zhao Zi. Oh my goodness, 2 chicken dinners back to back. What happened? What prompted this incredible, crazy gameplay today on the last day of PGS 5?
你们已经吃了2击了，你们就是有什么方法让你们迅速拿到这么多分吗？
就吸取之前的教训嘛，然后沟通什么的更加仔细了，然后就打好每一局就行。
They learn from their past games, and they have a better communication now.
And you guys, if you take one more chicken dinner, you have your shot at the trophy. So how confident are you for another chicken dinner?
如果你们再拿下鸡的话，就会离奖杯更进一步了。就是你们现在自信心有吗？
有吧。
They are confident about it.
Okay, I guess we'll find out on Erangel.
That's all that needs to be said, really, isn't it? All that we need to know. They are confident. They believe they can do it. They've shown that they can do it twice back-to-back in a row. And now, 30-point gap between themselves and Na'Vi. It's enough. It's enough of a glimmer of hope that out there on the horizon, there is a trophy in the line of sight for New Happy, but there are so many others within reach. Down to KDF on 96 that could still get it over the line if they can turn their fortunes around after a day that really has not gone in their favor.
I think a big part of it, to me, is their AR spraying is crazy good right now. I mean, the way, especially on Taego, the way that they were just so crisp and clean with some of those 3x AUGs and things like that, that's when you know you're really in the zone, is when you can make moments like that happen. And here's a moment for TSM on top of Raze. Again, the solo player for FW, just staring down his red dot out the door. Players are going to run through. He goes for the burst fire. He's got one. Can he find more? Nope. Sparking. Going to put an end to that. And the rest of FW is trying to crash in. Rez being stuck. Are they going to commit to this? No, they're pulling back.
If they were a little bit quicker, a little bit sooner, maybe if Ray's got one additional knock, a couple extra bullets into Sparking, and maybe they would have considered going for that full rebreach, and we would see Twisted Minds, or rather TSM, meet that all too familiar fate where they get some kills on the board and then lose players early on, and it leaves them lacking in options. But now, dead center position in phase number 1, successfully breached. They get the revive, they get the 1 kill on the board, and FW forced back TSM with an opportunity for, should this zone go up towards the north, really east or west, doesn't make much of a difference. They'll be in.
Yeah, if it is another northern shift, which is kind of what you're expecting, that is one of the compounds that is game winning. You know, the southern tip of Severny, that Crossroads compound, so powerful as circles in anywhere in those vicinity. We'll see Tiamba up towards the crashed airplane. Is there a little bit of loot in there or something, or just, oh, okay, I see.
Emphasis on crash.
Yep, that is exactly it. It should be fine now, right? Right? Tires are on the ground? Yeah.
Nailed it.
Never in doubt.
Well, it's something that's gone in the way of Tianba. You've seen a couple of times today that games have slipped away from their hands, and they've not been too happy about it, it seems, by the players' reactions. Not that I can understand the language, but I can understand the body language that's coming from some of the player cams occasionally. Yes. If we did get a bit of a body language reaction for Lil Ghost, it might have been a, ooh, AWM. I'll take it. I'll take it.
I was worried he was going to pass it up. I was worried for a second. But yeah, Lil Ghost there, you know, as a point man for 17, that could be a very powerful tool that they need to kick open some doors. Na'Vi going to be playing it safe, taking the wide wrap towards Kameshki. Going to be circling in, it looks like, around the top of Stalbert. Coming into the circle, you know, one of those compounds that's up on that northern road potentially, open, free for them to set up shop. If it is going to go like northeast as well, like towards Stalbert, if you're not able to get like the warehouse compound that's up on that hill or something, working from the coast uphill is actually surprisingly a little bit easier in some instances.
Right.
It's a little bit harder for teams to get angles on you, actually. So I like what Navi's thinking.
Yeah, and they're going all the way around. And it's good news, too, because there's 3 other teams who were considering an eastern wrap behind them. The Expendables have kind of called it off after figuring out, oh, we're rotating right next to 2 other teams, so they've gone for something a little more direct on the western side of Yaz. But Petrichor Road and Cerberus committing to the safer, quote-unquote, play of going full wide around on the wrap. It might just end up forcing another fight between Na'Vi and Cerberus eventually, should both of them continue rotating in this same fashion. But they're towards the south side of zone. New Happy starting to make their appearance. What a set of games it's been for them. They really came out, 47 points after Miramar today, and now they're sitting at 100 just 2 games later. What an outstanding turnaround for them.
That's unreal to think of that kind of jump happening on a finals day. Just stellar stuff from NH. I mean, and, you know, obviously we all saw what they can do. They won a PGC, a very capable team for sure, but it's exciting to see them climbing up towards that leaderboard, giving some hope for the Chinese region along with 17 to maybe come through and do some serious damage at this event. Xiao Wu just driving along the edge, looking for any free space that's available there on the other side of Razak. And yes, KDF up on the hill ahead, but there's plenty of open room here for him to get some info and figure out exactly how they want to cross this river when the time comes. It looks like they're starting to make their way through. I saw Xiao Bei just cross as well. Genji up on the north, way on the other end of the circle, doing similar kind of things, scouting around, seeing what's going down.
You're wrapped all the way around the west, up and over to the northern ridge once more, and there's wide splits aplenty in this area of the map for them to attempt to identify and maybe formulate some kind of game plan. Could involve a breach onto something like FW, who are currently holding a pretty wide 3-way split with their 3 remaining players. After losing Raze earlier on to TSM, they've now started to spread back out, but once again, Xiaozi back on the menu. Yes, he gets it done with the ARs, but the DMRs as well. Brex caught out as they tried to make a move late in on the south side of the zone. New Happy's there lying in wait, and it's a repeat of the end of the previous game. New Happy taking one out from Ascend.
Feels like New Happy can do no wrong right now. Just incredible stuff from them. Where are we going? Okie dokie. Still a lot of the river in play there. And Navi's going to have to make a move. They had Petrichor Road right behind him. I like what the observers are showing us. There might be some congestion across the Yaz Bridge. A few power points of interest there. The Freaks spot and a little bit of where Twisted Minds and 17 are hanging out. A lot of people going to be trying to get across those Razak bridges. Question is who's going to go first and how dangerous is it going to be? 17's got a crossfire set up on that bridge.
Yeah, some of the teams that do have quote-unquote control over some of the crossings, the likes of 17, they're trying to be greedy and hold both sides and keep priority over the bridge positions. But now with Twisted Minds and Ascend starting to make a move, yeah, 17 sensibly understand that having a 2-player split here is probably not the best, so they are going to fall back and concede the position. Cerberus were considering their eastern wrap up towards the north behind Na'Vi, but they've turned back around, almost losing Haisaki as the first man to continue wrapping around back towards the west is New Happy again, who's clearly landed a headshot onto him as he was making his way a little bit further ahead of the rest of Cerberus, gathering information, gets a heal off, has to keep on moving.
I love the way 17 played this. The way that they had themselves split, that the 2 players here, Xiao Bei and Xiao Wu, can cover to make sure that that bridge is safe for the other 2 to get over. Really, really smart stuff. Good setups, good execution, good timing. Even though it doesn't amount to any points or anything yet, gives them a really good shot at getting deeper into this game for sure. The Freaks as well, sort of combining their forces, but I think I see a player from the Freaks a bit farther away, so now, okay, yeah. Okay, Gyumin has realized that being by himself there is not the best idea.
Yeah, with Tiamba pulling up on the rocks ahead of them, they're like, okay, this split, it's good in theory, but we'd rather just keep all 4 players alive, and they desperately need to as well. It's been a turbulent day for KDF, and now that they get the opportunity of getting this next shift, or at the very least, if this does somehow shift back down towards the south, they'll be one of the first teams with priority on the Rozhok Bridge to make that entrance onto that side of the river. Makes a lot of sense for them to play a little bit more conservatively, keep themselves all as a tight-knit group, as Sonics trying to do quite the same thing as they make this push up towards TDT.
Have to be careful with the sound cues here as the Sonics. Don't want to give this away. You're going to hear those shots. You know someone's up here. You've got the element of surprise. Don't want to seed it over. Kickstart, checking some angles. You've got the prone player. Vaughn is up there. He's going to hear this. Grenades are ready.
Giving sound cues.
Yeah, TDT is prepared. The grenade is out. The spray is down. Hwang F comes to life. Gets the initial knock on to kickstart. More grenades starting to funnel in towards the Sonics. They are in retreat. That was not what they were looking for there. Oh, Petrichor Road, hello.
What?
Hello?
What is that? Goes flying up over the top, gets flattened. What on earth was that from Petrichor Road? Up and over the wall, just drove into the compound completely out of the blue. And Eternal Fire were not ready for this breach.
This is absolute madness here. Eternal Fire, not sure what happened with Petpa out there, but they are throwing everything they have to keep Petrichor Road at bay. Still a team that's very much in the hunt here for a title. We are going to go west in this circle. 17's compound looking so good. That early setup paying dividends for them. Mill, the blue zone's trying to clear some space. Summer's going to find one. That's the flush as well. The blue zone is going to claim the Mad. He is in trouble.
Got them all.
He got them all. Unbelievable.
One blue zone nade just killed all of them.
What in the world?
Not a jammer pack in sight, not a first aid timing. Maybe there was a grenade thrown in as well to soften them up so they couldn't quite secure it. But either way, Eternal Fire's points tally, 106. After picking up a win on Miramar, they put themselves in the title race, but just as quickly they're taken out of it by Petrichor Road pulling up on them. And they were just not prepared. They had a 2-2 split earlier on, which was regrouped. Oh, but they just were not ready for that angle of approach. But honestly, how could you have been? The way that he flew into that combat.
You could see they were confused. It was, you know.
He kick flipped on him.
Yeah. Dude. They went Tony Hawk Pro Skater on him there, man. Like, just absolutely styled on him. Crazy stuff from Petrichor Road. I mean, nearly bottom of the leaderboard, so just finish with whatever points you can. Try to climb as far as you can. Hekatori out on his own here for Na'Vi. Close to the gas station, but spotted out, knocked. Who else but Luke 12, the tremendous DMR player, finding tons of value here for TSM. Still has the vehicle of Clories up on top of the hill, but until they start to peek over that ridge, should be A-OK. Going to take some shots anyway. And I think for now, Luke might be able to regroup with the rest of TSM potentially, but they're pretty fanned out. He's just kind of chilling in the zone.
I don't think it's a coincidence either that Na'Vi, they knew the positioning. There was one already taken out. Here we go. Here comes the replay of the breach of Petrichor Road completely destroying. It was 2 blue zone grenades. That makes a little more sense. And so the Eternal Fire boys, really nothing that they could do. They've got one more opportunity. But of course, it makes sense that Na'Vi, I talked about it on the desk, they are a team that likes to play so heavily out on the edge. They try to go unnoticed, but if teams get an inkling of where they're playing from, they know they're going to be coming in from the zone late and they can set up defensive lines. Luke 12 actually flexed a little bit further forward away from the rest of TSM, getting that one knock and forcing Na'Vi to the west, and there was still a 3-man presence of TSM to the north side of shooting range that was maybe going to try and pick off one more from Na'Vi before they could get into the zone, but we're not able to find them. They've gone way too far out to the west, to the north. They're now coming in outside the opposite side of the plane crash compound, so about a kilometer out to the west in between Sonics and Gen G is going to be their attempt at an entry point, but it won't be any easier.
This is potentially opening the door for a lot of these other teams. It's going to be tough for Na'Vi to get many points in this game at this stage. They're very beat up because of the blue zone, and they have a Sonic squad, a 4-man squad, not too far out ahead of them. And it looks like the Sonics were able to get that res, but TSM splitting out into that 2-2. The rest of the forces did end up regrouping with Luke, and they do have a bit of a beachhead into that next circle. TE, though, starting to angle down on top of TSM. They took the bottom of the ridgeline of the hill. They're going to need that expert shooting, but it's going to be Luke 12 who potentially is on point, I believe, up there, indeed. Still, though, we have to keep our eyes on Na'Vi.
They have a chance. Rex is the solo man holding the back line where Feorist is making his entrance. The rest of Gen G have pushed to the east to hold out against TSM. If he can get the better of them, Na'Vi can get in the zone and they could get some points. They could extend their lead currently, or at least get something to minimize the damage that a game like this, losing 2 players early, will do to their title chances. But Twisted Minds, they've got to fight their way into the zone as well. FW have regrouped just on the opposite side of this compound. They're still in the zone. They get the chance to sit here and hold the line as Twisted Minds try to make their push.
And H on Bermuda trying to find a way across the bridge. It's Cerberus on the other side. Cerberus so desperately in need of points. Some damage done. Do have the pull up onto Haisaki. Quickly taken care of here. Ming continuing to be astounding. AZ was knocked as well into NH. Himas trying to use this shack as best as he can. Grenades exploding him around him. Down to 72 HP. Pushes out the door. Ming's going to get Salalzi though as well. These ARs are really coming to life for NH. They might lose AZ for the cause. Himas, he's going to get 2 though. The superstar from Vietnam standing tall. And it's going to be TSM going down in the background. What in the world happened there? Oh, we'll find out in a bit. Ming out by the tree and done and dusted. What a hold here from Cerberus.
It's going to be his last hurrah, though. Little more that he can do. He goes down to the blue zone. Cerberus's last involvement in this game is denying New Happy their opportunity of making any sort of miraculous back-to-back-to-back run. I love the play from New Happy as well. They saw the setup that Cerberus had across both bridges and they said, forget about it. We're just going to breach the guy up close, take down Haisaki. But the second line of defense was Himas, and that's enough to buy the time for both teams to be taken out. And suddenly, at the top of the leaderboard, we've got 4 teams eliminated and Na'Vi holding on by a thread as Fairest just proning in the side of the zone. 17 Gaming, Sonics, and Twisted Minds. Is this their moment to claim first place?
It's a golden opportunity for Twisted Minds. Taking some long-range shots at a couple different teams. 1 kill, for example, already. KDF in trouble, getting cut down between some fire from Twisted Minds. Clories is going to find the knock. Oh, what a shot from Xiao Wu as Lu was trying to go into the smokes and throw a grenade. Had one in hand. Might be going down to that relatively shortly here. I don't think there's much that Twisted Minds can do at this point. Tulin trying to find the edge, but Example, so good with the barrel. Takes 2 down in a heartbeat. And this may be Twisted Minds at least collecting a few more kills.
Impossible situations, does not matter. Example sets the example on how to pick your team out of impossible plays with just ridiculous sprays. 4 on the board for Example, and Twisted Minds fight their way through FW's line of defense, but they've still got a way to go to get into this next zone. It's shifted away from them again, and now it's 17 Gaming's Lil Ghost, trained with the AWM, lines a shot upon Mill through the trees that somehow doesn't connect, but if he turns his attention 180 degrees to the opposite side, that's the priority target. Twisted Minds on the east, and they've got to get in somehow.
Yeah, looking for that pixel out of place in those trees. Players are good enough that their eyes can differentiate. Seriously, they can.
With a 15x, it's a little easier, but
yeah, it helps,
still.
for sure, for sure. Diamba now starting to do damage to Twisted Minds. As good as that play was from Example, Heather under pressure. TE full on crashing, trying to use that AK as best he can, but every peek he's taken is shut down. The stuns are coming out. And Yumin has gone down. Heather! He's going to find 2. Can he find more? No. Delwyn stops it. And that's going to be the Expendables cleaning out KDF.
Oh, if Twisted Minds had vehicles, you could bet that they would be in them, flying up towards this engagement, looking for the third party, but they just simply don't. Tanvu's holding them down as well. Ascend have tried to make a play to get into the compound of TDT. They've got an opening knock onto Hwang F, but he does manage to get the support in to hold that line. Expendables up to 10 kills in this game, but TDT holding the defense against Ascend.
Yeah, this is a scrappy position. All these teams want this compound desperately. Blue zone's out, fanning out across a couple different compounds, but no knocks to be found this time. Petrichor Road again involved. That's going to be Twisted Minds out. 17's going to eliminate them. Has to feel great. They're the team right behind them on the leaderboard. That's neither here nor there. June trying to get up the stairs. Very, very weak right now. Sonic's not too close to this fight. You can see him on your screen, but for now, not opting to get involved. June trying to buy some time, but man, he's got the P90, and this just shreds at this range. You got the level 3 gear to boot. Blue zone there, right on top of it's Chris. Nade would finish the job if it got close enough, does not. So it's Chris, hangs on. Another life for him.
Considering hopping out of the window, looking for the peek around the side. Chris has done a great job of just getting lost in all of this, hopping in the vehicles that they've got. They're going to lose track of him, but he does get caught out in the doorway and eventually gets taken down before Jun. It's just TDT things. Wouldn't be a TDT fight without at least one guy knocking himself or a teammate. But ZYU still holding the angle as Petrichor Road's wall of smokes doesn't give them enough space to get over to the play. But Mill catching out Huang F. He'd switched over to the Micro Uzi to try and take the fight. And now ZYU tries to get over and put the Panzerfaust to play, but Kickstart catches him out. Disaster for TDT. They had the hold for the self-nade. Oh, man.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. But that's the way it goes sometimes. Gen G managed to clear out the expendables up here. So finally, a semblance of a good game for the black and gold. Sonics really need this game. It's been a little bit of a struggle for them today. Yeah, they're getting kills, but they haven't had that big explosive game yet. And if they could get it right here, right now, that would shoot them up the leaderboard, put them in championship contention. Tianba sitting below Gen G. They're taking their time. Try to really make sure that these angles are clear before they start to push them, but you're just looking for one of those players that's out of place, trying to find that flank angle out of the compound. But right now, Tianba completely dug in, and they are now starting to send flankers more underneath Gen G's nose.
That's huge. Shawudidi was knocked in that compound. He was picked up and put in the vehicle, but before 17 could drive him over to safety and get the revive, Tiggleton secures the flush out of the passenger side window. 17, who's currently 6 points ahead of Sonics, 9 points behind Na'Vi. They will lose a player coming into the final 5. Advantage Sonics. They know which team this is. They know that this team needs to be eliminated as well. But they also have to be well aware that that team in the compound, Petrichor Road, is in a position where they have nothing to lose. And they are proving so far today that they're more than happy to just dog down whoever's in front of them. But their attention is currently turned towards Gen G on the north.
Yeah, Tosi trying to break open some space, get some decent damage into Mill. However, Summer trying to find the angle, just quite can't get there. Lil Ghost with an SLR now. Swapped off the AWM. Trying to put some shots down, pops a tire.
Yeah, he's got about an AWM's amount of ammo as well for it. Only 20 shots with the SLR. That's rough when you have to fight up a hilltop against Sonics.
Man's pulling it. It's Chris trying to swap through as many guns as he can in one game. Might have to change it up again. We'll see if there's any more 7s floating around, but H-Win with that smoke there really can't find the angles he would like. Petrichor Road still scurrying around inside of their compound. Gen G, not really much that they feel like they can do about it right now. Rex, gonna keep an eye on it, but not too many frags that I'm seeing in the last couple of players. Yeah, 3 players on Gen G of 0 that I've seen. The real question is does Tosi have any? So they're a little bit lacking in the explosives department.
My.
Oh boy.
Well,
just put an X everywhere. Yeah.
This zone is gonna force some fights. For the Sonics, yes, you want to get rid of 17 Gaming, but if you do so, you're going to expose yourself to Tianba. You're going to leave the hilltop behind you occupied or unoccupied, and Petrichor Road could look for the backfill. It might just have to be a take the fight up the hill towards Petrichor Road, and Gen G try to take that space away with the utility that they have and then farm downwards towards Tianba and 17. But to make that a reality, they've got to make sure that 17 doesn't push them first.
Yeah, they're going to have to hit some really good shots as Lil Ghost. Just 13 total bullets left in this SLR. Starting to take some damage. Maybe Sonics get a little bit of help. If there's a knock on a 17, I think that would be the go signal for the Sonics to make a push. However, Gen G barreling down on top of Petrichor Road, that would be ideal for the Sonics. If there's some knocks between Gen G and Petrichor Road and they could storm that northern compound like you're talking about, I'm right there with you, Saga. I think that's the ideal play. It's just a matter of waiting things out and finding the right moment for the Sonics if the moment even appears.
Yeah. If the opportunity never arises, then they've got to improvise. They've got to get something else going. They've at least got vehicles to try and make it work and a lot of smoke grenades that they can use to bide their time. It looks like the play is going to be called. Sonics making a move in the vehicle. Shrimzy takes a big chunk of damage, and they're opting to go down. They're taking the fight to 17. A prospective grenade launched out from range, but H-Win holding the line at the back. Sits down at Xiao Bei, and there's no bullets left in that SLR. He's down to 4.
Oh, Shrimzy did get the flush. Grenades are out, though. Kickstart so weak. Doesn't land on him. Able to get the first aid off. Tiggleton taking quite a bit of damage.
Mills come out of the compound. This was always the problem for Sonics. If they went down, they leave their back line exposed. The wall of smokes does a little to buy them some time, but Mill is trying to get angles towards this.
Oh, and this is playing Kingmaker right now for Petrichor Road. H-Win down, another good spray from Lil Ghost to keep things alive here, 4-17. No points confirmed yet. Circle is encroaching on the back of the Sonics. It's going to be a point over to Lil Ghost. Mill continuing to harass from that tree. Finally, the Circle is going to force that angle away from him. Lin Shu trying to claim Suju's life. Suju using those angles nicely to keep himself going, but the rear end sticks out, and that's going to be a point going over towards Tiamba as the Sonics are crumbling from that backstab, and there's the finisher. Mill has dashed the Sonics' dreams.
Petrichor Road, with nothing to lose, have the opportunity to push to the north and impact the fight between Genji or Tiamba, or they could push south and impact who comes out as the champions of PGS 5. This fight between CC and Barpo goes the way of Barpo, well, looking the opposite direction. So CC just completely demolishes him out of the server. Tiamba's push completely unchecked because everyone else was busy, and now it's just on Solo's cleanup duty for Tiamba.
This is just crazy. I mean, I thought Barpo had him dead to rights there, but just couldn't quite get the spray to go like he wanted. The stuns are good. Out in the blue is Tosi, just trying to make something happen. Gets a fair amount of damage, but no knock. Sticks his face out, pays the price. Pow Pow puts him down, and now it's over to Lil Ghost. Trying to make some kind of move, trying to make some kind of play. No reason to deny points in my book. That's a knock for him. There's 2 down. They're trying to stick the res behind. The door's open here for Lil Ghost to make a crazy play. That's at least a point. That's going to put them ahead of Twisted Minds coming out of this game. This could be huge. Lil Ghost could have the play of the tournament right here.
4 points now between Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, and 17 Gaming sat right in the middle. He's got to catch CC out on this flank first. They've got Rocks to lurk behind. He's got a UAZ for a little bit of cover. But Tiamba are swarming the area up on the peak over the top of the rock. But CC around the side goes unnoticed, and Tiamba denies 17 their opportunity of claiming first place coming into the final game of the day. But my God, is it close.
It's a Pyrrhic victory for Tiamba, but with the early exit of Na'Vi, it keeps everything in play coming into this last game. Still so much on the line here at PGS 5, and it is oh so close. This last game is going to be amazing.
And that's the problem. The teams that are down towards the bottom still have big impact, and the potential standings are really, really tight.
Baby, Tiamba walks away with the win, but it was 17 holding on to the bitter end that has made it a 3-horse or perhaps a 5-horse race for who gets to be the big winner here at PGS 5.
Potentially, yeah. Tiamba closes this one out, but still, again, this was really the talk of Sonics, 17, Twisted Minds going up against each other in this game here. And Na'Vi having a big enough of a rough game. We talked about, right, they had this 10-point lead. That's a huge advantage, but that is slipping slowly now. And all the top teams, they are extremely tight together. And as the guys mentioned on the cast, Kingmaker of Petrichor Road, they're backstabbing Sonics. They were 4 guys strong, but still, 17 gaming, they walked away with the most of the points available there.
I'm not sure if Mill is going to be a hero or a villain in Twitch chat right now, so you guys just let us know. But that was an incredible backstab, rightly so, and the reason the Sonics didn't push up there is they knew that they would get third-partied if they did go after Mill.
So for like the exact terrain there, if it was a little bit further on the western side, they would have played that high ground. They'd probably tried to take that house, the single turret there, and overall just try to close that western side, but still they knew it was 17 gaming. They had to make a play to make sure that they were eliminated because the other teams were not important in terms of that high race here. And those extra 4 points there that Lil Ghost and the guys from 17 was able to garner from that, I think that could be huge going into that last game, because mentally you're like, that was a win in our book.
Yeah, 100%.
Second place is a win in his book. And then if you're like me, having Linshu on your team, he didn't check that left angle. He got flushed. You don't get the points for the win.
I mean, that could be the point that determines the difference in 17, winning or losing, right? It's that fact that he was able to get a little more. You saw how aggressively Lil Ghost went for that flush once he got it. So let's look at the end game. This is where Sonic's pinched right now. Mill opens the door. Then you get Lil Ghost as Survivor as he tries to work his way around. Tiamba cleaning out the map. And there it is. The attack by Little Ghost gets a few extra points on the board. But really, this game, these tournaments, these events are usually won in inches, not miles. And the grind by 17 today to do it has been impressive.
Yeah, and grams, not tons.
Grams, not tons. Whatever your two forms of measurement you would like to compare, the point is that it really is barely differentiating who's going to come out here on top. And when we get to those leaderboards, I think a lot of us are going to be shocked at just how close that race is for first place. And a fascinating race, because right now, if you go to that top 5, we've got 4 winners who would be the repeat winners of PGS, and 1 who are these young guns that I think nobody expected to have such a big year and are on the precipice of having that big star on the year.
Is that pressure too much going in? If you're the leading team, it's a lot of pressure mentally.
But you know what? I would have said the same thing about PGS 3 when they got there. I would have said PGS 4. Like every time that I see these guys and I think, whoa, this is a lot of pressure. They seem like all they care about is pixels.
Sleeping.
All they care about is, they go to sleep, they wake up, they play PUBG, they go back to sleep. And I got to respect it. Top 4 teams, Tiamba, 7 kills, Petrichor with 8. The Expendables, hey, welcome back, guys. 10 kills and 17 gets that 5 and the 936 damage to make sure they keep themselves in it in a very difficult circle north of Ross.
Yeah, honestly, for this game here, that was one of the most difficult circles. A lot of teams that had to go so far, and you saw even, TSM, they were in a situation where they were fighting, trying to hold back Na'Vi. They were aware Na'Vi's got to be stopped here. But yeah, Tianba manages to close this on. It's the Pow Pow and the guys. 3 for Pow Pow, probably going to be the man of the match here. Linshu finally got his kill. Not as much damage as you saw in the Miramar game, though.
I still can't believe that. It was 1,100 damage, no kills. But your man of the match, pow, 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 pow. He bubbles over and absolutely dominates. I don't want to say dominates. He does a good job of managing the map, but 3 kills is not a domination. But he has been actually really fun to watch for Tiamba. As far as this year
goes. He's a character.
He has. He is a character. He's quiet. He's fun, and he gets kills at the weirdest times, and I love that. All right, match leaderboard 17 going the way of Tiamba. Petrichor walks away at 12, 11. They remember that 11 points because that is very important when we get to this big leaderboard. Stonix did manage to get 9, which I think will push them a little bit closer to maybe not be completely out of it right now. I'm expecting them to have a big game. All right, that's it. Let's look at the big leaderboard, Martin. Let's walk through this. Go ahead.
Yeah, 128 points, obviously 4 points difference here. But it is extremely tight here. Most incredible thing is that from 1st to 5th here, we have 4 potential repeat winners.
Yep.
And a Na'Vi that would be a first-time chance here. But then again, we were talking about it. Yeah, the air's gone a little bit out of the balloon here. It looks like they're a lot of pressure on them, a little bit nervous. And I'm really hoping that the next game is going to be going their way. It'd be lovely to see 4-man strong teams going up against each other towards the here. As we talked about here, that Sonic's play, it could have gotten them 3, 4, 5, maybe more points on Sonic's side. That would have been 119, and that would have meant that 17 Gaming would have been on 120 or even 118 or so points. So that difference there, that is huge. And they now have a 10 points lead over Sonics here, 17 Gaming.
Mill could have been the decider in who wins this thing. We'll keep track of that. But honestly, for Na'Vi, I think the story here is it has been squeaky bum time since they arrived today. They have been sort of just holding on to this lead barely and getting just enough to do so. But I don't know if just enough to do so is going to fly when you're only 4 up on your nearest competitor now.
For me, though, I'm just going into the last game here. I'm just so sad to see TSM slipped a little bit today. They were looking so strong yesterday here, and a lot of things have gone against them today here, but still they are in a situation where they're still getting some prize pool, and with a big game they could get up there, but they are too far behind unless we're talking 20 plus kills and a win.
And they're regionally qualified to go to PGC. They're sort of in a position where I think they can use this as good learning experiences, and I think they look better than I've seen them in a very long time. So yes, they've fallen, but at the end of the day, it's all about getting set up, getting learning done so that when you go to PGC, you're the best you can possibly be.
And they could also have a fantastic PGS 6.
They will have a good PGS 6. I stand by that. All right, just a few seconds left, and we were going to get into our final map of PGS 5 with 3 teams separated by just 6 points and 2 more on the chase. It's still anybody's game with 5 horses in the race. This is PGS 5 from Bangkok, the final game on the grassy pastures. Let's go to your dynamic duo. It's Paper Thin and Saga.
One game to rule them all here at PGS 5. And that trophy is awaiting one of our teams. And there have been so many incredible moments here across this grand finals. And it is neck and neck coming into this. Can Na'Vi hold on to their lead? Or will another team rise above and take them down? We will find out here at PGS 5. The plane is in the air. No chickens here. We aren't scared. Let's get into it.
There's one chicken that matters, Paper Thin, and that is the one that is gifted at the end of this game. There are currently 9 teams well into the range that, if they have an absurd game, could perhaps just be enough to claim the title, but the ball is firmly in the Na'Vi court. They have the advantage right now. It's a slim one over 17, a slim one over the Sonics, but they have the advantage coming into this. They are defending their first place position on the leaderboards. They have to put points on the board no matter what happens in this game, because 0 will not be enough.
Absolutely. This has to be a better game for Na'Vi. Everybody is so hungry right now. 17 Gaming, definitely one of those teams. Lil Ghost doing what he could to try to pull out a miracle. And we are heading once again over to the west in that area between Pachinki and Gatka. So all eyes towards the Sonics, towards 17 Gaming. Teams that have phenomenal priority in a circle like this to try to turn their destiny around in this event and claim a title.
It's a good metaphor, really, isn't it? Trying to claim the title at a competition like this. It's kind of like climbing a mountain. It's difficult. You have to have composure, longevity, resilience. And if you do get a zone that ends up towards Everest, what a way to end that would be.
Oh, that's the dream, dude. I love Everest finishes. I absolutely love them. They're my favorite. So much cool terrain to work with up there. But we'll see if we get it as we take a look in with 17 as they complete their looting of Pachinki. Unfettered for now. The Freaks are kind of reaching out a little bit early with their drops just to their northwest. They've been doing Razak and some of the compounds in that vicinity, depending on the plane path. EF having a tremendous performance. I mean, there really isn't a world where they come back and, blow the doors off. But I say that, and they had a 20-point, chicken dinner, or 20-kill chicken dinner, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, mathematically it's possible, so we'll keep that in the back of our minds. KDF right now, it's probably a bridge too far. TSM, one of the top fragging teams so far, but today just has not worked out in their favor. New Happy, maybe they could have done it, maybe, but that final game, the hold from Cerberus, it was enough to keep them just on the verge. Again, it's possible, but so unlikely. But Cerberus, it was a costly endeavor for them to put a stop to New Happy's building of momentum. It was a play that left the door open for Twisted Minds and for 17 to be right there, breathing down the neck of Na'Vi. Could not physically be much closer to what they currently are. And Na'Vi under pressure coming into this final game. They've been under pressure since they were signed to this organization. Eyes on them from all around the world. The unproven young players from Ukraine coming to the global stage. And they have definitely proved they are worthy of that spot. But can they prove that they are worthy of lifting the title under such conditions?
And I want to give a quick shout out to Alrain as well, the coach for Na'Vi. What a phenomenal job he has done over the years with various different squads that he's worked with and found tremendous success no matter the situation. So truly one of the great coaches we have in our esports. So absolutely worth a shout out to him as well, because Na'Vi is just always seemingly in the thick of it.
And also willing to give a hand with the interviews as well.
Yeah, our goat doing translation too.
What a guy Alrain is. He's done such great work with this young roster. Developed them from onliners to champions in the making. And potentially that dream becomes reality today. But we've got about 25 minutes before we find out whether or not that will be the case. We've got a whole game of PUBG to go before we reach that point. TSM on the move. They're a team that typically likes to play out of South George, so this zone would have been good for them. But playing out of Yasnaya it's going to be a little bit more tricky. They're going to have to make a rotation through some possibly unsafe territory, but New Happy as well. A much more direct route in from the south.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if TSM is going to try to make the super wide wrap over to that West George bridge. That bridge seems to be left relatively open no matter what's going on, as we saw earlier in the event. So keep our eyes over in that direction. Cerberus, another team we absolutely have to be keeping our eyes on. A chicken dinner here could result in another PGS title for them. You know, this has been just such an incredible team throughout their history, and what another feather in the cap it would be for this Vietnamese squad if they could get yet another PGS title. It's been a bit of a rough day for them, though. Even though they finished yesterday on such a high note, haven't quite found that same magic.
We've been waiting for years, really, haven't we? Almost as long as Twisted Minds were waiting to get their global championship title as well, for an APAC champion to rise. The closest they ever really got was in the early days in Nations Cup, Vietnam getting second place back there, and then again in 2022. So close, but never quite getting over the line, but they managed to get it done at PGS 3. If it were to be the first APAC global champions that were to also be the first team to get 2 back-to-back championships or 2 global series titles on the board, that would be absolutely insane for the region. But Twisted Minds, they've considered making their rotation. They've gone wide around the side. FW Esports getting up there. It's a flying battle from vehicles left and right, weaving in and out of one another, but there's no knocks to be found.
Well, I don't think TSM wants any of this. This was just kind of them trying to make a rotation, and you got to be scratching your head. I think a tire popped there. Why is there a team out here right now? Certainly has to be in the back of TSM and Purdy Curdy's mind. And there's TDT as well. That's not too far out here. I mean, if they had just gone a little bit wider, now they're going to have to be extremely careful. But no, it's already disaster. Luke 12 is knocked. I don't think there's much they can do about that. I think they just have to leave him to die. Yeah, Long F's going to claim his life. Tough sledding again in the early game for TSM.
TDT having an impact. They're a team that has loved to fight in the early stages of the game, and they commit when they get the chance to do so. They hear the shots ringing out between FW and TSM on their north. They push up the hilltops, and they reap the reward. It's a disaster for Luke 12. Such an impactful player for TSM to lose as well. They will be that first casualty over the final game of PGS 5.
Petrichor Road going to swing out, trying to get around Na'Vi. Cerberus corralling Na'Vi back in that general direction. So Petrichor Road, if they opt to get a little bit aggressive, they opt to get a little bit spicy. Knock here onto Genji. Shrimzy trying to make that Dragunov sing. And has the res being attempted onto Rex. Looks like it could go through. And here we go. This is such a potentially crucial moment if these two teams cross paths. So far, Na'Vi just taking some shots. Petrichor Road still going wide. Looks like for now, there isn't going to be a dust-up.
It's close. Fairest up on the hilltop. He's got a little bit of separation between himself and the rest of Na'Vi, and actually Ming is starting to make a move onto the same hilltop as well. Fairest hears the engine. He's aware. But just for now, it seems as though Fairest will go undetected. Petrichor Road, again, having nothing to lose coming into today. They were still 20 points behind this in last place. They've done a solid job of catching up, and part of that comes with borderline reckless aggression at times. They have really no self-preservation at this point, because why bother? But they can definitely still have an impact on the standings, and if they were to get in a fight with Na'Vi, couldn't really be much more impactful for Pero at this point.
No doubt. That's part of the game. You know, those other teams still would like to, you know, have some moral victories at the end of this. They want to come through firing on all cylinders. We saw it in the previous game. Petrichor Road still happy to take some fights, and they are still a force to be reckoned with. They got here to the finals. They're definitely a darn good team.
Yeah. If you don't get to go home and say, I won the championship for Petrichor Road, at least you could go back and say, well, I lost it for Na'Vi. So that is something that they need to be very aware of. And Na'Vi, Fairest in particular, perhaps doing a little bit of a sneaky play to get out of the danger of Petrichor Road. They have continued on their journey further west as well, so Na'Vi will be happy to hold the southeast entrance. No further teams coming in from the eastern side behind them. They've got TE up to their north, but Elsewhere, it's Ascend now, starting to creep their way forwards, and they've got line of sight onto TSM. They've seen the vehicles in Cube, and the zone shift about to pop in just a couple of seconds. If TSM goes for those vehicles, they're lining up headshot angles. We have gone over towards South George, Hospital, Everest, all still in play. Compounds aplenty for teams to make moves into, and they got to get there quick.
Oh, this is going to be interesting for Na'Vi. Having to make a pretty wide and deep rotation, but there's a lot of space open. Genji's going to take the prio just to the west of Everest. Tiamba's already up on there. EF is going to settle up on the other side, but you have to imagine that a lot of teams are going to start fighting for that space. We have a knock over onto Purdy Curdy. It's Chris letting loose with a barrage. Oops, hit the windowsill there. Didn't quite get that one in. It's okay, though. Cerberus scooting their way through. They're another team on the outside looking into this next circle pop, so work to do. Driving, no matter how you slice it, dangerous with how good these players are.
This is really risky from Cerberus, but it could pay off massively. There are multiple teams wrapping wide around the south, heading west. Cerberus, they don't have the time. They can't be that late if they want to get themselves a potential game-winning position, so they go more direct, but they're turned off from the play. Too many shots coming in from 17 and Sonic, so they're going to have to just sit back, survive in Gatka for now. They maybe, if they'd kept going, if they'd pushed their luck a little bit further, could have overtaken, got ahead of New Happy, taken a position maybe to the south of Hospital, maybe even gone for a crash on the 2-2 split of Genji. But for now, they'll leave the position open. The grenade's still flying through for Ascend. TSM's day is coming to a miserable end at the hands of the Jungzin Lila.
Yeah, it's not what TSM wanted here at the end of PGS 5 for sure. Point's going to be claimed for Ascend. Res did happen for Purdy Curdy. It's a bit shocking to see a player pop up in your face like that. Hello. But this is dire. He's going to take some pretty nifty plays. You do have a few frags here for Purdy Curdy. Pains outside of the compound on the rock trying to keep track. It's Chris keeping him pinned in. And this is, I mean, you're still in the circle. This fight could take a little while. We'll see. It's Chris just knew that grenade was coming, got the heck out of there. Great stuff so far from Ascend, to be honest.
And so far, it's been a very solid tournament to remember for TSM, but this really has been a day to forget. Their woes, getting the frags on the board, have always been solid, but getting to the late stages of the game, getting the placement points has been where they faltered, and it seems that that has really reared its head today. It's taken their fragging ability down with them, and Purdy Curdy to hop out of the window. The first team eliminated and confirmed will not be taking home the title. KDF now has an opportunity to try and overtake, and perhaps even Tianba, maybe if they can get a win on the board, could climb in towards the top 8, but that is the first team that had a real potential chance, especially at the start of today, of contesting for that title. It's going to go home empty-handed.
And you can see that Na'Vi is trying to do everything they can to avoid any early confrontations. New Happy pretty well split out in front of them. Twisted Minds very much still in the conversation for this one. Only 6 points behind Na'Vi as things stand. And I've always said this about Everest. If this isn't ever a circle, you love to be the very last team to come in from either the east or the west side, because that gives you a great opportunity to third party those teams that are already up there, kind of crunch in and go for the win, but we're not. We're not going there. We are going into South George in the hospital area. Oh me, oh my.
Not a single team that is currently within the top 4 or maybe even beyond is in this new circle in a solid position. But does it matter? Because there's a whole city there. There will be plenty of space for the teams to get up close and personal. Panzerfaust, shotguns, maybe that's what decides the championship. But first of all, it's a mass migration into the city. Every compound that was considered priority is now left by the wayside as 17 Gaming, Cerberus and Sonics are in their vehicles flying through, and Ruin cops a cheeky drive-by headshot from the Dragonov of Himas, and 17 get a chance to set up a line to try and catch them on.
Oh, Cerberus hit the tree! This could be disaster. 17 is dealing with KDF off screen. Driving in, here comes KDF, just getting massacred by 17 Gaming. Huge points, and they're now tied for first. And again, the tie comes down to placement points.
KDF just inadvertently kept Cerberus in it. Himas hitting into that tree right in front of them. 17 had a chance to pick them off, but their attention was drawn to KDF flying forwards, and now Twisted Minds taking fights. Example has the cover as 7-7 sits by the doorway waiting for Batulins to run out of bullets and run straight into his teammate. Grenades through the window as 17 stake their claim on first place, but Twisted Minds are scrapping to get right back in it as well.
Oh, this is situating to be an incredible game. Na'Vi, though, continues the slow but steady pace. There's a ton of room to work with here until you get to Petrichor Road. A few compounds they can settle up with at the edge of the circle. Twisted Minds trying to spray through that grenade, just bounces in, but bounces too far. Lou desperately trying to get that car into that house. A little bit of extra safety, potentially a little bit of an extra escape valve for them to work with as this one rolls on. Ascend still in the wings of that fight as well. It's Chris, flanked all the way out past the cranes. He's out in the hills in between the crates and South George. And Ascend is circling the wagons. Sonics?
Yeah, over to the western side, the western coast. Na'Vi had a tricky situation here earlier on in PGS 5. And now, four-man team of Sonics pulling up on the hilltop. Fairest in those same buildings that he was back then as well. Gets out of there quickly. Safety in numbers for Na'Vi. And not only that, they don't want to concede a knock. They do not want anyone to have the information that this is who they are. And man, it's going to be hard to keep that hidden for as long as they can. The zone about to shift in about 15 seconds time, and it will do all it can to get rid of the water. Maybe back towards the hospital, maybe to the southeast.
Hekatori hitting a couple shots on the Sonics, trying to find some level of safety up ahead in the hills. Circle, yeah, has to remove as much water as possible. 17, a point of interest in that dip. Twisted Minds able to split out, able to use that vehicle, I think, to get over the street and into a very important compound. Could give them extra legs in this game. In fact, they're sending a couple more over. Are they going to lose any players in that? Tiggleton, in the meanwhile, able to find a knock. Batulins does go down. Is that going to be resible or not? Here's the replay from this crash. Just slaughtering KDF. We're trying to gun their way in, but just great reactions from 17.
Timing on that was insane as well. That was right as Himas rocked into the tree, lost all of his momentum and had to start again, and then KDF come flying through. 17 would have 100% been able to pick him off, but they didn't get the chance. And now Sonics have come flying into the compound. They found a knock, and it's Hakatori that's taken down. A huge knock to be found, and Ming as well from the south side, the northern side of hospital, getting involved with a DMR. Na'Vi have lost 2 in the most impactful fight of PGS 5.
This is disaster. If the Sonics can come out of this clean, though, there's a real chance that they have a shot at claiming yet another title for themselves. Such a storied organization. Hello, Shawu?
This carb must have been exploded in that bolt.
Yeah, oh no, they're getting mortared. Oh no! They had to set up a complete circle of smokes around themselves. Now they're trying to get these reses. More smokes being expended. This is really not looking great for 17, and TE's like, nah, we've got these knocks. We're going to try to finish this. There's a Panzerfaust in the hands of Xiao Bei. He's got the damage and flying through the air. What happened here? 17 is gone. TE crashes into them and eliminates them. Unbelievable.
One more point for Na'Vi and they retake first place, but it might not be enough still. That was insane, the Expendables putting the mortars in from distance. Eternal Fire was creeping up to them on the side of Everest. They saw where the mortars were coming from, but they got out of there quickly enough. They go flying into the bowl. The Panzer sends Glories to space, but it's still not enough for 17 to keep themselves alive. And Na'Vi in with a chance of reclaiming their spot. They got the revive as well. I have no idea how that's been allowed to happen. But now they're down Hakatori and they still have to fight their way through the Sonics.
And the Blues not going to give them much more time to consider this. They're going to have to find some good grenades. That one's not going to make it through the window. Some damage done as well from H-Win. Fairest looking for that flank angle, expecting that maybe there's a player out in that smoke trying to hold the line. Sonics players, though, quite a bit further away, so those grenades are going to go into the nether. Some grenades now being thought about by the Sonics. They just need to keep Na'Vi from getting any more points. A good grenade from H-Win. Finds Sosid. H-Win, though, has to back up. Decent grenade from Diffix. Catches him in the back. Some damage done. Circle's going to drift over towards the hospital. Fairest in the blue, trying to snake this out, trying to get these first aids off, but I don't know, Saga. This is so tough for Na'Vi.
It really is. I don't know if they can even get back to vehicles.
Oh, no.
If they even have enough health to do it. They don't. They're gone. They don't capitalize on 17's elimination. Na'Vi on a tiebreaker will not be the champions regardless of what happens from this point on. Heartbreaking scenes for the young men from Ukraine. They fought tooth and nail, but it just simply was not enough.
Just a tremendous event from them, though. New Happy now dicing and slicing their way through a couple different teams. You can see Twisted Minds has some angles, but they're on the outside looking into the next circle. TDT in the three-piece warehouse on the other side of this. But they're just trying to damage everybody, trying to clear as much space as they can for themselves. New Happy has a little bit of room they have to maneuver to get into the next circle, but they did a great job cutting apart EF to open up some space.
After all of this, again, Sonics now in with a chance. 12 points is what they need to overtake 17 Gaming, but they're stretched. They have all 4 members in and around this barn. They've got vehicles to try and work with, but again, it's Petrichor Road that is the next obstacle in front of them. For a team that came into today dead last place by some margin, they just keep finding themselves in position to ruin chances or create chances for those at the top of the standings. Twisted Minds is going to have to find something. They're getting no assistance from anyone. They have to create a chance themselves. They have to punch a line through the line of defense. And it's Cerberus who's going to be on the target.
Cerberus just stuck my up close and personal in this. A lot of damage. Undabatu already been knocked once. Trying to storm their way into this house, and they do so, but they are still on the outside of the next circle looking in. Cerberus, though, going to play it safe. Going to consolidate, bring Duckmai back into the formation. Oh, the car just like drifted on over him. What in the world was that?
He stayed in the car. He hops out behind. 17 Gaming can't believe it, but this was before they knew that they were still holding on to their first place position above Na'Vi, but they know that Twisted Minds is not going down easily without putting a few more points on the board at least. They know that this is more than likely not enough. Other than in extenuating circumstances, but maybe this might just be that kickstart taken out of the vehicle as Sonics tried to make their move. They tried to go around Petrichor Road towards Gen G. Balpo has a grenade in hand.
That's heartbreaking for the Sonics. Some good shooting, though, from Gen G. And Tiggleton extremely weak, trying to set up some smoke so he can go for the heal. H-Win dangerously close to Nocta as well. If these grenades are on the mark, he's going to find himself knocked. That's 2 for Gen G. 1 player left, just Shrimzy. He's been oh so good this year, but there's no hope. Gen G wipes the Sonics out, and they will not be finding themselves collecting another PGS title.
So that's it. Twisted Minds, Cerberus, or 17 Gaming. It's confirmed one of the 3, and the points between them are minimal. The position in the zone, non-existent for Twisted Minds and Cerberus. They have to get across, or maybe just go in TDM, fight each other. If one team wipes out the other, maybe that's enough.
Cerberus, 1 man down already. Sololzi out of the equation. They just need to hold the line. Smokes are coming down. Still quite a few frags here for Duckmai to work with. Twisted Minds eyeing the other side of the road, maybe trying to find some way to get in, but this is oh so difficult. Hysaki's going to catch some players trying to jump over the wall, catching some damage as they're struggling to get through the smoke obscuring their vision, making it tough to find the angles that they need to get over, but they finally do. Not unscathed, though. Timas trying to find the angle, and now out of the frying pan into the fire, you have TDT, who's going to be able to watch this cross.
They need to start seeing fights elsewhere on the map. Everyone currently has their sights trained north. Petrichor Road, Gen G, TDT, everyone staring across the road where there are currently 3 teams that need to cross. And among them, the 2 teams that could dislodge 17 from claiming the championship title of PGS 5. And they're right and next to one another. Example has crept his way forwards. He's in the same building as Himas. Duckmai doesn't seem to know. Otherwise, he'd be turning his attention back and going for a double peek. But he's not going to get the chance. It's Raze of FW catches him on the reposition. Himas with the drop shot takes Example out of the game. And the fight between Cerberus and Twisted Minds, this could decide everything.
Yeah, there's some attempt from TDT to get involved. Hysaki's going to at least claim a point here.
They're tied. A 3-way tie for first with Twisted Minds.
Unbelievable. Twisted Minds, if they get any further into this, they're ahead. They're 1 point ahead. Twisted Minds trying to hang on. Cerberus, the only team that has anything to say about this in this game right now. Hisaki's going to let loose with a grenade. He's the only player alive. He just has to find these points. He cannot! Twisted Minds has done it! Once again, they are going to be back-to-back PGS champions.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire, Twisted Minds from the most impossible of positions. Nothing at all to play on the western side of Everest. They wrap in to the east of South George. They fight their way through everything in front of them. Ascend, Cerberus, they overcome it all. They've still got 3 up. Lou goes down, but Perfectix is still fighting. That's the championship mentality that's going to raise them yet another PGS trophy.
Absolutely. This team is just special. Such a treat to watch. Yes, they're going down to the blue, but it is done and dusted. They have fought one of the most unbelievably difficult battles I have seen to claim a victory. Tooth and nail to get through that city. So many teams shooting at them, so many teams watching them, but the timings, the smokes, oh so good. Unbelievable. Just why not?
Still going. He's still getting knocks. Petrichor Road, they had their opportunities. They took them in previous games. They took out Sonics when they had the chance. Gen G did it this time around. They might just win the game as well, getting the better of everyone. 13 kills. What a game this has been for Gen G, but it's too little too late when it comes to raising the title. But man, ZYU, nade in hand, he's going to deny.
The wait is so short for them. Unbelievable.
That's it. Gen G win the game, but it's Twisted Minds once again for the second time in a row. PGS champions.
Please join me in welcoming your PGS 5 champions, Twisted Minds! After an incredible back and forth at the top, they have risen above all others to claim their title. Now it's time to hear it from the guys themselves. Oh my goodness. Hi guys, congratulations. Take an interview. Microphone. Oh, what a game. That was crazy. So you guys are the first team to claim back-to-back championship titles. So Batulins, tell me everything. What are you thinking?
I think nothing. I don't know. It was crazy. I think it was the most intense tournament of like very long time. I don't remember when more than 5 teams could win this tournament in the last game. It means that either everyone was playing very bad or everyone was playing very good. But that's amazing feeling. To win this tournament like this, it's amazing. I think it's the best win of all time we had before.
It's the most meaningful one of them all.
Yeah, and back to back.
Back to back.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, that's the first one in the books for Twisted Minds. Example. Oh my goodness. You know, the last bit, you guys were up against like the previous PGS champions, so was it difficult, or I want to know, like, because you guys are the first one to claim back-to-back, I mean, it must feel different to go up against like the other PGS champions, right?
Right.
Oh no, you just ended me with one word. But I don't know, can you tell me like what was going through your mind at least when you guys were waiting to see like if you guys would take one more kill, so like what is the meaning of this win for you then as a player?
As Batulin said already, the games was pretty close, and this was just amazing when you fight for each point, and yeah, emotions just go crazy.
It was indeed a crazy game. Oh, Lou, do you think you can hold the microphone, or are your hands full?
Hello.
I mean, you guys, we've interviewed you, like all of you, because you guys played so well during the group stages and you came through in the end. You bounced back on day 2 of group stages, but was there ever a time when you had a thought that crossed your mind that you might, you know, your win was in jeopardy? Can you translate for him? Okay, was there ever a time when you doubted yourself because you bounced back on day 2? Like when?
Never.
No, never. Because you guys did bounce back and you claimed it. All right, Perfectix, on to you. I feel like you're the one guy that's on stage that is not showing a smile. I want to know, like, what does it mean for you to win? Because you know, like, it was an emotional moment. Although the game, like, you guys knew that you guys were gonna win before, like, even after you guys were all knocked out. Like, what does this win mean to you?
I think that win means to me like that we can easily win the global champion.
Say that again?
Global champion.
That
we easily can win.
Okay, you guys are ready already. Whoa, we're done with PGS 5, but you're already looking for a PGC 2024 championship title. All right, that is good. I love that. And Coach, what do you, I mean, like, you've witnessed this journey, like killing it at the group stage, bouncing back on day 2. What do you want to say to the boys?
I want to just say thank you, because I was fever, so I wasn't close to my boys because I wasn't hotel. So yeah, thank you guys for this amazing games. Of course, like second day, now it's this emotion. So yeah, that's where we're playing now. Like,
all right,
playing in this game.
We love that. All right, congratulations again to Twisted Minds for your PUBG Global Series 5 champions. And this is Bella. That's all from me. And let's send it back to the desk to hear about our last match.
Now, we're going to go back and look at the highlights from that match, because that may go down in history, Martin, as one of the best games, end games of PUBG I've ever seen. 5 teams in the hunt. We saw chaos. We saw expendables. We saw car attacks. We saw school dives. It was nuts.
We heard desk smacking.
Yes.
When 17 died. But yeah, that was insane. Honestly, overall, for this game here, and the highlights. Just gonna go on here while we talk about this last game and how Twisted Minds have become the champions, of course.
Yep.
Really difficult. Also, the lowest points for a champion so far to take home a PGS. That is insane as well, right? These guys were so close, neck and neck, so many teams, but still, in the last game.
Yes.
At a one point, we had a 3-way tie for the championship, but they clutched it out. They managed to finish those last few kills. And the most beautiful way is that they took on Cerberus to do it.
And that was it. It was Na'Vi. We thought, okay, maybe they hold on to it. They ran up against the Sonics. The Sonics holds them out. 17 takes the lead, and we think that's the end of it. Twisted Minds missed the circle. They were stuck over in pizza with no options to come in. And somehow, with Example on this cool little flank, they managed to force Cerberus out into the open, get the kills that they need, and become back-to-back PGS champions. Is this the year of the twist?
That's a twisted question to ask, but no, honestly, you can hear it from them themselves as well. They are saying, this is our year, this is our focus. We want to be the global champion as well at the end of the year. Their focus is PGC. They are already qualified by far. But here, of course, the match leaderboard for the last game here, Gen G managed to clutch it out, but still, Twisted Man, they managed to get 11 points in that last game where it mattered the most.
Yes.
Gen G is gonna maybe jump a little bit on the leaderboard, but still, that last match highlight was definitely the Twisted Minds. They managed to clutch it out. 5 points ahead of 17 Gaming. 5 points ahead of Na'Vi that gets third because the tiebreaker is 1 point different for placement.
Wow.
Super sad for Na'Vi. They had a really rough day today. And actually,
yesterday,
if they won that fight against Sonics and potentially could have taken on Petroca Road, that would have been the game for them.
I agree.
That would have been huge. But they were slow. You could see their approach, the way that they got into the circle. They were nervous. The pressure was on, and they had to make every single move that mattered. And especially here in this case where you are in an urban ending, you have to check every single house, every single corner, and you just don't have time to do so. So they had to blindly get in there. Sonics, they blind sent to that corner on the south side, and they just made it. But the MVP, Toughies.
MVP, the captain for so many of us out there playing fantasy, and rightly so. It is Example. The newest addition to the Twisted Minds roster has been nothing but incredible. He was the missing piece that for so long, Batulin and the boys were the bridesmaids, never the brides, and now they are for a second time. This is incredible, and honestly, you heard them. They are ready for PGC. They're already looking forward to the biggest trophy in the world.
$100,000 goes to Twisted Minds here. 40 and 20 for Na'Vi and 17. Also, PGS points are going to be coming out as well. But yeah, heartbreaking moments here for 17 and Na'Vi. Still a little band-aid on that wound of heartbreak is going to be $20,000 and $40,000.
Nice.
That's great.
And the confidence you get to come back. You're going to do it again in just a week's time. All right, talk to me about this one.
This is huge, right? Twisted Minds, they're already locked in. Sonics are already locked in. Cerberus are locked in. Na'Vi probably locked in as well unless something crazy happens at PGS 6. Is looking extremely good. And remember, you get a huge advantage going into PGC. You are top 4 for the PGS points. You only play the last day of the circuit.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on PGC. Remember, there is still PGS 6 to come. More PGS points will be on the line as we go down that list. You can see everyone who is playing and some who are not here and what they've got.
There's still a world where E-Arena, they maintain that 8th spot. If KDF, FaZe, Eternal Fire, or New Happy, they don't step up and take it away from them. They need to have a huge performance, though. We're talking 60, 70 points difference here for some of the teams. They need to make some big moves and have really good performance in PGS 6, of course.
Now, remember, we are going to be back on November 4th through 10th, right back here in Bangkok, Thailand for PGS 6. We got another crew coming in. It's going to be an awesome time, so make sure you stick around. But one last time, let's check in with your PGS 5 champions. It's Twisted Minds.
Thank you for tuning in. Join us next week as we begin PUBG Global Series 6, running from November 4th to the 10th. It's another chance for the teams to rise above all. See you then.